The first place you're seeing is the Mahuang Palace, the residence of the Mahuang. This place has fallen into a state of being hunted by the 10 great sects. And the people of the Mo clan are scattered everywhere. Each person ran for their lives, trying to grab all their important belongings before fleeing the Mahuang Palace. The crowd chased each other, the person in front saying to the person behind, "Hurry up, hurry up. The 10 great sects are about to catch up." Another person, while running, staggered and replied, "I can't believe that we, the esteemed Mo clan, have fallen into this situation." One person resentfully recalled, "Hundreds of years ago, the Mo clan controlled the wind and rain. Who in this world dared to offend us? If it weren't for the appearance of a useless old Mahuang 10,000 years ago, who then trained a new Mahuang, the current Mo clan wouldn't be in this situation." For the Mahuang to be defeated by humans is truly humiliating. The Mo clan member standing next to him also sighed at this truth. He said, "The first Mahuang used the power of the Mo people to fight against the gods. But unexpectedly, the two most recent Mahuangs used the power of the Mahuang to fight against mortals. The most infuriating thing is that the new Mahuang was defeated and suddenly disappeared. The precious Mahuang Jing scripture of the Mo clan also disappeared. Since then, for 10,000 years, the Mo clan hasn't had a Mahuang." The two ran together outside the Mahuang Palace. They stopped to catch their breath and said, "For 10,000 years, humans have become stronger and stronger, while we have become weaker and weaker." They had barely stopped when a group of Mo clan members appeared, led by Qingyao. She looked at the cowardly Mo clan members in front of her and shouted, "A great disaster is upon us. Instead of thinking about how to fight back, you only think of running away." Seeing her and the others approach, the remaining Mo clan members ran even faster, whispering to each other, "It's Qingyao. If you don't want to die with them, run." Qingyao couldn't accept their cowardly act. She said, "Our Mo clan doesn't have people like this." But those people were inherently afraid of death and disregarded her words. At this moment, someone from behind came forward and said, "Qingyao, come with us. The 10 great sects of humans have occupied the Mahuang Palace. We will definitely lose this battle. Why should we die here together?" Hearing these words, Qingyao's heart ached. Leaving her clan was something she couldn't accept. She pursed her lips, her face contorted in displeasure. The Mahuang Palace now, besides Qingyao's group, was deserted. The courtyard in front was empty, the Mo clan members had all left, none foolish enough to confront the 10 great sects. The next morning, 3 strangers appeared in the sky, flying towards the Mahuang Palace. Qingyao muttered, "It's Dai for Wang, Jian Sheng, and Ba Dao. The 10 great sects are here." Just by looking, one could sense their extraordinary cultivation. If Qingyao confronted them, she would surely be in grave danger. The 3 were Dai for Wang, an old monk, a man with a scar on his face, Ba Dao, and the youngest, Jian Sheng. Dai for Wang put on a compassionate expression and said, "Amitabha. Everyone in the Mahuang Palace, please listen. I am compassionate, and do not wish for excessive bloodshed. As long as you obediently hand over the Mahuang Jing and swear to leave Hongmeng Lingju, I will let you go." Qingyao shouted at him, "Shut up. Just relying on yourself, you dare to force us to leave Hongmeng Lingju. Although we are the Mo clan, we do not commit evil deeds. We are always just and upright. Unlike you, who always speak of righteousness, but only want to steal our Mahuang Jing." Hearing this, Jian Sheng said to the old monk, "For Wang, there's no need to waste words on these Mo clan members." He looked down at Qingyao's group and continued, "Kill them all, leaving only the 2 leaders to interrogate." Ba Dao nodded in agreement with Jian Sheng's suggestion. Qingyao and the few remaining with her were determined not to leave the Mahuang Palace. She stepped forward and declared, "Disciples of the Mo clan, we would rather die than submit." The spirits of those beside Qingyao were ready for what might be their final battle, their hands gripping their swords. Following Qingyao's cry to meet the enemy, the warriors took their stances, prepared for battle. Seeing Qingyao and the others stubbornly refusing to leave, Wang sneered, "Ha ha, foolish Mo clan." Ba Dao, at this time, his hand swirling with spiritual energy, prepared to teach the group before him a lesson. He took out his gleaming blade and said, "Ha ha, it's been too long since I've fought." He cast a contemptuous glance at the Mo clan members and sneered, "Witness my saber." With just a single swing of his saber, an aura like a whirlwind rushed towards Qingyao with unimaginable speed. Qingyao was clearly no match for Ba Dao. Seeing the aura rushing towards her, a chill ran down her spine, and she muttered, "It's over. The Mo clan is finished." Qingyao swallowed hard and said, "I can't accept this. If the Mo clan still had a Mahuang, how could we be bullied to this extent by a bunch of hypocritical humans?" Ba Dao's aura, before even landing, caused the surrounding ground to crack and crumble. Looking at the scene he had created, Ba Dao laughed with satisfaction. "It seems my cultivation has increased significantly." Jian Sheng also expressed surprise. "It seems you've reached the peak of the Ru Shen realm. Just a little more and you'll break through to the Shen Jing realm." Ba Dao scoffed, "What's the Shen Jing realm?" Wang has been at Ru Sheng for many years, yet he still hasn't broken through. Hearing Ba Dao's words, Wang just chuckled, not responding. Just then, a sudden sound echoed. Hearing the sound, Ba Dao, Jian Sheng, and Wang suddenly became worried. They asked each other, "Did you two hear that?" Not only were the three surprised by the strange sound, but the Mo clan warriors were also looking around, trying to find its source. Qingyao's face fell, her heart filled with sorrow upon hearing the sound. She thought she was hallucinating. The sound grew increasingly intense, not only increasing in volume, but also causing unusual tremors. Wang shouted a warning, "Careful. Protect yourselves." As soon as his words left his mouth, a powerful force erupted from the ground, radiating a suffocating aura. Moreover, this mysterious power emitted a blinding light, forcing everyone to cover their eyes and turn away. When the tremors subsided, a large crack appeared in the courtyard of the Mahuang palace. Even more surprisingly, a hand was mysteriously reaching out from beneath the crack. Soon after, a young man with a handsome face and golden eyes emerged, exuding an extraordinary aura. While this person appeared stoic on the outside, inside he was screaming, "Master! I can't take it anymore. The days of seclusion were too arduous. My disciple's aptitude is too poor. I could only cultivate to the 99,999th level of the Mahuang Jing, and can't progress any further." The young man suddenly looked around, realizing he was in an unfamiliar place. He wondered in surprise, "Shouldn't I be in the secret chamber?" He looked around again and asked himself, "What's going on?" Looking at the courtyard with its familiar tall buildings, the young man seemed somewhat bewildered. The three others also looked at each other in confusion, unsure of who the young man before them was. Although they didn't know where the young man came from, the aura he exuded made Wang wary. Even Ba Dao felt apprehensive about this power. He said, "How can the Mo clan still have such a powerful person? Before him, I'm like an ant." Jian Sheng was no longer on the ground with the other two. He moved into the air, looking down at the Mahuang palace. He sensed that the young man was not to be trifled with. Feeling that the situation was amiss, he thought, "I should run." Qingyao and the others also looked at the stranger in confusion. Qingyao asked, You, who are you?" Qingyao's heart was filled with complex emotions. She asked again, her voice trembling, why did you appear beneath the Mahuang palace?" The young man seemed displeased with Qingyao's attitude. He asked in a deep voice, "You don't even recognize the Mahuang?" After finishing his sentence, he started to call out in a loud voice, "Where are the four Dharma protectors? Come here quickly." Each word he spoke carried an invisible yet powerful force, causing Qingyao and the others to involuntarily kneel before him. One summon wasn't enough. He shouted again, "Where are the four Dharma protectors? Come here quickly. His summons not only echoed throughout the Mahuang palace, but also reached far beyond the city gates. Everyone under the pressure of his summons couldn't resist and prostrated themselves on the ground. After a series of summons that caused everyone to clutch their heads in pain from the pressure, the response was complete silence. None of the 4 Dharma protectors appeared. The lack of any response left the young man stunned. He still hadn't given up, continuing to call out in a deep voice, "Where are the 8 Mo kings?" The response was still dead silence. He suddenly felt a pang of sadness, and wanted to cry. He thought, what's going on? I am the Mahuang, yet I have no authority. Just then, a robotic voice rang out, "Host found." Compatible with the Mozu nurturing system, initializing. Various screens, big and small, suddenly appeared in front of the young Mazun. He exclaimed in panic, "What's going on?" There was still no response, only the screen in front of him displaying a loading interface at about 60%. A few seconds later, the progress reached 100% before the eyes of the young Mahuang. The next second, the robotic voice announced, "Initialization complete." The young Mahuang stared blankly at the scene unfolding before him, completely bewildered. From the mechanical objects, a winged figure resembling a sprite appeared. It exclaimed, "Oh! This time, the host is really handsome." The Mahuang immediately asked cautiously, "Who are you?" The sprite pointed at a screen beside it and replied, "Less talking. Let me check your personal information. Hopefully, you're not too weak, or this system won't meet its KPI." On the strange screen, 3 different systems were displayed: the Supreme Invincible System, the Super Prodigal System, and the Invincible Cultivation System. The tiny winged figure said, "If I lose to the Supreme Invincible System, the Super Prodigal System, and the Invincible Cultivation System again, I'll lose all face." The Mahuang was still utterly confused. He asked, "What in the world is going on?" The tiny figure didn't answer but instead exclaimed, "Name, Xiao Ding." "Oh, what a nice name, it sounds like a protagonist's name." On the screen, the Mahuang's information was displayed. Name, Xiao Ding. Age, 100,000 years old. Cultivation method, system malfunction, unable to display. Combat power, too strong, please upgrade. Hearing that the host was 100,000 years old made the little sprite, Tai Ni, sigh helplessly. The fact that the cultivation method system was malfunctioning and couldn't display, coupled with the combat power being too strong and requiring an upgrade, made her feel even more exhausted. This host seemed like a tough nut to crack. Just as she was feeling frustrated and about to cry, a ringing sound startled Tai Ni. It turned out to be a phone call. Annoyed, she answered. A man's voice came from the other end, "Hello. So, did you find the host?" She replied irritably, "Old man, what's going on?" At first, she tried to stay calm, but hearing the voice on the other end made her furious. She yelled into the phone, "Didn't you say that as a newbie, I'd be protected? Just choose the best person as the host. Look, what's with this 100,000-year-old monster as a host?" On the other end of the line was an elderly man leisurely enjoying a massage. Hearing Tai Ni's frustrated voice, he frowned slightly in annoyance. He sat up, wanting to check Tai Ni's host information. He hadn't even looked when he opened his phone, and was so surprised he spat out his tea. He exclaimed, "Damn it. This isn't a newbie, this is the highest level." He seemed a bit flustered by the Mahuang's background. Trying to appear calm, he said, ahem, it must be an accident." Hearing the old man's vague and irresponsible answer, Tai Ni flew into a rage. "So what do we do now?" "What do we do?" The old man's face darkened, unsure how to respond. He played the bad connection card. Hello. I can't see you, why is the image frozen? Hello. The signal is terrible, I'll call you back later. He then hung up directly to avoid further questioning. Tai Ni was left dumbfounded, speechless at the dial tone. Without any explanation, her face became blank, unsure of what to do next. She angrily threw her phone to the ground and cursed, "Damn old man, we are not done yet." Knowing she couldn't do anything about the higher-ups, she softened her tone and addressed the Mahuang in front of her. "Ahem, big brother." Xiao Ding's cold expression made Tai Ni tremble. She said nervously, "Let's negotiate." Xiao Ding looked at Tai Ni with scrutinizing, frightening eyes and asked, "Who are you, exactly?" Tai Ni gave an embarrassed, hesitant laugh. "Ah, well, wait a moment, let me transfer the information into your brain." Saying that, Tai Ni began transferring data from the system to the host's memory. Xiao Ding instantly gained a lot of information. He exclaimed, "So that's how it is, so that's how it is. I didn't expect such technology to exist in this world. How interesting." Seeing Xiao Ding's expression soften a bit, Tai Ni gently asked, "So, big brother, now that you understand, can we negotiate?" Xiao Ding replied, "Speak." Tai Ni said slowly, "How about we complete the newbie mission first?" Xiao Ding put on his intimidating expression again, replying, "I am the Mahuang, and I have to do a newbie mission with you." Despite his words, Xiao Ding temporarily accepted this ridiculous system. He sighed and said, "Well, fine. Tell me, what's the mission?" Tai Ni then displayed the system screen, which showed the newbie mission titled Despair, from the human experts. The mission was to hold out for the duration of 1 incense stick against 3 experts. The reward for completing the mission was a purification pill. Penalty for mission failure, collapse of the Mahuang Palace. Just after the mission was introduced, Xiao Ding turned his dismayed gaze towards Tai Ni, making her tremble. Xiao Ding's face darkened as he asked her, "The 3 experts you mentioned, are they those 3 in the sky?" Tai Ni gave a forced laugh and replied, "Ah, yes." Having just entered the system and being all alone, Xiao Ding had to face 3 experts. The thought alone made him despondent. But since this was a mandatory system mission, he had no choice but to carry it out. Finally, he accepted the challenge. He said to the 3 experts hovering in the air, "Could you come down here for a bit? Fight me for the duration of 1 incense stick." Ha, is this a challenge or a plea to fight? The 3 experts were dumbfounded. They all sensed the formidable aura emanating from Xiao Ding, and were wary of this young man. Hearing Xiao Ding's challenge, Wang shouted, "Run!" Turning around, he saw that Jian Sheng had already made a swift escape, saying, "I'll go first." Wang stared after him, saying, "Good. Quick enough." In less than 5 seconds, all 3 experts had fled, determined not to confront Xiao Ding head-on. Seeing the 3 run away, Tai Ni exclaimed in panic, "Big brother, they ran away, what do we do now? If you don't complete the newbie mission, what about my KPI?" Xiao Ding shouted, "Shut up." Tai Ni immediately closed her mouth, not daring to utter another word. Xiao Ding didn't scold Tai Ni further. He closed his eyes, and a reddish light emanated from the mark on his forehead. It turned out he was tracking the 3 experts' movements. Ba Dao was currently saying to his companions, "It seems that with our speed, even if he's stronger, he won't be able to catch up." Jian Sheng nodded and laughed. But very soon, their laughter would cease. Xiao Ding snapped his fingers and said, "Come." The air rippled, and the 3 experts were suddenly teleported. In less than 2 seconds, they were brought before Xiao Ding. The 3 looked at Xiao Ding, then at each other in bewilderment. They didn't understand this terrifying power. Who was this senior before them? This surprise also extended to Xiao Ding's 2 guards, who looked at each other in confusion, not understanding how such immense power had pulled the 3 back. But they didn't seem to care about Xiao Ding's power. They automatically assumed that Xiao Ding was probably not an enemy of the Mahuang Palace. At this moment, Xiao Ding was trying to negotiate with the 3 experts. He said, "Hey, help me out. Fight me for the duration of 1 incense stick, and I'll let you go afterwards." Ba Dao shouted angrily, "If you want to kill me, then kill me. There's no need to humiliate me. Ba Dao grimaced, gritting his teeth as if about to cry, this time I lost, just do it. Jian Sheng was more polite, bowing with clasped hands and replying to Xiaoding, ahem. Senior's cultivation is too formidable, I am no match for you. Fangluo also nodded, indeed, indeed. Seeing that they had no intention of fighting him, Xiaoding resorted to petty tactics and taunted, you, the ugliest one. Xiaoding pointed at Ba Dao. Seeing that Ba Dao remained unfazed by the insult, Xiaoding continued to mock him, I've insulted you to this extent, yet you're still willing to endure it. Aren't you going to fight back? Ba Dao was finally enraged. He pulled out his saber and said, if you continue to insult me, a true man would rather die than be humiliated. With that, Ba Dao charged towards Xiaoding with his saber. Xiaoding simply stood still, a gentle light surrounding him, protecting him from Ba Dao's attack. It turned out that the Mahuang Jing within Xiaoding's body automatically generated a protective barrier, which not only defended, but also amplified the attacking force several times and reflected it back. Since I have to let them attack for an hour, I have to control my power well and not kill them. So Xiaoding thought to try using the 50th level of power. Thinking as such, Xiaoding used only the 50th level of his power. Unexpectedly, Xiaoding's gentle 50th level power unleashed a tremendous force, cracking a section of the courtyard into a deep trench right next to Ba Dao. Ba Dao was now stunned. His eyes widened, his face frozen, snot running down his nose without him bothering to wipe it. He stood rooted to the spot, clearly terrified by Xiaoding's power. Xiaoding was just testing things out, even he hadn't expected his move to be a bit too much. He sighed inwardly, damn, it failed. It seems the 50th level is too much for humans. Luckily, I missed. Thinking that the three would be scared and run again, Xiaoding coughed weakly and said, hey, actually, you're very strong. A little more force, and I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to withstand it. Ba Dao was petrified. Was this further humiliation? Jian Sheng, who hadn't even fought yet, suddenly knelt before Xiaoding, to everyone's surprise. Tears streaming down his face, he pleaded with Xiaoding, please spare me, senior. I have an 80-year-old mother above me, sob, sob, and a 3-year-old daughter below. I can't die here. Fangluo was stunned when he heard his companion's words. He exclaimed, he stole my line. Xiaoding chuckled in response to Fangluo's words, aren't you only 80 years old? Fangluo cleared his throat awkwardly and said, ahem. Well, although I am a monk, I also have a 3-year-old daughter. A monk never lies, please believe me. Qingyao couldn't help but curse upon hearing Fangluo's words, you're truly despicable. Knowing they were too afraid to continue fighting, Xiaoding smacked his forehead in exasperation, this is hopeless, hopeless. Left with no other choice, Xiaoding resorted to desperate measures and said to the three, I'll give you a chance. You can attack me however you want, and I won't fight back. How about that? The three experts were once again baffled by Xiaoding's offer. Seeing them hesitate, Xiaoding stated his intentions, I swear, for the duration of one incense stick, you can attack me however you like, and I definitely won't retaliate. After the incense burns out, you can leave freely, and I won't do anything. How's that? Fangluo's eyes widened in surprise. He asked, really? Xiaoding nodded, really. The three experts looked at each other hesitantly. After a moment, Ba Dao nodded, fine, you said it. Take this. Following Ba Dao, Jian Sheng and Fangluo also took out their weapons, preparing for battle. The three simultaneously charged towards Xiaoding, attacking with their full strength. Boom! A loud explosion echoed, and smoke and dust filled the courtyard of the Mahuang palace. One would expect Xiaoding to be at least slightly injured, but he stood unscathed. Even considering whether he should pretend to be hurt to amuse the three. Thinking this, Xiaoding clutched his chest and feigned pain, groaning softly, oh, so strong. I almost couldn't take it. Qingyao watched Xiaoding's exaggerated acting, thinking, terrible acting. Yet, the three experts didn't notice the fake performance, even praising each other for their good attacks. The three continued to unleash their unique techniques. This time, they combined their powers to form a giant figure. The figure possessed Wang's Buddhist power, along with Ba Dao and Jian Sheng's sword energies. In an instant, the figure had gathered the essence of all three, its eyes fixed on Xiaoding. The figure swung both its arms, a saber and a sword slashing towards Xiaoding with incredible speed. Before the saber could even graze Xiaoding's hair, it was repelled by the protective power of the Mahuang Jing. The sword energy met the same fate. Xiaoding simply stood there, watching the three attack him with all their might. He was only focused on the incense, which was half burned. He muttered, almost there, almost there. To allow the three to continue attacking for the remaining time, Xiaoding clutched his face again, and pretended to be in pain, crying out, ah. 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 It hurts so much. The three experts couldn't stand Xiaoding's fake performance any longer. They all shared the same thought, such terrible acting. Despite knowing Xiaoding was faking it, the three continued to attack as promised. Finally, when the incense stick burned out, the three stopped attacking and exchanged glances. Without a word, they fled from the Mahuang palace. Seeing this, Qingyao shouted at Xiaoding, "Senior, don't let them escape." Xiaoding chuckled, "Of course not." A terrifying aura emanated from Xiaoding. Even after running for a distance, Wang could still sense it. He yelled, "You just said you wouldn't attack us." Xiaoding winked and replied, "That's right. I won't attack the three of you." Hearing this, the three breathed a sigh of relief. They stopped running and started walking. Jian Sheng clutched his chest and said, "That was terrifying. I didn't expect the Mahuang palace to have such an expert. It seems we should be more humble." Wang also sighed, "Amitabha, I was scared to death." The three didn't notice that behind them, Xiaoding was winding up, seemingly preparing for an attack. Sure enough, Xiaoding wasn't going to let them go. He kicked the air, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. Xiaoding's kick was like a giant whirlwind, striking the backs of the fleeing experts. By the time they sensed the terrifying energy behind them, it was too late. Half a second later, all three were sent flying into the sky, disappearing into the air. Xiaoding scratched his head mischievously and said, "I didn't attack with my hands, but I didn't say I wouldn't use my feet." Tai and I ran over and said, "Well, the newbie mission is complete." The system screen now displayed a button to confirm mission completion. Tai and I smiled and said to Xiaoding, "Boss, press the confirmation button. You'll get a reward." Xiaoding replied coldly, "Do it yourself." Tai and I said fearfully, "All right." Xiaoding then looked at the Mahuang palace before him and the few remaining Mo clan members. He said with displeasure, "Since when has my Mahuang palace declined to the point of being insulted by mere mortals?" Xiaoding directed a deadly gaze at the crowd and asked, "Are you even worthy of being descendants of the Mo clan?" Xiaoding's tone and address surprised Qingyao and the guards. Qingyao stammered, "Says senior." Xiaoding coldly interrupted her, "Don't you even know how to address me?" Qingyao and the guards were immediately forced to their knees by Xiaoding's oppressive aura. Xiaoding sighed helplessly, "Descendants of the Mo clan can't even recognize their Mahuang. Oh, just how much has happened during my seclusion." His admission of being the Mahuang startled Qingyao and the others. They exclaimed, Mahuang." Xiaoding exerted an intense pressure. Then sternly said, "Pay your respects to the Mahuang." The guards became emotional, exclaiming, "Mahuang. The Mahuang has returned." Qingyao then clasped her hands respectfully and said, "Mo clan disciple Qingyao pays respects to the Mahuang." The armored guard beside her followed, "Mo clan disciple Mo Heng pays respects to the Mahuang." After they had paid their respects, Xiaoding pointed to the Mahuang palace and said, "This isn't the place to talk. Let's go inside the palace first." Xiaoding led the way, followed by Qingyao, Mo Heng, and the other guards and warriors. Inside the main hall of the Mahuang Palace, the scene was desolate and even somewhat dilapidated. Qingyao hurriedly explained to Xiaoding, reporting to the Mahuang. The Mahuang Palace has been unoccupied for a long time, so. Xiaoding walked to the throne and replied in a low voice, "It's fine." As Xiaoding sat on the throne, a bright light appeared, illuminating the entire Mahuang Palace, and even radiating outwards with a dazzling brilliance. When the light subsided, Qingyao was astonished. The entire Mahuang Palace seemed completely renewed, no longer dusty and dilapidated, but pristine and clean. Xiaoding stroked his throne, murmuring, "My throne, it's been a while." The throne seemed to have a soul. As soon as Xiaoding spoke, it emitted a halo of light, as if welcoming the Mahuang's return. Xiaoding then looked down at those below and asked, "Tell me, what has happened to our Mahuang Palace?" Qingyao replied, "Mahuang, it's like this." Qingyao began recounting everything that had happened during Xiaoding's seclusion. It's unknown what Qingyao said, but Xiaoding was visibly enraged upon hearing it, his hand trembling as he clenched his fist. Xiaoding's voice trembled as he said, "The Mo clan has fallen into such a state, master. I've failed you." He didn't allow himself to dwell on it, quickly composing himself and saying, "But now I've returned, and I will make the Mo clan prosper more than ever before." Suddenly, Tai Ni ran over, calling, "Big brother, big brother, big brother." Xiaoding asked irritably, "What is it now?" Tai Ni replied cheerfully, "That there's a new mission." Xiaoding sighed, "Such a bother." He turned to Tai Ni and asked, "What mission?" Tai Ni quickly opened the mission screen, "Look, big brother." The upgrade mission was titled "Do It, Mahuang." Mission requirement: increase the cultivation of the Mahuang Palace elites tenfold every month. Reward for completion: a demonic weapon. Penalty for failure: elimination of all Mahuang Palace elites. After reading the mission, Xiaoding showed no concern. He even smirked and said, "Good. After eliminating them all, I can replace them with more useful people." Tai Ni didn't seem pleased. Systems like her couldn't level up if the host failed the mission. She appeared heartbroken, even meowing like a pitiful cat, which annoyed Xiaoding. He relented and said, "Oh, fine. Although they are weak, they are still warriors of the Mahuang Palace. They remained here during the crisis, which is not a disgrace to the spirits of the Mo clan." Xiaoding then looked at the kneeling crowd and gestured for them to come forward, "Come up here." Qingyao followed the order and stepped forward. Xiaoding waved to her, "Come here." Facing the Mahuang, Qingyao was a bit nervous. She stammered, Mahuang, Your Excellency." Xiaoding didn't say anything, placing his hand on Qingyao's head, as if preparing to do something. Qingyao flinched, her eyes welling up, Mahuang, Your Excellency." It turned out Xiaoding was checking Qingyao's bloodline. After a moment, he said, "Your Mo clan bloodline is too weak, not even 1/10. No wonder your cultivation is so poor." Having grasped Qingyao's cultivation and bloodline, Xiaoding removed his hand from her head. He didn't say anything, directly pricking his finger, and drawing a drop of pure Mo clan blood, seemingly intending to do something with it. Mo Heng, standing behind, felt his heart skip a beat. Seeing Xiaoding draw his blood, he exclaimed excitedly, This is. Xiaoding then handed the drop of blood to Qingyao and said, "Swallow this." Qingyao recoiled, refusing in panic, This is the Mahuang's blood essence." "Mahuang, Your Excellency, this is too precious, I can't accept it." Xiaoding lost his patience and commanded, "I said, swallow it." Qingyao didn't dare to refuse any further and nodded vigorously. She took the blood essence from Xiaoding and swallowed it immediately. The guards below expressed both surprise and envy. The Mahuang's blood essence. That's the Mahuang's blood essence. Just seconds after swallowing the blood essence, Qingyao felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through her body. Unable to adapt quickly enough, she cried out in pain as the sensation spread. The deeper the blood essence penetrated her body, the louder Qingyao screamed. Xiaoding silently watched Qingyao struggle with the new power, a mixture of worry and anticipation in his eyes. He said, "Your body is too weak. Adapting to the Mahuang's blood essence isn't easy. Whether you can overcome this depends entirely on your will." Hearing Xiaoding's words, Qingyao's will seemed to be strengthened. She told herself, I absolutely cannot fail the Mahuang's trust. Just a few minutes later, the power within Qingyao seemed to stabilize. She yelled, "Ah!" Her yell carried a tremendous force, knocking down the elite guards below who couldn't withstand the pressure. This display showed that Qingyao had completely mastered the new power. Xiaoding's expression was one of satisfaction. Looking closely at Qingyao, besides her significantly increased power, her eyes had also changed from brown to a mesmerizing purple. Qingyao felt the power within her, a feeling of immense euphoria. She bowed before Xiaoding and said, "Thank you, Mahuang." Xiaoding exclaimed with satisfaction, "Good. Your cultivation has increased at least 100-fold. It's worthy of my Mahuang blood." Tai Ni couldn't believe her ears. A tiny drop of blood essence had increased Qingyao's cultivation 100-fold. Looking at her host, Tai Ni couldn't help but exclaim in awe, "A final boss is truly terrifying." Xiaoding said to Qingyao, "Perhaps before, you were only at the Xinghua level, but now you're at least at Zhonghan, making you stronger than the 3 human experts who came here earlier." Qingyao expressed her gratitude, clasping her hands and replying, "Thank you, Mahuang. Qingyao will not hesitate to die, and will do everything for the Mo clan." Xiaoding didn't stop with Qingyao. He continued to draw his blood essence and called out to the others below, "The rest of you, come here as well." One by one, the remaining Mo clan elites received Xiaoding's blood essence. Each person went through a painful adaptation phase, similar to Qingyao's earlier experience. But no one wasted Xiaoding's efforts. Everyone managed to control their new power. However, this newfound strength was unfamiliar, and it would likely take some time for them to get used to it. Everyone's cultivation had increased significantly. They knelt before Xiaoding and said in unison, "Thank you, Mahuang." Xiaoding was quite pleased with the result. However, he also knew that while using the Mahuang's blood essence could create powerful Mo clan warriors, it wasn't a long-term solution. He had to devise a way to strengthen the Mo clan permanently. Xiaoding hadn't expected his seclusion to last so long. He wasn't sure if there were any experts in the outside world stronger than him. Thus, finding a way to strengthen the Mo clan was essential. He asked those below, "I'll give you 1 month. Gather all talented Mo clan disciples. Can you do it?" They replied in unison, "We won't disappoint you." Xiaoding generously took out 3 weapons and gave them to the 3 leaders, saying, "Take these 3 demonic weapons for self-defense." The 3 chosen individuals each received a demonic weapon. Upon touching them, they immediately sensed their extraordinary power. Seeing their surprise, Xiaoding said, "They are just some trifling toys, but they should be sufficient for you. Don't disappoint me." It had been a long time since the Mo clan members had felt such excitement and enthusiasm. They accepted Xiaoding's orders and immediately began carrying them out. Xiaoding watched them leave, a mix of emotions swirling within him. Only Xiaoding and Tai Ni remained in the Mahuang palace. Tai Ni coughed lightly and said, "Ahem, big brother. The reward for this mission." Xiaoding immediately replied without hesitation, "You can keep it." Tai Ni suddenly added, "Big brother, there's another mission." Xiaoding slapped his forehead in exasperation and commanded coldly, "Speak." The mission was population growth. Requirement: within 1 month, the Mahuang Palace's population must reach 100,000. Reward: 10 demonic weapons. Penalty: destruction of the Mahuang Palace. Xiaoding pondered for a moment and said, 100,000 people. This mission seems difficult. Tai Ni asked, "Big brother, do you want to see how many people are currently in the Mahuang Palace?" Xiaoding asked in surprise, "Oh. There's such a function." Seeing Xiaoding's disbelief, Tai Ni said with annoyance. I am a system, you know. Xiao Ding ordered coldly. Show me the data then. Tai Ni nodded quickly and prepared to display the data. The system showed that the Mahuang Palace was at level 99,999. The current population was only 150. Seeing the meager numbers, Xiao Ding sighed in disappointment. Tai Ni was also disheartened by her first host's situation. Faced with the task of increasing the population to 100,000, Xiao Ding felt a headache coming on. He asked Tai Ni suspiciously, 150 people, and we need 100,000 in a month. Are you sure this is a newbie mission? Tai Ni was trying hard not to yell, her face a comical mask of misery. After a moment, she couldn't hold back anymore and shouted at Xiao Ding, level 99999. Hey! Isn't that too extreme? Have you ever heard of a newbie reaching level 99,999? This is absurd, utterly absurd. Seeing Tai Ni raise her voice at him, Xiao Ding gave her a deadly glare. Don't play dumb, or I'll kill you. Tai Ni flinched and fell silent. Xiao Ding ordered her again, search within a 100-mile radius of the Mahuang Palace. How many people are of the Mo clan, have Mo clan bloodline, and are suitable for cultivation? Tai Ni didn't take long, quickly presenting a map. Those suitable for cultivation were less than 1/10 of the total, a truly dire situation. Tai Ni said to Xiao Ding. Found them. A total of 4.5 million people have Mo clan bloodline, of which 310,000 are suitable for cultivation. Xiao Ding frowned and sighed, not even 1/10. But at least it's over 300,000. Tai Ni suddenly offered assistance. Hey big brother, do you want to try using your authority? Xiao Ding was immediately intrigued. Seeing this, Tai Ni continued with a goofy smile, he. Just pay a small fee, and I can help you create a wide-range announcement that all Mo clan disciples can hear. She was enthusiastic about her offer, probing Xiao Ding. So, what do you say, big brother? It really only requires a small fee. Xiao Ding chuckled softly, no need. Xiao Ding took a deep breath and exhaled a pale red stream of air. Just seconds later, numerous purple talismans appeared around him. He began to speak loudly, all members of the Mo clan, listen to my command. The power of the Mahuang was truly extraordinary. As soon as his words left his mouth, Xiao Ding's talismans seemed to sprout wings, quickly flying towards the dwellings of Mo clan members everywhere. Wherever these talismans went, they transmitted Xiao Ding's voice. Upon hearing it, the Mo clan members knelt in unison, awaiting his command. Xiao Ding's voice echoed, I am Mahuang Xiao Ding. After many years, I have returned. Xiao Ding's appearance caused great excitement among the Mo clan members. Their faces were filled with indescribable joy. They looked at each other and exclaimed, the Mahuang has returned. Xiao Ding then commanded, quickly, immediately come to the Mahuang Palace. The day of the Mo clan's resurgence is not far off. After transmitting his message to the Mo clan members, Xiao Ding turned back and winked playfully at Tai Ni, just a small matter of transmission. Why would it cost money? Tai Ni felt a bit aggrieved, pouting and replying, HMPH. Big brother, you're not giving me any chance to make a living. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She screamed inwardly, they all lied to me, they all lied. Didn't they say it was a newbie system at first? Wah! The transmission talismans spread far and wide, reaching even the most remote Mo clan members. Those who were harvesting stopped their work upon recognizing the Mahuang's summons. Even Mo clan members in the deep mountains received the summons. Those living in seclusion on deserted islands also rejoiced upon receiving the summons. From remote and desolate places to bustling cities, all Mo clan members rejoiced upon receiving the summons. They cheered, the Mahuang has returned. The Mo clan will rise again. The scene shifted to a mystical land with small floating islands. Two male cultivators were playing chess and enjoying tea, appearing carefree. Suddenly, one of them lifted his teacup, his face darkening strangely. He said in a low voice, "Do you sense it? The aura of the Mo clan." The other replied, "The Mo clan's time has passed. What can a mere trace of aura do?" But the long-haired cultivator seemed unusually tense. He said, "That's not right. This aura seems to be that child we beat before." The other cultivator, with short hair, closed his eyes and sensed the aura. After a moment, he replied, "Although the aura seems stronger than before, it's nothing in my eyes." With that, he opened his eyes and continued with a sneer, "I even kind of miss the feeling of beating someone." The two cultivators suddenly looked at each other, murderous intent flashing in their eyes. They whispered, "Why don't we let him experience what true terror is like again?" The long-haired cultivator looked towards the distant horizon and said, "It's time to teach those brats a lesson." He then turned to the short-haired cultivator and asked, "How should we humiliate him this time?" The short-haired cultivator replied, "Toy with him a bit, then kill him." As they spoke, the two left, preparing to surprise Xiao Ding. Tai Ni, beside Xiao Ding, suddenly had a bad feeling, thanks to the system's assistance. She thought to herself, there's a threat, someone wants to fight. Let's see if this arrogant Xiao Ding can handle some hardship." She didn't immediately inform Xiao Ding, instead opening the system to investigate first. The long-haired cultivator was named by Jingyi, 100,000 years old, with cultivation techniques Jian Sheng Shinjing and Jing Qian Shilang. Combat power, 2000. The short-haired cultivator was named Chu Wen, 100,000 years old, with cultivation techniques Po Shen Thng Ju and Fei Shen San Thng. Combat power, 2100. After reading the information, Tai Ni became dejected, crying inwardly, too weak, too weak. No chance for me to vent my anger. Wah! Xiao Ding, unaware of what was happening, saw Tai Ni muttering to herself and couldn't help but call her crazy. Xiao Ding didn't pay much attention to Tai Ni. His sole focus was rebuilding the Mo clan. Sitting on his throne, he declared resolutely, "The Mo clan will definitely rise again." Xiao Ding's summons to the Mo clan members had already gathered a considerable number in a short time. Qingyao stepped forward to organize them, saying, "Pure-blooded Mo clan disciples, stand on this side. Mixed-blood disciples, register over there." Everyone quickly formed orderly lines, registering one by one. Xiao Ding didn't appear outside, remaining inside the Mahuang palace to observe. Using his divine vision to watch the lines of people registering, Xiao Ding smiled slightly, quite satisfied. He said, unexpectedly, "The Mo clan still has many descendants with pure bloodlines." "Good, very good." Tai Ni then appeared, addressing Xiao Ding, "Boss, there's something I need to tell you." Xiao Ding asked her, "Is it about the human experts who are about to arrive?" Tai Ni was startled. Before she could speak, Xiao Ding already knew. Her face darkened as she asked, "Boss, are you the system, or am I?" "How did you know?" Xiao Ding replied in a low voice, "I sensed their aura long ago." Xiao Ding left his throne and walked outside, saying, "Just in time. I'll let all the Mo clan disciples witness the true demeanor of our clan." With that, Xiao Ding transformed into a streak of red light and disappeared from the Mahuang palace. He reappeared with an air of supreme confidence, appearing like a god before the Mo clan members. Seeing Xiao Ding, everyone stopped registering and looked up at him with adoration, exclaiming, "The Mahuang! It's the Mahuang! He's here! Quick! Kneel!" Xiao Ding's current appearance also captivated many young Mo clan women. A young girl exclaimed, "So this is the Mahuang. I hope one day I can become as outstanding as him, a powerful force of the Mo clan." Everyone knelt and shouted in unison, "We pay our respects to the Mahuang." Xiao Ding said in a deep voice, "Rise." Xiao Ding's presence made the Mo clan members feel as if they were witnessing the return of their former glory. Everyone was incredibly excited. Suddenly, Xiaoding pointed at a bull demon and a tiger demon and said, "You two, come here." The two quickly stepped forward, bowing with clasped hands and saying in unison, "We pay our respects to the Mahuang." Xiaoding asked, "What are your names?" The bull demon replied, I don't have a name." The tiger demon also stammered, I don't have one either." Xiaoding was taken aback, "You don't even have names." Xiaoding decided to name them himself. He pointed at the bull demon and said, "From today onwards, your name is Niu. He then named the tiger demon Heihu. Niu and Heihu bowed gratefully and said, "Thank you, Mahuang, for bestowing names upon us." No one objected, except for Tai Ni, who inwardly criticized the names Xiaoding had chosen, finding them silly. Xiaoding ignored Tai Ni. He was sensing the aura of the two human cultivators, smirking as he said, "They are almost here." The two human experts were now flying towards Xiaoding on their swords. Bai Jingyi chuckled, "I wonder what his expression will be when he sees us." Chu Wen replied, "He'll be scared stiff." The two of them talked and laughed among themselves with amusement. They didn't know that Xiaoding had been secretly observing them for a long time. Hearing their conversation, Xiaoding sneered, "Scared stiff, huh?" "Ha ha." Xiaoding's cold eyes were filled with killing intent. He thought to himself, "The grudge from 100,000 years ago, I will settle it today." Eager for revenge, Xiaoding found their slow pace irritating. He shouted, "Why are they so slow?" Xiaoding pouted impatiently, "Making me wait for you." Qingyao noticed Xiaoding's impatience and whispered to Mo Heng, "It seems the Mahuang is waiting for something." Xiaoding stood motionless, determined to wait for the two human experts to arrive for a confrontation. Qingyao frowned, "The atmosphere is so tense." Xiaoding's presence and aura was such that despite the large number of Mo clan members, no one dared to make a sound. Everyone waited in silence. After a while, the aura of the two human cultivators grew very close. Xiaoding finally encountered them. Before their figures could be seen, they launched a preemptive attack on the Mo clan with thousands of lightning bolts. The Mo clan members, with their weaker cultivation, couldn't withstand the barrage. Many fell, their fate unknown. Qingyao immediately issued a warning, "Enemy attack." She quickly drew her sword, emanating a powerful aura. Xiaoding stopped Qingyao, saying, "Don't move. Let's see how many Mo clan members can withstand the pressure of humans." Qingyao understood and withdrew her aura, replying, "Oh, yes." She then realized that the Mahuang had been waiting for the human experts to attack. Heihu and Niu spoke up, addressing Xiaoding, "Enemy sighted." "Mahuang, Your Excellency, the two of us will go and kill the enemy." Xiaoding replied, "That's enough. Just standing firm is already difficult for you two." Heihu and Niu were slightly embarrassed. They stood still, not daring to move, and simply replied, "Yes." After the lightning subsided, the majority of the people had fallen, the scene desolate. Xiaoding nodded and said, "Not bad. Nearly 100 people could resist the pressure. They have some backbone. However, it's still not enough." Xiaoding closed his eyes, a special energy emanating from the mark on his forehead. When Xiaoding opened his eyes again, the energy enveloped the entire Mahuang palace. His voice echoed, "Mo clan disciples, how can we be suppressed by humans? Stand up, all of you." As soon as he finished speaking, those who had fallen struggled to their feet. Those who couldn't stand on their own were helped up by those beside them. Xiaoding exclaimed with satisfaction, "Good. My Mo clan disciples, how can we submit to humans?" The Mo clan disciples stood up and shouted, "Mo clan disciples, we will never surrender, even in death." The Mo clan disciples no longer appeared dejected as before. Each one was filled with a proud and spirited aura. Xiaoding was also pleased, thinking to himself, worthy of having Mo clan blood. Their fighting spirit has finally been ignited. The two human cultivators now appeared, looking down at the Mo clan members from their swords. Chu Wen said to Bai Jingyi sarcastically, "That little brat has grown up." Xiao Ding sneered upon hearing Chu Wen's words. He didn't respond to Chu Wen's mockery, quickly flying towards the two human cultivators with an air of arrogance. Standing before his enemies from 100,000 years ago, Xiao Ding's voice deepened, "You're too slow." Bai Jingyi maintained his contemptuous demeanor. He nudged Chu Wen and said, "Look, the little brat, who used to pick his nose dares to act so arrogant now." With that, Jingyi gave Xiao Ding a deadly glare. "It seems we haven't beaten him enough." The appearance of the two strangers confused Qingyao. She wondered, are these human sages? The people of the demon tribe became solemn, everyone deep in thought. At this moment, Heihu and Nyoshi shouted loudly, "Long live the demon emperor." Their words immediately aroused the pride of the demon tribe disciples, who echoed, 10,000 years for the demon emperor. 1,000,000 years for the demon emperor. Xiao Ding chuckled to himself, "It's been a long time since I felt this atmosphere." Yi Jing sneered, his expression contemptuous, "Little devil, after 10,000 years, have you forgotten how we beat you before?" Xiao Ding didn't reply, only giving a cold, indifferent laugh. Yi Jing turned to his teammate and asked, "So, you first or me first?" Chu Wen replied, "Let me." Yi Jing nodded in agreement. Chu Wen stepped forward with an extremely confident expression, cracking his knuckles and saying coldly, "Demon brat, let me see how much you've grown in 10,000 years." Chu Wen lifted his foot, one step like 1,000. In less than a second, he was close to Xiao Ding, the aura of a master truly extraordinary. Facing Chu Wen, Xiao Ding showed no fear, even giving a slight, disdainful laugh. Slap! Xiao Ding swung his hand, slapping his opponent directly in the face. The imprint of his 5 fingers was left vividly on Chu Wen's face as he was pushed back. 10,000 years had passed, and Xiao Ding was no longer as easily bullied as before. Another slap echoed, the previously silent Demon Emperor Palace now filled with the sound of slaps like firecrackers. This aura was enough for the demon tribe disciples to have faith in this generation's demon emperor. Qingyao already knew her demon emperor was strong, but witnessing him strike a demon tribe member like this still surprised her. She murmured to herself, "This is the power of the demon emperor." Yi Jing and Chu Wen, their faces red and swollen from Xiao Ding's slaps, held their faces, looking utterly miserable. Xiao Ding said to them, "It's been 10,000 years, but you haven't improved at all." Yi Jing grimaced and roared, "Bastard, don't be so arrogant. Today I will tear you apart." Not enough, not nearly enough. Suddenly, the system's notification beeped. ZNI appeared, saying, "Ahem, boss, there's a new mission." Xiao Ding replied coldly, "Spit it out." This coldness made ZNI feel a bit wronged. The system screen displayed the mission, Escape or Glory. Demon Emperor Xiao Ding faces the greatest danger, confronting the saint of the human tribe. Risk it all. Or retreat and preserve your life. Choosing to fight and succeeding after 10 rounds with the human tribe saint will increase cultivation by 1%. Failure results in severe injury and complete loss of cultivation. Choosing to escape, if successful, spares your life, but the entire demon tribe will be destroyed. Successful escape increases cultivation by 10%. Failure leads to the Demon Emperor Palace's collapse and Xiao Ding's death. The complicated mission made Xiao Ding's eyes blur. He called out to ZNI coldly, "Explain this. Is this mission a joke?" ZNI didn't bother explaining, replying flippantly, "I don't know, I'm still a child." Xiao Ding didn't care anymore. He directly challenged the two humans, saying, "Come on, I'll give you 10 moves." Hearing Xiao Ding's disdain, Yi Jing flew into a rage, shouting, "Don't be so presumptuous." Chu Wen then pushed Yi Jing behind him, saying, "Let me." Yi Jing, seeing Chu Wen wanting to fight in his place, firmly disagreed, pushing Chu Wen's hand away and replying, "No, let me." He then charged straight at Xiao Ding, yelling, "Die, you waste." As Yi Jing finished speaking, the image of a giant sword appeared behind his back, surrounded by pillars of power that looked like surging waves. Without a word, Yi Jing controlled the giant sword, thrusting it straight at Xiao Ding to vent his anger. Xiao Ding calmly watched Yi Jing's display without moving a muscle, his face completely serene. The water pillars from Yi Jing's side had transformed into a large dragon, encircling Xiao Ding. It then emitted a terrifying power that even frightened the demon tribe disciples. It seemed as though Yi Jing's powerful attack would engulf and defeat Xiao Ding, but surprisingly, Xiao Ding remained as steady as a rock, completely unharmed. Qing Yao, standing below, couldn't help but exclaim, "So, the demon emperor is this strong?" Mahuang, standing beside her, nodded in agreement. Indeed, only after being cleansed by the demon emperor's blood can one understand how strong he truly is. Qing Yao continued. Although the saint of the human tribe is very strong, I can feel that I am no weaker than him now. Qing Yao glanced at Chu Wen, cautiously saying, "But the other one is unfathomable." At that moment, Xiao Ding seemed to disappear, engulfed by Yi Jing's sphere of water, his fate uncertain. Chu Wen could no longer stand by and watch. He summoned his treasured spear, preparing to join the attack with Yi Jing. Chu Wen raised his spear, brilliant bolts of lightning gathering and launching straight towards the water sphere imprisoning Xiao Ding. When the water sphere shattered, Xiao Ding emerged unscathed, his expression still calm. Xiao Ding looked at Yi Jing, his voice still indifferent. "Continue, you still have 10 moves." Yi Jing looked at the unharmed Xiao Ding in disbelief, stammering, "You all right?" Xiao Ding replied indifferently, "What do you think?" Yi Jing's limbs trembled, unable to believe his eyes. He repeatedly denied, "Impossible, impossible. How can you be completely unharmed?" Unable to accept the outcome, Yi Jing unleashed all his pent-up frustration, roaring, "I don't believe it, die." This time, Yi Jing used his ultimate move, splitting himself into a dozen identical copies, all wielding swords and slashing at Xiao Ding. Xiao Ding's face remained calm, with a hint of disgust, as he counted down, 6, 5, 4, 3. On the final count, Yi Jing thrust his sword straight at Xiao Ding's head. However, before the sword could even touch a hair on Xiao Ding's head, an invisible force shattered it into pieces. Xiao Ding scoffed, all attacks against him were nullified. He was clearly on a completely different level. Now, Xiao Ding looked at the two human experts and said coldly, "You still have 2 last moves." Yi Jing stared at Xiao Ding like he was a monster, stuttering uncontrollably, "You're not human, you're not human, you're not human. You're not human." Xiao Ding calmly replied, "I am the demon emperor." Yi Jing, as if driven mad, once again drew his sword and charged at Xiao Ding, yelling, "I don't believe it, AAA." His eyes were no longer normal, fixated only on Xiao Ding. Clearly unable to win, he still persistently attacked. Yi Jing resolutely pointed his sword, aiming to take Xiao Ding's life, roaring like a madman, "I must kill you." Xiao Ding remained as before, silently watching Yi Jing's frenzy, even as the sword tip was mere inches from his eyes. He even showed his disdain by closing his eyes, letting the sword almost pierce them. Indeed, the strong fear nothing, especially the protagonist. Soon, the sound of cracking echoed once more. Yi Jing's sword was broken again, under Xiao Ding's calm, almost contemptuous gaze. This time, Xiao Ding thoroughly terrified Yi Jing. His face ashen, unable to believe it, Yi Jing cried out as if on the verge of tears, "How can you be so strong?" He clutched his head, pulling at his hair, muttering incessantly, "How can this be? How can this be?" At this point, Chu Wen stepped forward, pushing Yi Jing behind him and saying, "I knew it. You step back, let me." Yi Jing, hearing this, yelled at Chu Wen, "You? Our cultivation is equal, what will you do?" Chu Wen replied, "Watch closely." As he spoke, he took off his shirt, preparing for battle. Removing his shirt revealed a strong physique, still in good shape after 10,000 years. Chu Wen threw his shirt down towards the group of demon tribe disciples below. The shirt looked no different from any ordinary shirt. But if it were ordinary, as we might think, Chu Wen wouldn't have thrown it where the demon tribe disciples were standing. The moment the shirt touched the ground, A massive explosion with immense pressure erupted. The weaker members of the demon tribe were thrown back several meters by the blast's pressure. Moreover, it created a huge crater in the Demon Emperor Palace's courtyard. Chu Wen squeezed his hand, a satisfied look on his face as he said, "I'm still stronger than you." ZNI then read Chu Wen's updated information on the system. His name was the same, but his combat power was now 21,000, not the initial 2,100. This was Chu Wen's true strength. Xiao Ding, seeing Chu Wen's combat power increase tenfold, remained quite calm. He used the same tactic as with Yi Jing, saying to Chu Wen, "You're not bad. Come on, I'll still give you 10 moves." Chu Wen didn't rush to attack. He said, "Wait a minute." A surge of internal energy emanated from his palm, as he summoned his treasured spear for battle. His 3 fingers slowly grasped the spear, flashes of power gradually forming. Chu Wen's cultivation seemed far more formidable than Yi Jing's. Having summoned the treasured spear, Chu Wen swung his hand and shouted, glittering golden light. A beam of light, accompanied by lightning-like flashes, shot from the spear towards Xiao Ding. Seeing this, ZNI was excited, exclaiming at Chu Wen's technique and power, "Whoa! Another level up, now it's 42,000. Only Xiao Ding maintained his air of disdain, yawning and asking wearily, "Are you done yet?" Chu Wen replied coldly, "Not yet, there's more." He reached up and removed the cloth strip from his head. Was he about to unleash another surge of power? With the cloth removed, Chu Wen's handsome face was revealed. If anyone said he was the protagonist this time, I might believe it. He was no less handsome than Xiao Ding. The system announced another increase in combat power to 84,000. ZNI's eyes widened in surprise. Oh? Still increasing. 84,000 now. After removing his shirt and headband, Chu Wen finally said to Xiao Ding, "I'm ready." Yi Jing, trembling, looked at his friend, almost crying, and said, You were secretly training." Chu Wen replied succinctly, "Of course." This answer left Yi Jing speechless, coughing up blood in anger. Ignoring Yi Jing's shock, Chu Wen turned back to face Xiao Ding, saying, "Let's fight. I defeated you 10,000 years ago, and I will defeat you again today." Xiao Ding smiled mysteriously and replied, "Begin." Chu Wen smirked, "You've seen this move 10,000 years ago." With that, Chu Wen raised his spear and shouted, "God slaying 3 spears, first spear." As his words fell, the spear's power significantly increased, and waves of light with immense pressure appeared. Chu Wen shouted, "Kill." He swung his spear, unleashing a blindingly powerful force, accompanied by flickering lightning-like flashes. True to his word, Xiao Ding stood his ground, allowing Chu Wen to attack relentlessly. Chu Wen said, "Feel the terror of 10,000 years ago." Xiao Ding was unaffected, but the demon tribe disciples weren't so lucky. They couldn't withstand Chu Wen's pressure and collapsed onto the ground, with only a few managing to stay upright. Even Qing Yao, with Xiao Ding's blood essence strengthening her, struggled against the pressure, whispering, "So strong." But looking at Xiao Ding, she said confidently, "However, the demon emperor is even stronger." Chu Wen's continuous attacks couldn't penetrate Xiao Ding's defenses. Only the pressure radiated outwards, never once touching a hair on Xiao Ding's head. At this point, Xiao Ding, having watched Chu Wen's display, said with boredom, "How dull." Indeed, the demon emperor's power after 10,000 years of cultivation was vastly different. The first attack dissipated, leaving Xiao Ding completely unharmed. He brushed off the dust on his clothes, looking at his opponent with unconcern. Xiao Ding addressed Chu Wen, "You still have 9 moves." Following Yi Jing, now Chu Wen was astonished by Xiao Ding's strength. His face darkened as he said, "I knew you had become stronger, but I never expected you to be this strong." Even after resting, Yi Jing was still in shock, asking incredulously, "How could you reach such a realm?" Chu Wen muttered, "If you don't advance, you retreat." These words struck a chord with Yi Jing, making him feel truly inferior. After 10,000 years, only he hadn't progressed. The phrase "if you don't advance, you retreat" truly hit home. Chu Wen turned back to Xiao Ding and declared, "With the next 9 moves, I will kill you." The spear in Chu Wen's hand was no longer the small, manageable weapon from before. Now, it resembled a towering pillar, immensely large and destructive. This was Chu Wen's second spear being unleashed. He seemed very confident in this technique, telling Xiao Ding, "Let's see how you defend against this." Despite the terrifying attack, Xiao Ding stood his ground unflinchingly. This attack was indeed far stronger than the first. The resulting explosion shook the entire area. Within the explosion, Xiao Ding was no longer visible, only his voice echoed, "Protect the tribe." As soon as Xiao Ding spoke, Qing Yao and Mahuang quickly used their power to create a protective barrier around the demon tribe members. However, their combined strength was far inferior to the pressure generated by Chu Wen's attack. The barrier quickly cracked, its protection lasting only a few moments. Apart from Qing Yao and Mahuang, who remained standing, the other demon tribe disciples were knocked down by the explosive pressure. Qing Yao clutched her chest, breathing with difficulty, and said, "So strong. Such a casual attack broke our defense." It took a while for the pressure to dissipate. The Demon Emperor Palace was almost crushed under it. Xiao Ding remained as before, unscathed despite the attack. He said coldly, 8 moves left." Chu Wen didn't speak, only placing his hand gently on the spear's shaft, murmuring an incantation. His entire body began to radiate flames, the heat rapidly raising the surrounding temperature. When the spear reached its peak, it emitted a dazzling light, its power multiplying. Chu Wen charged towards Xiao Ding with the spear, yelling, "Third spear." Xiao Ding suddenly exhaled, his face contorted. Did you think he was hit? No, he merely caught Chu Wen's spearhead with 2 fingers, completely unharmed. While Chu Wen charged with immense force, Xiao Ding effortlessly blocked the attack. With a simple twist of his fingers, the spear tip snapped like a piece of scrap metal, breaking instantly. His divine weapon destroyed, Chu Wen suffered the backlash, coughing up a large mouthful of blood. The situation was no different from Yi Jing's earlier. Chu Wen looked at Xiao Ding in disbelief, saying, "The god-slaying 3 spears had no effect on you." Xiao Ding replied, "You've become much stronger than you were 10,000 years ago. Unfortunately, in my eyes, you're still just an insect. Continue, you still have 7 moves." Chu Wen gritted his teeth. "It seems ordinary methods can't kill you." Suddenly, he turned to look at Yi Jing with a strange expression, startling him. Abruptly, Chu Wen grabbed Yi Jing by the throat, choking him. Why would he kill his own comrade? Chu Wen tightened his grip on Yi Jing's throat, saying, "By Yi Jing, I'm truly sorry." What was happening? Yi Jing died suddenly and inexplicably, at the hands of his 1,000-year comrade. The reason was simple. To defeat Xiao Ding, Chu Wen needed to increase his cultivation and combat power. He killed Yi Jing to absorb his comrade's power, gaining strength without further cultivation. In just a few seconds, Yi Jing dissipated into smoke, his power completely absorbed by Chu Wen. The system shuddered as Chu Wen's combat power soared. Zni's eyes widened in astonishment. Whoa, his combat power is skyrocketing. Xiao Ding looked at Zni with some annoyance. If I were a newbie, wouldn't I be dead already? Zni chuckled awkwardly. No, no. When the host faces life-threatening danger, I'll intervene. But, there's a small price to pay. Xiao Ding understood and exclaimed in realization. She really knew how to profit from the host. However, Zni wouldn't have the chance to exploit Xiao Ding this time. Chu Wen now completed his fusion with Yi Jing. The left half of his body retained Chu Wen's appearance, while the right half bore Yi Jing's likeness. With such a significant increase in combat power, could he defeat our protagonist Xiao Ding? Chu Wen seemed extremely confident in his merged state, declaring to Xiao Ding, "Now, by Yi Jing and I are one. I am no longer the same as before. Xiao Ding, prepare to die." Xiao Ding remained unfazed, showing no fear towards Chu Wen, calmly stating, "You still have 7 moves." This displeased Chu Wen greatly. He roared at Xiao Ding, you'll die a gruesome death for underestimating me." He immediately summoned his treasured spear, shouting, "God-slaying spear." Not stopping there, Chu Wen also unleashed the fourth spear simultaneously, multiplying his spear's attack power. This combination was truly formidable. Xiao Ding still had 7 moves to spare. He remained motionless against this attack. Was the protagonist truly this fearless? Xiao Ding seemed amused by Chu Wen's attack, smirking and murmuring, "Now it's getting interesting." A dark, demonic red smoke gathered in Xiao Ding's palm. Facing Chu Wen's combined attack, Xiao Ding merely flicked his wrist. The black smoke expelled from his hand instantly blocked the attack, breaking Chu Wen's spear tip once again. Xiao Ding said, "Continue." Chu Wen, exerting all his strength, attacked Xiao Ding again. This time, not just the spear tip, but the entire spear shaft shattered into pieces. Xiao Ding flicked his hand, and Chu Wen's spear was reduced to scrap metal. The difference in cultivation was simply too vast. But Chu Wen didn't give up so easily. He continued to attack with subsequent spear thrusts, but the outcome remained the same. Chu Wen failed miserably. Looking at the shattered fragments of his spear, Chu Wen couldn't believe it, stammering, How is this possible?" Xiao Ding dusted his hands and said coldly, "You still have 3 last moves." Xiao Ding's strength filled the demon tribe disciples with pride. Qing Yao, who had long been wide-eyed, exclaimed, "The demon emperor is too strong." The demon tribe disciples erupted in cheers, chanting, "Demon emperor! Demon emperor!" Their morale soared. Chu Wen, having exhausted so much energy without even scratching Xiao Ding, was deeply frustrated. Chu Wen's entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. Was he afraid? He pointed at Xiao Ding and asked, "I used all my strength, why wasn't even a single hair on your head harmed?" Xiao Ding replied, "Because you are too weak." At this point, Xiao Ding suddenly asked Zni, "You can see my combat power, right?" Caught off guard by the question, Zni stammered, Yes." Xiao Ding then asked, "What is my combat power?" Actually, Xiao Ding had never cared about his combat power. It was only because the readers and the author were curious that he wanted to know. Zni opened the system to check Xiao Ding's combat power, hesitating, "Well, about that, I feel." Her hesitation annoyed Xiao Ding. He frowned and let out a warning hum. Zni flinched and confessed miserably, "I'm too weak. I can't see your combat power yet, boss." The answer dissatisfied Xiao Ding. He looked at Zni coldly and asked, "Then what use are you?" Zni feigned innocence, replying, "It's not my fault." Xiao Ding sighed, "Forget it." It was pointless to press the matter further, so he decided to focus on the fight. Xiao Ding signaled to Chu Wen to continue. Contrary to his confident demeanor from just moments ago, Chu Wen now wore a fearful expression, saying, "I lose. Kill me." Xiao Ding sighed, speechless. Even Zni was surprised by Chu Wen's swift surrender. Suddenly, Zni flashed a sly smile, her eyes gleaming with unusual cunning. Xiao Ding asked Zni, "So, does that mean the mission failed?" Zni was overjoyed, silently celebrating, "My luck has changed. Finally, my luck has changed." She turned to Xiao Ding with glee and asked, "Shameless host, are you ready to face the penalty for failure?" So Xiao Ding would be punished. This filled her with indescribable joy. Xiao Ding, facing punishment, simply stroked his chin and waited, showing no signs of worry. Zni, beaming, feigned understanding, "But this system is merciful. I can give you a chance to avoid punishment. But there's a small price to pay." Xiao Ding flatly refused, replying, "No need." To Zni's astonishment, Xiao Ding expressed his curiosity. "I really want to see what this so-called system punishment can do to me." Zni recoiled slightly, composing herself, somewhat disappointed. She shook her head and said, "Foolish newbie. Receive your punishment." The system displayed a notification. Host Xiao Ding failed the mission, receiving punishment. The clear sky was instantly enveloped in dark clouds, thunder and lightning filling the sky. Was this divine retribution? In other situations, this heavenly punishment could kill many experts. Zni rejoiced inwardly, finally, I can get my revenge. Once you lose all your cultivation and become a true newbie, I'll crush you. Witnessing the changes and the flashing lightning, Qing Yao became worried, what's happening? Even Chu Wen was now afraid, exclaiming, is this righteous heavenly punishment? Xiao Ding stood silently, waiting for the heavenly tribulation, ready to face the punishment without showing any concern. Crack! The heavenly tribulation descended, and Xiao Ding, his face cold and expressionless, remained motionless. Booming sounds followed as bolts of terrifying purple-silver lightning struck from the sky. They converged into a long, continuous bolt, connecting the heavens to where Xiao Ding stood. Soon, Xiao Ding's entire body was enveloped by the heavenly tribulation, the powerful lightning bolts striking him repeatedly, but his face remained cold and emotionless. Even after the heavenly tribulation dissipated, Xiao Ding remained standing, his voice filled with disappointment. That's all? Zni's gleeful expression was replaced with disbelief. She thought the punishment would allow her to take revenge on Xiao Ding, but it had no effect. Seeing Zni's disappointed face, Xiao Ding asked, what's wrong? Can you explain your expression just now? Seemingly too embarrassed to admit her concern for her own survival, Zni pretended to malfunction, emitting robotic sounds. System error. System rebooting. Chu pa pai mo nha no. A few seconds later, she returned to normal, feigning innocence and asking, oh, what happened? Boss, why are you looking at me like that? I'm scared. Xiao Ding knew she was pretending. He didn't bother to expose her but simply said, ha, I'll deal with you later. Tai Ni trembled at Xiao Ding's threat, thinking, what now? I'm doomed. The system error trick didn't fool Xiao Ding. Tai Ni was worried, on the verge of tears. She lamented, isn't the system supposed to have absolute control over the host? What now, what now? The scene shifted to the system realm, where many managers like Tai Ni gathered, representing different systems and hosts. Among them was an old man, the one we met in the first chapter, who seemed to be the leader. The old man picked his nose and asked the others, everyone, this is the situation. What should we do? The representatives looked at each other in silence. The atmosphere was extremely tense. The old man spoke again, ahem, say something. A woman with two beautiful hair buns replied, solve your own mess. The old man said sadly, how is this my fault? This is clearly an accident. Who could have imagined a trainee system would encounter a top player? A voice said, many millennia ago, I also nurtured a peak life form, but alas the biggest pitfall of a life form is never realizing its own place. In the end, it tried to climb over me and had to be killed. The old man mumbled in response, about that this peak life form encounter isn't quite the same as what we faced before. A woman with sharp features questioned the old man, how is it different? The old man, unsure where to begin, rummaged in his pocket, saying, see for yourself. He took out something resembling a smartphone, connected to the cloud, and began searching for information on Xiao Ding. Within seconds, the information appeared, name, Xiao Ding. Combat power, stronger than Chen Beijuan, immeasurable. Please upgrade the system. The sharp-featured woman's face darkened upon seeing the information. She said with a chill, even at your level, you can't measure his combat power. The old man replied, indeed. I am a 7th-level intellectual entity, yet I still can't measure the combat power of this peak life form. The atmosphere grew even heavier. It had been a long time since they felt this tense. The woman with the two beautiful hair buns suddenly stood up and said, let me try. I'm an 8th-level intellectual entity. She tried again, with the same result as the old man. Her ability couldn't measure Xiao Ding's combat power. The heavy atmosphere intensified. After a long silence, the old man said, so, the reason I called everyone here today is to discuss whether we should activate the heavenly gate. The mention of activating the heavenly gate startled everyone. The sharp-featured woman criticized the old man's idea, open the heavenly gate just for one small life form. The woman with the two hair buns stood up abruptly and said, I disagree. The person next to her added, I disagree too. The old man picked his nose again and sighed, it's clear now. This Xiao Ding has surpassed at least the 8th level intellectual entity. That means he's stronger than everyone here. His voice deepened, moreover, we don't know the limit of this peak life form. If we let him grow, one day he will break the lock of fate and come before us. The old man's gaze drifted into the distance as he continued, at that time. What will happen, you all probably know, right? The system is currently at an impasse with this difficult host, Xiao Ding. No one expected this small host to cause us such a headache. The old man's words were not unreasonable. If Xiao Ding broke the lock of fate, they would be in serious trouble. A heavy atmosphere filled the room, and no one could speak. After a long while, the old man sighed, how about this? 1 month. We observe for another month to see how strong this peak life form can become. If we still can't find a way to control him after a month, we open the heavenly gate. Everyone nodded in agreement. It seemed they had no other choice. With a solution decided, the systems left one by one, leaving only the old man. He thought for a moment, then started searching for something on the system. A blurry image of a woman appeared. She looked like Tai Ni, a system person, differing only in the host they managed. The old man connected with the woman and asked, how is your human emperor host? The woman replied, successfully controlled the host and completed the system connection. Currently past the novice stage. The old man asked in surprise, so fast. What level is the human emperor now? She replied, 7th level peak life form. The old man pondered and said to the woman, all right, listen to my arrangements. After some communication, the old man looked at the woman and asked, do you understand? The woman replied, understood. After receiving the old man's instructions, the woman disappeared. What were they planning next? Did it have anything to do with Xiao Ding? The old man sighed in relief, his face relaxing a bit. He didn't stay in the system for long, quickly returning to his place. Back to Xiao Ding, facing Chu Wen, defeated at his hands, Xiao Ding mocked, 10,000 years, the world has changed. With overwhelming power over the human expert, the demon disciples were ecstatic, chanting Xiao Ding's title throughout the demon emperor's palace, Demon Emperor. Long live the demon emperor. Chu Wen lowered his head and said to Xiao Ding, I admit, I can't defeat you now. But Xiao Ding, this battle exposed your demon emperor's aura. Chu Wen raised his chin and said loudly, very soon, those countless times stronger than me will come to destroy you. Xiao Ding replied, then let them come. A powerful energy burst from Xiao Ding's palm, and shot straight into Chu Wen's dantian. The energy quickly enveloped Chu Wen's entire body, unstoppable. Knowing he couldn't escape, defeated by someone he had previously vanquished, Chu Wen roared, I'm not reconciled. Not reconciled. Within seconds, Chu Wen was completely obliterated by Xiao Ding, his body turning into smoke and dissipating. The demon disciples chanted, long live the demon emperor. The demon emperor is invincible. Xiao Ding took a deep breath and slowly said, no matter who it is. No one can touch my demon race. The demon race will rise, the strongest race. Xiao Ding's voice grew louder and more determined. He shouted, the demon race will rise. News of Xiao Ding's victory over 2 human experts would surely spread, causing a great commotion. The demon race would face more enemies and dangers in the future. Developing the strength of the demon disciples was essential. After the battle, Xiao Ding gathered the 4 leaders and inquired, Qing Yao, how is our clan? Qing Yao replied, Your Majesty, we have gathered over 50,000 clansmen, of which over 7,000 are purebloods. Xiao Ding nodded in approval, excellent. Qing Yao added, over 400 have become demon warriors. Xiao Ding immediately instructed Qing Yao, divide them into 4 teams. You will lead their training, with Niu Shi and He Hu as your deputies. Qing Yao, thrilled by the appointment, replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Niu Shi and He Hu also said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Xiao Ding waved his hand and said, "Rise. The prosperity of the demon race is largely due to your efforts." The four shouted in unison, "We swear to follow Your Majesty to the death." After giving his instructions, Xiao Ding dismissed them. Everyone obeyed without delay. After bowing to Xiao Ding, the four left the demon emperor's palace. Now alone, Xiao Ding summoned Tai Ni and asked, "Are you useless now?" Tai Ni stammered, unsure how to respond. Xiao Ding suddenly looked at Tai Ni with cold eyes. "It's time to settle the score." Tai Ni, with teary eyes, sobbed and pleaded, "I didn't do it on purpose. Your Majesty, please forgive me." A girl's tears, used correctly, were indeed powerful. Xiao Ding, seeing Tai Ni like this, could only laugh helplessly. Suddenly, Tai Ni's hair twitched like an antenna receiving a signal. She exclaimed in alarm, "Enemy." Xiao Ding replied coldly, "I know." This enemy seemed unusual. Xiao Ding frowned cautiously as he sensed their aura. Seconds later, a golden light appeared before Xiao Ding, forming a time portal within the demon emperor's palace. Then, the human emperor of the human race appeared. He was quite young and powerful, walking towards Xiao Ding without hesitation. This character's appearance seemed to surprise Tai Ni. She opened her system to check his information. Xiao Ding glanced at the information on Tai Ni's system. Besides the name, Xingqiantam, and his status as the human emperor, there was nothing else, especially no combat power. Xiao Ding mocked Tai Ni, "Oh, it seems you really are useless now." Xiao Ding addressed Qiantam, "Human emperor, what brings you to my demon emperor's palace?" Qiantam replied amicably, "Demon emperor, don't worry. I come with no ill intentions." Hearing Tiantam's answer, Xiao Ding scoffed, "No ill intentions." He clenched his fist and punched the air, revealing hidden formations that formed a glass-like barrier within the palace. The formations shattered, revealing the figures hidden behind Qiantam. Xiao Ding sneered, "You think such tricks can fool me? Xingqiantam, you still claim no ill intentions." Exposed, Qiantam sighed awkwardly, "Demon Emperor, worthy of your title. I was just being cautious. After all, I'm the human emperor. If anything happens to me, my people will have no one to rely on." Xiao Ding, not wanting to waste time, stood up and asked directly, "Tell me, what are you doing here?" Qiantam stepped forward, "I'm here to warn you." He approached Xiao Ding, his voice deepening with a serious warning, "The human race is on the rise. I hope you know your place and don't provoke unnecessary war." Xiao Ding asked, puzzled, "Unnecessary war?" Qiantam replied, "Yes. I prefer peace and hate war. I have no intention of exterminating the demon race. But if you insist on starting a war, I, Xingqiantam, will not stand idly by." Tiantam's condescending attitude annoyed Xiao Ding. Black and red aura swirled in his hand as he warned Qiantam, "I respect you as the human emperor, but you've gone too far. This is my demon emperor's palace." Xiao Ding released a powerful aura to intimidate the human group. Those following Qiantam trembled, some even kneeling, unable to stand. The aura in Xiao Ding's hand quickly approached Qiantam, ready to attack. As the human emperor, Qiantam was also powerful. He quickly created a protective circle around himself. Seeing Xiao Ding's increasing agitation and aura, Qiantam became slightly worried. "Demon Emperor, calm down." Xiao Ding replied coldly, "I am calm." Qiantam disagreed, "But I don't think you are. I didn't come here to provoke animosity between us." Qiantam lowered his voice authoritatively, "I want you to know that the rise of the human race is inevitable. I hope the demon race harbors no ill will. Of course, we will not initiate a war." Xiao Ding retorted without hesitation, "The human race has encroached on the demon race's territory. I must reclaim it." Tiantam's expression changed. He frowned and objected, "Absolutely not. Xiaoding chuckled, then excuse me. I have my own ways to reclaim the demon race's territory. Dissatisfied with Xiaoding's words, Qiantam raised his voice, Demon Emperor, I came here to negotiate, and you're being this stubborn. I warn you, if you start a war, then I. Xiaoding pressed closer to Qiantam and asked, what will you do? Qiantam gritted his teeth, I'll have to kill you. Xiaoding laughed disdainfully, good. I'll wait and see how you kill me. Thus, Xiaoding and Qiantam became enemies. They glared at each other with fiery eyes, each releasing intimidating auras. Their powerful auras overflowed the Demon Emperor's palace, spreading far and wide. Their feud seemed difficult to resolve peacefully. Amidst the tension, Tai Ni appeared and whispered to Xiaoding, Boss, this is the human emperor. Can you beat him? Annoyed, Xiaoding snapped, Shut up. Tai Ni feigned sulking, I'm just looking out for you. Xiaoding saw through Tai Ni's simple thoughts and exposed her, can't you see? Your lying skills are terrible. Tai Ni pouted, no, they are not. You have to trust me. Inwardly, Tai Ni hoped Qiantam would beat Xiaoding senseless, helping her vent her anger. She prayed silently, Human Emperor, hit him. Show him what danger is. Damn it, he bullies me every day. Break his neck. Xiaoding was assessing his opponent, thinking, the new Demon Emperor is indeed strong, but probably not my match. I can fight. Tiantam's system, the woman who had spoken with the old man earlier, appeared and warned him, be careful. Even my system level can't see through Xiaoding's cultivation. Qiantam replied, yeah, but I'm curious. We are both chosen hosts. Why do you want me to fight Xiaoding? The woman gave a cryptic answer, you'll find out later. Qiantam snorted, displeased. He quickly brushed it off and turned back to Xiaoding, make your move. Xiaoding replied coldly, I'll give you 3 moves. Qiantam grimaced and yelled, you arrogant fool. With that, Qiantam immediately attacked, his hands moving in the air, quickly gathering a powerful force. Tiantam's power expanded rapidly, almost engulfing the entire Demon Emperor's palace in seconds. It continued to surge, even outside the palace. It gradually spread throughout the city, controlling every corner. Xiaoding wasn't fazed. He simply exclaimed in mock surprise, oh, a domain. Qiantam replied, indeed. This is the human emperor's domain. Within this domain, I am supreme. Xiaoding didn't let him finish. He gathered a dark purple aura in his hand and launched an attack at Tiantam's domain. Supreme, Qiantam hadn't finished speaking when he paled as Xiaoding's first move dispelled his technique. The newly created domain vanished into thin air with just a wave of Xiaoding's aura. Xiaoding sneered, Supreme. Is that so? Qiantam gritted his teeth, eyes wide in disbelief, muttering, the domain is broken. Seeing Tiantam's daze, Xiaoding decided to enlighten him, it seems you don't know what a domain truly is. All right, let me teach you. Xiaoding raised a hand, and his aura surged. He declared, this is a true domain. Thousands of grotesque faces appeared in the air, engulfing the entire scene. Xiaoding's aura and display made Qiantam break out in a cold sweat. While Qiantam was stunned, Xiaoding patted his shoulder, see? This is a true domain. Tiantam's system warned, run. He's too strong. Qiantam gritted his teeth, I can't run. Tiantam's system froze. Some force prevented him from moving his legs. Hearing Qiantam muttering to himself, Xiaoding realized his opponent also had a system. He asked Tai Ni, this human emperor is also controlled by you, isn't he? Tai Ni was startled, her eyes blank, stammering in denial, no, absolutely not. Xiaoding concluded, you say it's not, so it must be. I'm curious, if I kill him, what will happen to the system behind him? He acted immediately. Without considering the consequences, Xiaoding punched Qiantam in the stomach with devastating force. With a single blow, Qiantam was sent flying hundreds of meters, coughing up blood. He muttered, impossible. Xiaoding watched Qiantam collapse after just one move, thinking, that palm strike used 1,000th of my cultivation. The human emperor is nothing more than this. Qiantam was filled with resentment, unable to understand Xiaoding's strength. He angrily asked his system, "We are both system hosts. Why is the difference between us so great?" Qiantam's system didn't answer, only saying, "Retreat for now." Qiantam continued to question, "Didn't you say you were the strongest system? Why can't I beat him?" The system snapped, "If you don't leave now, you'll die here." Qiantam grimaced and cursed, "Damn it." He stood up shakily, obeying the system and leaving. He pointed at Xiaoding and said, "Demon Emperor, just you wait." With that, Qiantam and his subordinates left immediately, not daring to linger. Xiaoding scoffed, "Very well." Qiantam returned to his human emperor's palace. He vented his frustration, smashing everything he could reach, yelling, "How could this be?" Qiantam kept replaying his defeat, cursing, "He's just a lowly demon, a despicable creature. How could he be stronger than me?" Qiantam shouted, "Human Emperor System." He yelled, "I want to be stronger, the strongest in the shortest time possible." The Human Emperor System appeared, immediately dismissing his idea, "Impossible. Demon Emperor Xiaoding is too strong. We can't handle him yet." Qiantam gritted his teeth, "Are we just going to let this go?" The system replied, "Of course not. The system realm takes this very seriously." She gave Qiantam hope. "A higher-level system will come soon to resolve this." Qiantam asked eagerly, "Will I get that higher-level system's help?" The system replied, "Yes." Qiantam's anger subsided. He snorted and said, "Then let Demon Emperor Xiaoding be arrogant for now." Suddenly, the surroundings of the human emperor's palace distorted, surprising Qiantam. The palace vanished, and Qiantam stumbled into an unfamiliar place. To his astonishment, it was Xiaoding standing before him. What just happened? Sensing the strangeness, Qiantam looked around cautiously at the familiar yet unfamiliar surroundings. The human emperor system exclaimed, "Oh no, we've been tricked." Xiaoding sneered, "Tricked? It's just a little hypnosis. I didn't expect you technical beings to fall for it. I thought you'd be more vigilant." Xiaoding raised his hand, and a purple light appeared, stretching like a rope. The light wrapped around the human emperor system, lifting her off the ground without warning. Even Qiantam was stunned, but could do nothing. Looking at the bound female system, Xiaoding mocked, "You're really ugly. If you can't breathe fire and make money like me, I advise you not to criticize others, or you'll get burned." Xiaoding called out to Tai Ni, "Hey, come here. You two know each other, right?" Tai Ni appeared and greeted her amicably, "Demon Lord Nurturing System, hello." The indignant human emperor system cursed, "Hello my ass." The greeting hurt Tai Ni, making her want to cry. Xiaoding tightened the binding rope, and the human emperor system's face turned purple. The human emperor system's voice rang out, "Warning. Warning. System damaged. System damaged." Xiaoding coldly asked the human emperor system, "Didn't you say a higher-level system would come?" Before he could get an answer, Qiantam, slumped on the ground, roared, "Give me back my system." His voice was hoarse, his face aged by a decade, "Give it back. That's my cheat." Qiantam lunged at Xiaoding, desperate to save his system. Xiaoding, looking at Qiantam's changing face, wondered, why? Why is he becoming like this? It seemed that when the system was damaged, the host suffered a similar fate. Tai Ni was terrified. She remembered the elder saying systems wouldn't face life-threatening danger. But she couldn't explain what was happening to the human emperor. Qiantam was like a madman, repeatedly charging at Xiaoding. Unable to bear the sight, Xiaoding slapped Qiantam and yelled, "Wake up. Look at your current state." Qiantam, still unaware of his condition, became anxious. My current state. What's wrong with me?" Qiantam hastily gathered his power to create a mirror to see his reflection. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar face, wrinkled and aged, Qiantam trembled. Is this me? Why? Why am I like this? Xiao Ding sighed, you've been severely poisoned. Qian Tam collapsed, his ears ringing, stammering, I'm poisoned. Xiao Ding sighed, in the end, Qian Tam was just a pawn being used. At that moment, Xiao Ding turned around and started questioning the Ren Huang system. He said, answer my question. Although frightened, the Ren Huang system was still defiant. She replied, you are not my host, I have no right to answer your questions. Seeing her so stubborn, Xiao Ding didn't bother asking again. He directly tightened his grip, shattering the system's core into fragments that fell to the ground. Xiao Ding gritted his teeth and said, then disappear. The Ren Huang system was killed, but this was just a small beginning. Many other systems were waiting to attack Xiao Ding. Looking at the debris in front of him, Xiao Ding was certain of his thoughts. He said, I suspected it before, but now I'm sure. The so-called systems never wanted to help humans. No, rather, help any living beings. He turned and snapped at Tai Ni, tell me, what is your purpose? Tai Ni feigned innocence and replied, I don't know. My thoughts are a bit jumbled right now. Xiao Ding's face darkened as he shouted, is that all you know how to say, making excuses? The shout frightened Tai Ni so much that she froze, unable to speak. Seeing her fear, Xiao Ding stopped asking. He sighed and said, fine, I'll find out the truth myself. Xiao Ding returned to his throne. Qian Tam was still kneeling on the ground, unable to accept his current state. Xiao Ding spoke, now that the Ren Huang it's time to reclaim the territory of the Mo clan. Qian Tam no longer had the strength to hold onto the territory, so he let Xiao Ding do as he pleased. Looking at the Ren Huang system's harmful techniques, Xiao Ding couldn't help but sigh. Feeling sorry for someone with a future like Qian Tam. 10 days later, under Xiao Ding's command, Qingyao, Mahuang, along with Niu Shi and He Hu began to recapture the lost territory of the Mo clan. In a short period, the Mo clan disciples captured numerous cities and fortresses, visibly expanding the Mo clan's map. Wherever they went, they won. Niu Shi didn't even bother killing, just threatening, this place originally belonged to the Mo clan, get out. If the Mahuang hadn't ordered no killing. Ha, I would have eaten you all long ago. The person being chased seemed to be from the human clan. Hearing Niu Shi's shout, he didn't dare make a sound. The defeated soldiers fled in droves, not daring to stay another second with the Mo clan disciples. Qingyao's side was also very successful. She and her brothers fought decisively and never lost a battle. With He Hu's help, everything was as easy as pie. Xiao Ding didn't participate in the battle, simply because his subordinates were strong enough to sweep and reclaim the territory. He stayed at the Mahuang palace and called for Tai Ni. Tai Ni quickly came out, awaiting orders, you can speak. Xiao Ding ordered, investigate the progress of the Mo clan's territory recovery. Tai Ni quickly checked the system. Just a few seconds later, the system produced the results, Mo clan territory, current number of cities, 48, total population, 6.55 million. Xiao Ding said with satisfaction, not bad speed. At the Mo clan's peak, there were more than 300 cities, and now 48 have been recovered. He continued to ask Tai Ni, has there been any movement from the human clan recently? Tai Ni replied, the Ren Huang is gone, the human clan can no longer resist, however. Tai Ni hesitated, so Xiao Ding pressed, however what? At that moment, a diagram appeared on the system screen, showing the target of the attack as the Mahuang palace. A clan had begun preparing to fight the Mo clan. The system also activated level 1 defense. Tai Ni said, the human clan has used a special method to report all information about the Mo clan to the Wushang Jizuan. Now everyone probably hates you. Xiao Ding chuckled and said, the more the merrier. The grudge from 100,000 years ago, I will settle it completely. He thought to himself, Zhu Wen is one of the strongest fighters among the Jizuans. Subordinates, but it will take a long time for those Jizuns to defeat me. One fine day, a shout disturbed the entire Mahuang palace. A peak demon was shouting a report, seemingly very urgent. He ran straight into the main hall to report something to Xiao Ding. Upon reaching the Mahuang palace, the pig was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, stammering, "Mahuang Daran." Xiao Ding asked the disciple, "What's the matter? Why are you so panicked?" The disciple's spirit seemed unstable. He knelt down wearily and replied, reporting to Mahuang. While reclaiming Changlan City, Niushi has died. Upon hearing the news of Niushi's death, Xiao Ding's heart sank. He asked in shock, "What?" The messenger recounted in a somber voice, reporting to Mahuang. Changlan City has many human clan warriors. Daran Niushi was outnumbered and killed by them. Saying this, his throat choked up, and he sobbed each word, and was. Impatient, Xiao Ding slammed his hand down and shouted, "Speak." The messenger replied in a voice filled with both grief and anger, and was hung on the city wall, ridiculed by the human clan. Xiao Ding stood up abruptly and ordered, "Transmit my order, dispatch Qingyao and Heihu." At that moment, the messenger reported another piece of bad news. Daran Qingyao and Daran Hei, who have also been surrounded by a group of human clan experts, who suddenly appeared. It's difficult for them to escape. Xiao Ding's capable subordinates were now in danger. He frowned and said, "I understand." At this time, Xiao Ding had to think fast, otherwise, others would end up like Niushi. Just when things were at their most critical, Tai Ni appeared. Before she could say anything, Xiao Ding snapped, "What is it?" Tai Ni seemed to be closing her eyes, gathering information from the front lines. A moment later, she spoke excitedly to Xiao Ding, "It's the Jizuan's doing. They surrounded Qingyao and Heihu's people. The Jizuan's strongest subordinates have also appeared." As Xiao Ding had guessed, it wasn't surprising that the Jizuan had taken action. Xiao Ding sneered and said, "Interesting. If the Jizuan has appeared, I don't need to go looking for them anymore." Xiao Ding's voice was both angry and bitter. He muttered to himself, "Jizuan, it's time to settle the grudge from 100,000 years ago." The scene shifted to Niushi's location. He was being hanged for public display, a pitiful sight. Along with it were the harsh curses of the human clan people, "Trash, die so you don't take up space." The human clan people also shouted together, "Human clan is invincible." "Ha ha ha, Daran Jizuan has taken action, why haven't you surrendered yet?" The scene outside the city was noisy. Onlookers continuously appeared to curse the Mo clan in front of Niushi's corpse. Inside the Jizuan's residence, the scene was unusually quiet. The Jizuan that the human clan often mentioned was an old man with white hair. At this moment, he was meditating, cultivating. From the looks of it, his current cultivation level was not to be trifled with. He thought to himself, "Xiao Ding, 100,000 years ago, he was just a snot-nosed brat. Time flies." The news that Xiao Ding had fought Zhu Wen and Bai Jingyi, and even attacked Qian Tam, surprised this old Jizuan. Originally, the Xiao Ding of 100,000 years ago was no match for those people, but this time he appeared and wiped them out completely. This old Jizuan certainly wouldn't let it go. Thinking about this, the old man felt that Qian Tam had always been useless, and in the end, he, the old man, had to take action himself. Xiao Ding, he wanted to see how strong Xiao Ding had become. The next day, in Changlan City, this old man, Li Yun Jizuan, would welcome Xiao Ding, who would come to rescue his comrades. Outside the city, Li Yun had the captured Mo clan disciples tied up in rows. He himself, along with his close associates, stood at the front, waiting for Xiao Ding's arrival. Li Yun was the Jizuan. He sat in the middle. Beside him was a brown-skinned man named Shu Lang, and a white-skinned woman named Yang Ran. The group waited for a long time, but Xiao Ding still hadn't appeared. Li Yun lost his patience and asked, "Has Xiao Ding not arrived yet?" Yang Ran replied, "I haven't sensed the Mo clan's aura yet." Shu Lang added, It seems Xiaoding doesn't dare to come. Yang Ran immediately dismissed Shu Lang's thought. She said, he will definitely come. Sure enough, a few seconds later, the air was thick with the aura of the Mo clan. Fluctuations appeared in the air, accompanied by thin wisps of smoke with a ghostly red hue. Xiaoding led the Mo clan disciples forward, their aura no less than that of the human clan. Yang Ran smiled slightly. Her guess was correct, Xiaoding had indeed come. The first sight that the Mo clan disciples and Xiaoding saw was Niushi hanging on the city wall. A valiant general of the Mo clan was brutally treated. This time, the human clan and the Mo clan were irreconcilable. The human clan people still didn't know Xiaoding's true strength. They looked at them with disdain, as if they were just a rabble coming to demand someone back. The captured Mo clan disciples, seeing Xiaoding, saw a chance to live. They said to each other joyfully, Mahuang is here. We are saved, ha ha ha. Seeing the Mo clan members so happy, a human clan member sneered and said, how could the Mahuang be a match for the Jizuan? But in the eyes of the Mo clan disciples at that moment, they only saw that the Mahuang had arrived, and they would definitely be rescued. Seeing his general hanged for public display and humiliated, Xiaoding gritted his teeth and said, the human clan has pushed me too far. Looking at the arrogant human clan people standing before him, Xiaoding wished he could tear them apart on the spot. Xiaoding looked over the human clan crowd, his eyes suddenly stopping at Yang Ran. He could smell the Mo clan aura on her. Xiaoding was startled and wondered, why is she a Mo clan warrior? Seeing Xiaoding staring at her, Yang Ran became tense. Facing her was a high-ranking pure-blooded Mo clan member. She was also a Mo clan member, yet she had joined the human clan. She couldn't help but gulp in fear. As soon as she met Xiaoding's eyes, Yang Ran lowered her head, not daring to face the Mahuang of the Mo clan. Xiaoding directly cursed Yang Ran as a traitor. But the main issue was rescuing the Mo clan disciples. Xiaoding began to speak to Li Yun, I'm here. Li Yun sat still on his chair, acting dignified, and asked, Xiaoding, are you ready to die? Xiaoding sneered and asked back, just relying on you. Li Yun glanced indifferently at Yang Ran and said, fight a few moves with the Mahuang. Yang Ran hesitated, not daring to step forward. Li Yun's expression turned serious as he questioned Yang Ran, are you defying my orders? Yang Ran pursed her lips, worried. She didn't dare disobey Li Yun's orders, so she replied to him in a trembling voice, yes. Yang Ran betrayed the Mo clan. Whether she fought Xiaoding or not this time, she would not have a good ending. Thinking this, she clenched her fists, deciding to risk it all. She walked towards Xiaoding, her eyes clearly showing fear. Xiaoding frowned and said unhappily, you're clearly Mo clan, why are you helping them? Yang Ran didn't answer the question. She only whispered, Mahuang, Daren, surrender. Li Yun Jizuan promised me that as long as you surrender, he can preserve the Mo clan's bloodline. The condition sounded ridiculous, clearly just a child's trick, yet Yang Ran still believed it. Xiaoding asked coldly, is this the reason you betrayed the Mo clan? Yang Ran lowered her head in shame, not daring to look into Xiaoding's eyes. She quietly replied, I did it for the future of the Mo clan. Upon hearing these words, the Mo clan disciples became agitated. They cursed Yang Ran as a traitor. Some agitated ones even wanted to take out knives and kill her on the spot. Facing the Mo clan's anger, Yang Ran seemed to have expected it. Her eyes showed a hint of sadness, but no surprise. At that moment, Xiaoding called out to Tai Ni, little one, come here. Tai Ni stood timidly beside him, and Xiaoding ordered her, give me her information. The system quickly displayed the information, name, Yang Ran, identity, human clan Jizuan, adopted daughter of Li Yun. Combat power, 1.28 million. Looking at this meager information, Xiaoding was not satisfied. He asked Tai Ni again, is there no other information? Tai Ni stammered, no. Xiao Ding sighed to himself, what a useless system. Tai Ni teared up and said in a frustrated voice, you don't do missions, how can I level up? Xiao Ding ignored Tai Ni. He faced Yang Ran and began to speak, you chose to surrender to the human clan. Then you must accept the consequences you deserve. Xiao Ding asked Yang Ran in a deep voice, do you know the consequences of betraying the Mo clan? Yang Ran replied nervously, I know. Soul destruction, imprisonment in the endless blood abyss. Xiao Ding didn't explain further. He started gathering energy in his hand, preparing to punish her, and said, then prepare to receive your punishment. Xu Lang, standing behind, became worried when Li Yun let Yang Ran fight Xiao Ding. He questioned Li Yun, Jizuan, why did you let Yang Ran go? She's no match for Xiao Ding. Li Yun replied, she's just a Mo clan traitor, of no use to the human clan. Letting the Mahuang kill her is also considered cleaning house. Remember, don't trust anyone who isn't human clan. Now she had no more value to be exploited. Hearing Li Yun's words, Xu Lang suddenly felt that the Jizuan in front of him was truly cruel. Surprisingly, Xiao Ding, from afar, had overheard the conversation between Li Yun and Xu Lang. Xiao Ding chuckled to himself, oh. So that's his plan, very well. Before making his move, Xiao Ding asked Yang Ran, do you regret it? Yang Ran shook her head, tears starting to fall. She replied, I don't regret it. Hearing the answer, Xiao Ding wasted no time in sending Yang Ran to the endless blood abyss. Against the pure-blooded Mahuang, Yang Ran was just a small fry. She basically had no ability to resist, only able to watch as Xiao Ding gradually choked her. Yang Ran had no way to resist Xiao Ding's power. She was suffering for her own choices. In just a few seconds, Yang Ran's soul was completely dissipated. Finally, the last fragment of her soul was imprisoned in the endless blood abyss. Xu Lang knew that Yang Ran couldn't defeat Xiao Ding, but seeing the scene before him, he couldn't help but be surprised. His eyes held both helplessness and regret. Li Yun looked at Xu Lang and smirked, asking, what, heartbroken? Xu Lang immediately shook his head in denial, no, I just. Li Yun continued, you're just afraid of the Mahuang's power. With Yang Ran killed, Li Yun now directly faced Xiao Ding. The atmosphere at this moment was both tense and chillingly terrifying. Xiao Ding and Li Yun faced each other, both creating a separate space. At this time, Xiao Ding said, the human clan has pushed me too far. Li Yun sneered and replied, the despicable Mo clan should have been exterminated long ago. Looking at the way Li Yun sat and talked to him, his tone was truly unbearable. Xiao Ding mocked him, human clan Jizuan, indeed, still exactly the same as before. High and mighty. As if all living beings in this world are only worthy of being stepped on. Li Yun shamelessly admitted it, replying, that's right, the human clan is a noble race, the one that holds everything. Li Yun, acting superior, continued, Xiao Ding, if it weren't for the Taoist Jizuan pleading for you 100,000 years ago, the Mo clan would have been destroyed right then and there. Li Yun said in a deep voice, but I didn't expect that. He slowly stood up, pointing at Xiao Ding's face and shouting, 100,000 years later, you dare to accept the title of Mahuang. Do you know that even your master was never a match for me? The Jizuan. Xiao Ding replied, yes, my master was very weak, very useless, very lowly. Hearing Xiao Ding say this, Li Yun nodded with satisfaction and said, that's right, that's right. Your assessment of your master is very accurate. Mentioning his master, Xiao Ding suddenly became silent, even Tai Ni beside him didn't understand why. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ding's tone suddenly changed, his eyes firm. He said, my master, though weak, was very gentle. Useless, but he bore the responsibility of the Mahuang with his own strength. Lowly, but at the moment he passed the position of Mahuang to me, I knew he was never lowly. Xiao Ding directly challenged, the grudge from 100,000 years ago, let's settle it completely. Li Yun replied with disdain, The Mo clan still can't cure that disease of pride. I will show you, even if you inherit the Mo Huang Jing, before the human clan Jizuan. You are still just a small fry. Perhaps not everyone knew, but the Jizuan was an existence that surpassed the Mo Huang. Only the strongest Mo Huangs could suppress a saint. But Xiaoding's Mo Huang Jing was not something ordinary. After the challenge, Xiaoding flicked his hand, dispelling the space he had just created. He and Li Yun returned to the original space, continuing to face each other. When the two of them created the separate space, time outside was frozen, which made the disciples of both sides somewhat panicked. They looked at each other in confusion, asking, "Why do I feel like time has disappeared? How could these people know that Li Yun and Xiaoding were preparing for a life-or-death battle right now?" Li Yun sneered coldly. He stood up from his chair, clenched his fists, and took a martial arts stance. He began to walk towards Xiaoding, each step carrying a powerful aura that cracked the tiles beneath his feet. Li Yun's body was still very robust, unlike his aged appearance. In just a few seconds, he was standing in front of Xiaoding. Seeing that his opponent had come to fight, Xiaoding said concisely, "Let's fight." At this moment, both were ready to fight, their auras equally matched. Li Yun, as usual, said disdainfully, "You overestimate yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yun immediately launched his first attack. From his palm, a strange green-purple stream of energy shot out. Xiaoding frowned, slightly surprised by his opponent's first move. Xiaoding didn't react immediately. The green-purple light rushed like an arrow, about to hit him directly. Even when the light was right in front of him, Xiaoding still showed no intention of blocking it. Was he planning to let Li Yun win like the previous opponents? Boom! An explosion erupted as the light hit Xiaoding's position. The demonic disciples standing outside were partly frightened by this power. Seeing Xiaoding's lack of reaction, Li Yun sneered, "The demonic clan is so boring." He brushed his hands, turned his back to the human clan, assuming he had finished Xiaoding with one move. Unexpectedly, before Li Yun could take a few steps, he sensed Xiaoding's aura still present. He immediately turned back to confirm. Indeed, the protagonist survives. Xiaoding appeared, and said softly to Li Yun, "That was a bit painful." Xiaoding walked forward calmly, and started to taunt Li Yun arrogantly, "Is that all your strength?" It turned out that Xiaoding had just activated the 1000th level of the 9999 levels of the demon. Emperor Scripture. With that, Li Yun couldn't harm him. He marveled to himself, "Indeed, my power has surpassed even my own imagination." Xiaoding was so proud of himself that he didn't notice his silly grin. Zni thought he was injured from the attack. Although slightly surprised, Li Yun quickly regained his composure and tried to save face. "Xiaoding, even now, you still pretend to be calm. That attack was only 1/10 of my cultivation." Xiaoding sneered and asked, "1/10 of your cultivation?" A bleeding wound on Xiaoding's face frightened Zni. She whispered, boss, should we run?" Xiaoding grimaced and shouted, "Shut up." Seeing Xiaoding's tension, Zni didn't dare to say anything more, and silently watched. The human clan was overjoyed to see Xiaoding seemingly at a disadvantage. They shouted, "Supreme Invincible! Supreme Invincible!" The demonic disciples seemed downcast, their spirits suppressed by the human clan. Even Qingyao now doubted Xiaoding's abilities. She intended to call out to him. However, Xiaoding suddenly said to Li Yun, "1/10 of your cultivation can't kill me." Li Yun smirked, as if he had spotted a weakness in Xiaoding that intrigued him. With a whoosh, he jumped up and left his spot. In the blink of an eye, Li Yun was behind Xiaoding, preparing for a new attack. His hand gathered a powerful stream of energy. Even with the naked eye, one could see that this attack was much stronger than his first. His wicked smile earlier was because he wanted to attack from behind, probably thinking the back was his opponent's weakness. Explosions and bursts of energy repeatedly struck Xiaoding, but the demon emperor remained unfazed, not blocking at all. After several consecutive strikes, Li Yun, without rest, muttered, "It's not over yet." He jumped off the ground again. He quickly moved to the front of Xiaoding, who was still reeling from the second attack. The old man landed another blow, kicking Xiaoding in the stomach, sending him flying dozens of meters into the air. Li Yun was now using 3/10 of his power, with noticeable results. He felt this was not enough to satisfy him. He jumped onto Xiaoding's back as he hung in the air. He quickly punched Xiaoding's back, significantly increasing his descent speed. After Li Yun's punch, Xiaoding crashed to the ground, looking rather pathetic. Li Yun's lips twitched. He had used 5/10 of his power. Xiaoding's figure vanished into thin air. A few seconds later, Xiaoding stood as if nothing had happened. He wiped the blood from his face and said provocatively, "5/10 still can't kill me." Li Yun's attacks were not light, yet they only caused minor external injuries. The old man finally realized Xiaoding's body was incredibly strong. If it didn't work the first time, try again. Li Yun pointed his finger and shouted, "Supreme Sword Qi." Thousands of sword projectiles appeared, one large sword piercing Xiaoding's chest. A large hole appeared on Xiaoding's left chest. Wouldn't losing his heart mean death? The next second, Xiaoding collapsed into a pool of blood, in front of Li Yun. Xiaoding's condition seemed hopeless. Li Yun was delighted and said softly, "8/10 should be enough to kill you." Contrary to Li Yun, Qingyao was on pins and needles. Seeing Xiaoding fall, she wept, helplessly calling, "Demon, demon emperor." She gritted her teeth and ordered the demonic disciples, "All demonic disciples, listen up. Fight. Avenge the demon emperor." The demonic disciples raised their mirrors and swords, shouting, "Fight to the death." Before they could strike, Xiaoding's voice rang out, "I'm not dead yet. You want to avenge me already?" Surprise! Qingyao's tears were wasted. The demonic disciples' fighting spirit halted, replaced by bewilderment. Xiaoding slowly stood up, clutching his chest wound. He chuckled and said, "Ha! That really hurt. But this feeling is so real." Li Yun's face was ashen, his expression horrified. He stammered, You're not dead." "Impossible. Your heart meridian was destroyed, how can this be?" Xiaoding stretched, his wound still gaping, but he acted as if nothing was wrong. "It seems you still don't know the power of the Demon Emperor scripture." Indeed, the heart meridian couldn't be seen with the naked eye, let alone with Xiaoding protected by the Demon Emperor scripture. Li Yun realized his oversight and hurriedly activated his heavenly eye for a clearer view. His eyes shone like headlights, scanning Xiaoding's entire body. Heart meridian. Xiaoding didn't have one. It was nowhere to be found. No wonder he could recover from any injury. Li Yun said in shock, "What's going on?" Xiaoding slowly replied, "Attacking my heart meridian was your mistake." Li Yun didn't remain surprised for long. He quickly regained his composure and continued solemnly, "Worthy of the Demon Emperor scripture. However, if you don't have a heart meridian, then I can only completely annihilate you." As he spoke, Li Yun gathered energy, preparing to unleash ice swords. With one hand, he controlled the enlarging ice swords. Eerie blue lights emerged from the ground. Under Li Yun's control, the swords shot towards Xiaoding with lightning speed. Xiaoding chuckled, "No more playing around." With a slight twist of his hand, a surge of energy appeared. He raised his hand and shouted, "Demon Emperor scripture, 10,000th level." The ice swords clashed with the Demon Emperor scripture, creating terrifying pressure and dazzling lights. Suddenly, clang! Li Yun's ice swords shattered under Xiaoding's power. The old man's strength was no match for Xiaoding. Much had changed in these 100,000 years. Li Yun still couldn't accept it. He watched the sword fragments fall, his voice choked, how is this possible?" Xiaoding smirked disdainfully, "Not everything goes as you think." His voice changed to a shout, "Li Yun, for what you did 100,000 years ago, pay the price." Xiaoding formed a seal, a purple light enveloping them both. Li Yun became frightened as he realized the spatial shift. He was trapped in Xiao Ding's Demon Emperor scripture domain. Xiao Ding told him, "Yes, 100,000 years ago, you easily destroyed my master's domain, but this time the Demon Emperor's domain will be your burial ground." With a flick of Xiao Ding's wrist, chains flew towards Li Yun, binding him tightly. Li Yun looked at Xiao Ding and asked, "How did you become so strong?" Xiao Ding didn't answer, instead saying, "Disappear." Supreme One. Knowing he was no match and had no chance of survival, Li Yun closed his eyes, his body trembling, ready to meet his end. A swooshing sound, and Li Yun vanished into smoke. A Supreme One of the human clan was gone. With Li Yun dead, the human clan was in despair. Their faces were ashen with fear, collapsing to the ground, a stark contrast to their earlier arrogance. The demonic disciples rejoiced, chanting, "Long live the Demon Emperor! Long live the Demon Emperor!" Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Ding commanded, "Rise, demonic clan!" Led by Xiao Ding, the empowered demonic clan was unstoppable. Everywhere echoed the cry, "Rise, demonic clan! Rise, demonic clan!" The system observed Xiao Ding's every move. His killing of Li Yun was a shock that the system couldn't ignore. The old man leading the system once again called a meeting of the other system administrators. The old man said in a deep voice, "Ahem, I didn't expect a peak 9th level life form like Li Yun to lose so miserably to Xiao Ding." Blank stares and distressed expressions appeared on the system's faces. They fell silent. Faced with this unprecedented situation, none could devise a solution. No system was capable of opposing Xiao Ding. Seeing no other way, the old man asked, "So, do you think we should wait a month to activate the Heavenly Army?" The twin-tailed system agreed. "I agree to activate the Heavenly Army." Everyone else echoed, "Activate the Heavenly Army." The old man mused, "To prevent a peak life form from breaking the fate lock, the Heavenly Army's deployment is absolutely necessary. Let us begin." The twin-tailed system nodded, "All right." They all vanished, leaving the old man alone. He muttered to himself, "The fate lock, why can a low-level life form transcend control to such an extent? Clearly, technobodies should be in control of everything." The scene shifted to a quiet location. Inside a grand hall, 3 Supreme Ones were discussing. The one with deep black eyes and a strange gaze was Shen Leu, the Supreme One of the Divine Realm. He asked the other two, "Li Yun died at Xiao Ding's hand. What are your thoughts?" Ku Xin, the Zen Master, the Supreme One of the Buddha Realm, replied, "This old monk is also no match for Xiao Ding." Shen Leu, "Perhaps only you can resolve this." Zhuan Li, another Supreme One of the Divine Realm, agreed with Ku Xin, "Indeed, currently, only Shen Leu can intervene." Shen Leu stroked his chin. 100,000 years ago, I wanted to eradicate them completely, but you two, out of mercy, stayed your hand, preserving the Demon Emperor's lineage. Now Xiao Ding has grown stronger, and you want to cower again." Zen Master Ku Xin smiled gently and replied slowly, "Monks are inherently compassionate." Shen Leu interrupted loudly, "Silence." That day, the demonic clan's blood flowed like rivers, and corpses piled up like mountains, partly thanks to you. Ku Xin continued in his compassionate tone, "A compassionate heart can also know anger." Shen Leu sighed sarcastically, "You play both roles well, don't you?" Thinking of another chance to kill Xiao Ding amused Shen Leu. He said, "But it doesn't matter. I will destroy Xiao Ding myself." But of course, Shen Leu wouldn't risk going alone. However, the matter of ascending to the true God realm together needs to be renegotiated. Ku Xin and Zhuan Li looked at each other, speechless. Knowing he had them cornered, Shen Leu chuckled, "If neither of you wants to eliminate Xiao Ding, content to wait for the fruit to fall into your laps while I do the work." He raised 2 fingers, stating his condition, "Then I want 2 extra shares of the true God realm quota." The condition was clear. Shen Leu would never let himself be at a disadvantage. Ku Xin didn't hesitate to agree, "If that's the case, then fine." This old monk agrees to cede 1 quota to you. Zhuan Li, though unhappy, nodded in agreement. Shen Leu laughed heartily and nodded, good, let's settle it this way. Ku Shen said regretfully, alas. We can only enter the true God realm once every 100,000 years, and now I've lost a quota. What a pity. What a pity. But the old monk thought to himself. When Shen Leu and Xiao Ding are both weakened, that will be Shen Leu's demise. Even Zhuan Li had his own plans, indeed, 100,000 years ago, we eradicated the demonic clan and had extra quotas, which allowed my disciples to achieve great advancements. This time, this good fortune is all yours, Shen Leu. Inwardly, Zhuan Li cursed, Shen Leu, I hope you and Xiao Ding destroy each other. Ku Shen and Zhuan Li didn't know that Shen Leu saw through their thoughts. Shen Leu thought as he walked, these two old dogs want me and Xiao Ding to destroy each other. Too bad you can't imagine what fortune I obtained in the true God realm 100,000 years ago. With everything decided, the three, each with their own schemes, made their preparations. Having reached an agreement, the three didn't linger, departing immediately. Back to Xiao Ding. After rescuing the demonic disciples, he returned to his demon emperor palace. Qing Yao was the first to report, Your Majesty, since the defeat of the human clan Supreme One Li Yun, the demonic clan has reclaimed all previous territories in one fell swoop. He Hu said excitedly, Demon Emperor, we should press our advantage and annihilate the human clan. Xiao Ding replied, although Li Yun is dead, not all human clan Supreme Ones are gone. Besides, there are 7 human clan Supreme Ones in total. Dealing with Li Yun required only 15,000 levels of the Demon Emperor scripture. Even if the other 6 join forces, they are no match for me. That being said, the most troublesome ones are still those divine clan members. Xiao Ding disagreed with He Hu's suggestion to attack the human clan. He gestured, you may withdraw. For the time being, do not engage the human clan. There's no need to provoke unnecessary conflict. Everyone agreed with Xiao Ding and quickly left. When everyone was gone, Xiao Ding was alone in the vast, empty hall. Alone, Xiao Ding revealed a side no one had seen. He was slightly agitated, thinking of his master, 100,000 years ago, the human clan and divine clan joined forces to exterminate our demonic clan. Today, I, Xiao Ding, have taken the first step towards the demonic clan's revival. The human clan Supreme Ones were no longer a threat, but the divine clan Supreme Ones remained an unknown. Xiao Ding thought, however, it seems that 100,000 years ago, although the divine clan Supreme Ones were stronger than Li Yun, they weren't that much stronger. Master, it seems what you taught me before was wrong. As he thought, Xiao Ding channeled his energy, his hands glowing with golden light. He talked to himself, the Demon Emperor scripture shouldn't just have 100 levels. The current Demon Emperor scripture is the true power a Demon Emperor should possess. Recalling the crazy system and its mandatory missions, Xiao Ding gritted his teeth, Master, I don't think you ever anticipated that besides life forms, there are also technobodies in this world. Those lofty beings, toying with lives as they please. He suddenly remembered something, oh, right. He called Zni in a blunt tone, come out. Zni appeared quickly, her face displeased. Xiao Ding asked her, the true God realm isn't something your technobodies created, is it? Zni replied, no, the true God realm is just a higher plane above this one. Xiao Ding continued, so, is that true God realm under your control? Zni replied, there are some seniors who assist a few people there, helping them become supremely powerful. The system's purpose remained a mystery. Xiao Ding was extremely curious. I'm curious, what is the purpose of you technobodies? Is it to control the world? But your power is already so great. Why bother with such things? Zni hesitated, this I don't know. Xiao Ding suddenly asked suspiciously, or is it because you technobodies don't have any combat power yourselves? Zni was speechless. She couldn't answer. Xiaoding continued, technobodies can enhance the abilities of life forms, but you yourselves lack any combat strength. So you can only control hosts, designing various missions while simultaneously increasing their power, achieving complete control. Am I right? Zni replied, I really don't know. I'm just a newbie. I haven't been exposed to that much. Seeing Zni's demeanor, Xiaoding didn't bother asking further. Forget it, judging by your appearance, you probably don't know. However, if the True God Realm also has your technobodies, then I must visit this True God Realm. Zni asked in surprise, you want to go to the True God Realm? But that place. Xiaoding interrupted, you want to say that the people there are very strong, right? According to you, our continent is just a low-level surface layer, and the True God Realm is a higher level than ours. Zni quietly hummed in agreement. The True God Realm might be stronger than Xiaoding, but he wasn't afraid. He had his own calculations. What those calculations were remained unknown, but Zni seemed unhappy with the news. She stood there silently. The scene shifted to a dark night in a town. A group of humans were dumping goods onto the main street. Seeing the approaching demonic disciples, they shouted and fled, run. The demonic clan is coming. The demonic clan's territory continued to expand, reclaiming what was previously occupied by other clans. Xiaoding looked at the expanding map of the demonic clan's territory with satisfaction and asked, Shen Leu, how's our demonic clan's territory? Not bad, right? Shen Leu approached from behind, glanced at it, and replied, indeed, not bad. Looking at the expanding area, Shen Leu didn't hold back his praise. In such a short time, the demonic clan has recovered almost all of its territory. Xiaoding. Compared to the previous demon emperor, you are indeed far superior. He patted Xiaoding's shoulder, enjoy the view while you can. You won't be able to see it much longer. Xiaoding chuckled and asked, Shen Leu, are you that confident you can kill me? Shen Leu replied, absolutely. Xiaoding replied, if that's so, let's see. The day of their confrontation arrived. Which side would win, the demonic clan or the divine clan? Shen Leu said to his opponent, Xiaoding, just because you can kill Li Yun doesn't mean you're strong. It just means Li Yun was too weak. Xiaoding replied coldly, so are you. Shen Leu laughed maniacally, all right, let's see how long you can keep laughing. Shen Leu's strange eyes began to emanate a strange aura. Within seconds, Shen Leu deployed his divine domain. He introduced, Xiaoding, this is my domain. This domain was vastly different from Li Yun's, clearly much stronger. Xiaoding looked at it for a moment and asked, a domain that can seal power? Shen Leu replied, correct. Shen Leu suddenly lunged at Xiaoding, punching him in the chest. He smiled and said one word, die. A bolt of lightning struck Xiaoding. Without intervention, Xiaoding would be finished. Shen Leu continued to unleash divine punishment upon Xiaoding. A barrage of lightning bolts followed. Explosions rang out continuously. Before the smoke could clear, Shen Leu attacked with ice. He waved his hand, unleashing a flash of light and lightning bolts. After a relentless barrage of attacks, Shen Leu finally paused. Xiaoding looked slightly disheveled, his clothes torn. However, he simply wiped the blood from his cheek and said, I'm not dead yet. Shen Leu wasn't surprised. He had prepared chains hanging from the sky. He replied, indeed, such attacks are not enough to kill you. With a wave of his hand, the chains bound Xiaoding, suspending him in midair. This was Shen Leu's chance to unleash direct punches. He punched Xiaoding left and right in the face, making this reader wince for Xiaoding's 2D face. Still not enough, Shen Leu smiled wickedly. He stepped back to gain momentum. Then, bam! A kick landed squarely on Xiaoding's head. An ordinary person would have their brains splattered. Our demon emperor was sent flying dozens of meters down to the ground with a crash. Seeing Xiaoding sprawled on the ground, Shen Leu urged, get up. Such attacks are far from enough to kill you. Xiao Ding touched his chest and said, that really hurt. He realized that 30,000 levels of the Demon Emperor scripture were child's play against Shen Leu, unlike against Li Yun. Xiao Ding stood up and asked, are your attacks over? Shen Leu replied, come on, it's your turn. Seeing Shen Liu's quick reply, Xiao Ding reminded his opponent, Shen Leu, your contempt for me will lead you to defeat. The sound of ripping fabric. Xiao Ding tore off his cumbersome clothes. His golden eyes shone like embers. When his clothes were burned away by his aura, large veins appeared all over Xiao Ding's body, accentuating his muscles, making him look even more demonic. Shen Leu said with surprise, demonification. Watching Xiao Ding approach, Shen Leu was ready for his counterattack. Then let me see what great power you possess after demonification. Xiao Ding rushed forward and replied, I've kept you waiting. The first move, a punch from Xiao Ding. Shen Leu grimaced, blocking with both hands. The punch was heavy, surprising him. Xiao Ding's hand grew heavier, the punch pressing down with increasing force. Shen Leu gritted his teeth. His strength has increased more than tenfold. With just one punch, Shen Leu was sent flying, his falling speed increasing relentlessly. Not only that, but Shen Leu also sensed Xiao Ding's magic power rising. Shen Liu's reluctant resistance made Xiao Ding roar in disappointment. He said with a contemptuous voice, is this all you've got, Liu Shen? Then bam, another watery punch descended. This blow was even stronger than the last, directly knocking Shen Leu to the ground. As Shen Leu scrambled to his feet, he revealed a bleeding, badly injured arm. He gritted his teeth against the pain, thinking, I truly underestimated him. If that's the case, then don't blame me for using heart-hateful poison hand. Swish, Shen Leu once again used his chains, but their color was completely different this time. Not giving Xiao Ding a chance to react, Shen Leu immediately controlled the iron chains, binding his opponent tightly. Xiao Ding chuckled and asked, is that all? Xiao Ding simply shrugged, the flames on his body completely dissolving Shen Liu's restraints. Unimpeded, Xiao Ding charged forward to attack again, his whole body ablaze, his fist poised to strike. Xiao Ding yelled, take this palm strike. Bam, his fist smashed directly into Shen Liu's stomach. Then, Xiao Ding propelled himself upwards. He chased after his falling opponent, his hand reaching out as if to grab something. Shen Leu gritted his teeth in terror, his eyes fixed on Xiao Ding. Xiao Ding's hand gripped Shen Liu's head, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. He said, gods, that's all you've got. The sky was a crimson red, with scorching lightning dancing across it. Xiao Ding now had Shen Leu firmly in his grasp. Shen Leu grabbed Xiao Ding's wrist, his eyes desperate. He asked, how can your demonic transformation be so powerful? Xiao Ding replied, it can get even stronger. With that, Xiao Ding hurled his opponent to the ground. Not satisfied, Xiao Ding quietly raised his hand to his mouth, muttering something. A few seconds later, a giant purple seal appeared, clearly showing a terrifying eye within. The surrounding atmosphere changed, and Xiao Ding's divine power grew stronger. More seals appeared, weaving together to form a net covering the area. Xiao Ding urged, Shen Leu, if you don't release your divine form, you'll die by this move of mine. Shen Leu stood up, gritting his teeth. He replied, damn it. I still underestimated you. Xiao Ding smirked. He had warned Shen Leu about his arrogance from the beginning. It was too late now. Xiao Ding summoned a swirling stream of energy and shouted, taste the wrath of the demon race. A bizarre purple flame erupted from Xiao Ding, engulfing the space around them. Its immense power completely swallowed Shen Liu's aura. Who would dare underestimate the demon emperor's power now? The wrathful fire hurtled towards Shen Leu. Shen Leu was like a fish on a chopping block, ready to be slaughtered. At the moment of life and death, a surge of power suddenly erupted from Shen Leu. A few seconds later, Shen Leu unleashed a move, creating a sphere of divine fire to counter Xiao Ding's demonic fire. Just as it seemed Shen Leu was losing ground, about to be crushed by Xiao Ding, he transformed. His spear now possessed not only terrifying power, but also a dragon coiled around it. Radiating might. Having been repeatedly outmatched by Xiaoding, Shen Leu went all out with a unique move, thrusting his spear forward with one hand. The dragon's mouth on the spear shot a brilliant energy ball with immense force. The two powerful energies collided, creating an explosion like a bomb. A massive shockwave rocked the entire area. It took a long time for the shockwave to dissipate. Xiaoding and Shen Leu now looked like two war gods about to destroy the world, staring at each other in silence. Finally, Shen Leu raised his spear and began to speak. I admit, you are truly powerful. You forced me to unleash my divine form, and even summon the heavenly net great spear. But that's it. Shen Leu's eyes were now filled with fighting spirit. He wanted to destroy this annoying demon emperor. Xiaoding just sneered in response, no, this is just the beginning. He raised his hand, and crimson energy swirled around him, converging. A fire sword was summoned. The sword had a gem in the center, resembling Xiaoding's eyes, and its aura was incredibly strange. Xiaoding grasped the sword, a triumphant expression on his face. Xiaoding began to introduce, this is the most powerful weapon of the Demon Emperor's palace, the Demon Emperor sword. Shen Leu didn't care. He declared, Xiaoding, the heavenly net great spear can vanquish evil throughout the world. Today, I'll show you that a measly Demon Emperor sword cannot withstand a single blow. With that, Shen Leu hurled his spear straight at Xiaoding. Swirling streams of energy tore through the air. As the spearhead approached, its pressure became increasingly terrifying, threatening to engulf Xiaoding if there was nothing to stop it. Xiaoding watched the approaching spearhead, knowing he had to get serious. Xiaoding roared. He immediately raised his sword, blocking the spearhead with a slash. Sparks flew as the two weapons clashed, and Xiaoding gritted his teeth, looking strained. Shen Leu's attack was not so simple. With the spearhead blocked, the dragon on it began its assault. Shen Leu gloated, I told you, your Demon Emperor sword cannot withstand my heavenly net great spear, no matter what. Xiaoding retorted, are you sure? Blood vessels bulged in Xiaoding's eyes. He roared, 8,000 layers of terror. He increased his power to confront Shen Leu. Fighting someone of this caliber had forced him to use a cultivation level he hadn't used in a long time. A single slash completely shattered the heavenly net great spear. Shen Leu cried out in shock, impossible. A second later, Shen Leu was struck by Xiaoding's counterattack, once again losing the upper hand shortly after gaining it. Watching Shen Leu being sent flying, Xiaoding thought, 80,000 layers of Demon Emperor scripture should be enough to kill Shen Leu. But something unexpected happened. A light suddenly shone from Shen Leu, completely negating Xiaoding's attack. Looking closely, Shen Leu was no longer in his previous form. He had transformed again, now armored, with a different weapon in each hand and a shaved head. Shen Leu abruptly turned back, combining the weapons in his hands into a bow, aiming at Xiaoding. Shen Leu grinned, his eyes cloudy, you're quite formidable, Xiaoding, to force me to use this move. He released the arrow, which shot forward with incredible speed. Xiaoding didn't just stand there, he quickly boosted his Demon Emperor scripture to 90,000 layers to confront his opponent. He unleashed a slash, clashing with Shen Leu's arrow. The two forces met, creating a cloud of smoke and fire, neither side giving way. But surprisingly, after just a few seconds, Xiaoding was engulfed by the flames from Shen Leu's spear. At the same time, Shen Leu was exhausted, his energy depleted, forcing him to revert to his original form. Just when everyone thought Xiaoding had been finished off by the flames, he reappeared unharmed in front of Shen Leu. Xiaoding declared, you lose. Shen Leu gritted his teeth, how can you be so strong? The heavenly net great spear couldn't kill you, and even the sun-piercing bow I obtained from the divine realm couldn't bring you down. Xiaoding stepped closer, grabbing his opponent's hair. He asked, Shen Leu, any last words? Xiaoding was also quite exhausted. Shen Leu's power had truly exceeded his expectations. 90,000 layers of the Demon Emperor scripture had only barely allowed him to win. Shen Leu closed his eyes, accepting defeat. Xiao Ding, I've lost. Kill me. Xiao Ding tightened his grip, ending Shen Leu's life in an instant. It's over. Next target, the True God Realm. Zni suddenly appeared, looking at Xiao Ding hesitantly, afraid to speak. Looking at the control panel in her hand, she saw the message, Crown of Heaven activated. World reset progress, 1%. She ultimately remained silent. Back at the Demon Emperor's palace, Xiao Ding gathered everyone. Seeing that they were all present, Xiao Ding said, I'll be gone for a few days. Remember, no unnecessary fighting. They replied in unison, we obey the Demon Emperor's teachings. When they looked up, Xiao Ding had already vanished. Qing Yao worried, her eyes filled with doubt. The True God Realm. Where is that? Why is the Demon Emperor so serious? No one knew, they could only shake their heads. Qing Yao murmured, I hope the Demon Emperor returns safely. The scene shifted to the Black Sea. Xiao Ding stood before Zhuan Li and monk Ku Xin. Facing Xiao Ding, they couldn't help but feel fear, sweat dripping from their foreheads. Xiao Ding informed them of Shen Leu's death. Ku Xin became terrified and said, if even Shen Leu wasn't your match, Xiao Ding, I'm willing to acknowledge you as the strongest. Xiao Ding sternly rebuked, Ku Xin, when you slaughtered the demon race, did you ever think about this day? Zhuan Li, standing beside him, trembled with fear. He stammered, if I had known this day would come, there would have been no beginning. Xiao Ding, just end it quickly. Hearing this, Xiao Ding replied, all right. He immediately granted their wish, his hand reaching out, ready to execute them. Swish, a purple light shot out from Xiao Ding's hand, enveloping the two men before him. In just a few seconds, even their shadows were erased by Xiao Ding. Looking towards the gate of the True God Realm, Xiao Ding had many thoughts. He slowly walked towards the gate, each step bringing him closer to the mysterious divine realm. Xiao Ding reached out and pushed the door. As the door pushed open, a mysterious energy emerged from within. The door gradually revealed a swirling vortex behind the energy. Inside the doorway was a vortex, like a mysterious black hole in space. Xiao Ding slowly approached, saying, True God Realm, here I come. Nearing the door, Xiao Ding suddenly sensed a strange, indescribable feeling. He paused before the doorway, his heart wavering. Strange, why do I feel like this space is slightly chaotic? But he quickly dismissed this strangeness, and stepped inside with his eyes closed. Forget it, entering the divine realm is the priority. As Xiao Ding decided to enter, Zni suddenly appeared. She looked at the notification, World Setup Loading Progress, 5%. What did this message mean? Entering the world beyond the gate, the first sight was a dense forest. From behind the large trees, glowing red eyes suddenly appeared, waiting for something. As Xiao Ding emerged, the red eyes darted out from the bushes. They belonged to a giant scorpion with multiple eyes scattered across its head. Zni watched the scorpion charge. She calmly said to Xiao Ding, Boss, this scorpion isn't very strong. Xiao Ding didn't even bother to look at the creature, dispatching it with a flick of his wrist. He asked Zni, does this True God Realm also have wild creatures like the human and demon races? Zni quickly opened her system and began searching. True God Realm, Scarlet Devil Spear Forest. Map level, 100. Creature distribution, Scarlet-tailed scorpion, combat power 180,000, white bone snake, combat power 330,000. Shadow cat, combat power 910,000. Zni said, I can only see information about a small area around here. The creatures here aren't a threat to you. They are very weak. Xiao Ding simply hummed in acknowledgement, then fell silent, deep in thought. A second later, he suddenly accelerated. His figure flashed through the forest like lightning. Soon, he emerged from the forest, arriving at a different location. Before him stood a city with high walls. He said, There's a city here, as expected. The system updated with information about the city. Fangluo City, city level 150. Creature distribution and combat power unknown. Includes a Devil King, combat power 12 million. And Devil Fiends, combat power 4 million. Looking at the information, Xiaoding concluded, it seems this is a Devil City. However, this Devil King's combat power doesn't seem that high. Xiaoding quickly headed towards the city gate, intending to enter. Several guards stood before the gate, holding halberds. They shouted, "Halt! This is Fangluo City. No living beings allowed." Xiaoding scoffed, "No living beings allowed." Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait, the Netherworld path, Fangluo City, could this place be? He didn't finish his thought. Xiaoding faced the guards with a determined voice. "I must enter." The guards were startled. "You want to barge into Fangluo City?" Xiaoding replied, "If you stop me, I'll kill you." The devil guard laughed heartily, thumping his chest. "Ha ha ha, just you. A living being wants to kill a Fangluo devil soldier." Xiaoding didn't respond, he simply released his demon emperor aura, waiting for the devil guard's reaction. As expected, the guard immediately tensed up. He knelt before Xiaoding, stammering, You're not human." Xiaoding coldly asked, "Can I enter now?" The devil guard changed his tone, clasping his hands respectfully. "You are a demon. Demons are certainly welcome." The other guards quickly cleared the way, enthusiastically saying, "Please enter. Please enter." Inside Fangluo City, buildings stood close together. Strange patterned lanterns hung in the streets, emitting an eerie green light. Many figures moved about. To be precise, the figures walking the streets were devils. Seeing Xiaoding, they began to whisper amongst themselves. A bull-headed devil even looked at Xiaoding, licking his lips with a hungry expression. He cracked his knuckles, as if preparing to seize Xiaoding, his eyes fixated on him. "It's been a long time since we've had a living being here." With that, he lunged at Xiaoding. His large figure loomed menacingly. But snap! Xiaoding effortlessly dispatched the bull-headed devil with a mere snap of his fingers. The devil fell, blood splattering the ground. The other devils, terrified, fled, screaming, "Run!" Xiaoding looked around, chuckling to himself, true martial realm. Ha ha, this is clearly the Fengju underworld. News of Xiaoding's arrival in Fangluo City quickly reached the Devil King's palace. The Devil King's palace stood at the highest point of Fangluo City, overlooking the entire fortress. Hearing news of the newcomer, the Yaksha King was intrigued. Someone stepped forward, volunteering, "Yaksha King, let me capture him." The Yaksha King replied, "I'll go myself." He then reached for his weapon, preparing to apprehend the intruder. The Yaksha King's face was somewhat grotesque, and his cultivation was clearly not low. Thinking of consuming human flesh, the Yaksha couldn't help but drool. His voice was raspy. "It's been a long time since I've tasted human flesh." Meanwhile, Xiaoding was still strolling alone through the town, pondering, if this really is the Fengju underworld, could I find my master here? Zni's voice suddenly exclaimed, "Hey!" For some reason, Zni appeared, trembling with fear. Xiaoding ignored her unusual state and asked, "Can you check for information about my master?" Zni momentarily forgot what she had been about to say. "I can't. This isn't exactly the Fengling underworld. How do I put this? This place is like a lower version of your world's underworld. A lesser underworld." Xiaoding exclaimed in surprise, "So that's how it is." The street was deserted, with only Xiaoding standing there. The scene was somewhat eerie. Suddenly, Xiaoding sensed a peculiar aura approaching him. The desolate scene became livelier with the arrival of something new. A light appeared, opening a mysterious gate before Xiaoding. A spear emerged first from this mysterious gate. Then the Yaksha King appeared, asking Xiaoding, "Is this the living being?" The mysterious gate quickly closed. The Yaksha King looked at the stranger with suspicion. A demon. Xiao Ding replied, correct. The Yaksha King's face showed a hint of disappointment. Too bad demon flesh is a bit sour. The disappointment quickly faded, replaced by a sinister grin. He chuckled, but it's still a delicacy. The Yaksha King approached Xiao Ding, his hands poised to strike. He grabbed Xiao Ding's neck with one hand. Seeing Xiao Ding's impassive face, he tightened his grip. Yet, with a single leap, Xiao Ding easily escaped his grasp, surprising the Yaksha King. The Yaksha King's eyes widened in anger. This demon is different from the ones before. He gripped his spear, his long nails stained a sinister red. Swish, the Yaksha King thrust his spear at Xiao Ding. Fortunately, our protagonist's demon emperor scripture protected him in an instant, leaving him unharmed. Seeing the spear miss, Xiao Ding chuckled, unfazed. The Yaksha King exclaimed in astonishment, how is that possible? How can you withstand the attack of the Fangluo demonic energy? The Yaksha King quickly retreated, putting distance between himself and Xiao Ding. A chilling sensation suddenly emanated from Xiao Ding's heart. He flinched in alarm. Huh? What power is this? A strange energy was entering Xiao Ding's body. It coiled around his heart, freezing his cells, slowly killing them. Recognizing the danger, Xiao Ding immediately clenched his fists, channeling his internal energy to expel the foreign energy. With a shout of break, Xiao Ding's body returned to normal. Recovering, Xiao Ding remarked, this weapon can actually directly harm the soul. Interesting. The Yaksha King instinctively backed away, wary. He speculated, I see. You must also possess a protective artifact with Fangluo's defensive properties. Xiao Ding replied, it's not just Fangluo artifacts that can withstand soul attacks. Seeing that Xiao Ding was a tough opponent, the Yaksha King decided to flee rather than fight. He thought, HMPH, this guy is not simple. Better run first. The interdimensional gate opened once more, and the Yaksha King quickly stepped through it to escape. This sight made Xiao Ding sneer. He called out to the Yaksha King, come back. Of course, the Yaksha King knew he was weaker and wouldn't foolishly return to be beaten. Knowing this, Xiao Ding actively approached the gate, reaching out to pull him back. Xiao Ding's hand passed through the gate, grabbing a part of the Yaksha King's body and pulling. Soon, the Yaksha King was dragged back, his figure becoming clearer within the gate. Xiao Ding's dominance left the Yaksha King speechless with fear. Xiao Ding's hand tightened around Yi Xiao's neck. There was no resistance, simply because Xiao Ding was invincible here. Moments later, Yi Xiao was annihilated by Xiao Ding. The arrogant and complacent Yi Xiao King was no more. At this moment, a mysterious black sphere appeared before Xiao Ding, enveloped by a strange aura. Xiao Ding was silent before this strange object. After a while, he reacted and called Zni out, asking, what is this? Although they didn't know what it was, it quickly flew away, and rested obediently in Xiao Ding's palm. As soon as he touched it, the sphere shattered into small pieces in Xiao Ding's hand. Not knowing what to do with this strange thing, Xiao Ding picked up the fragments and examined them carefully. At that moment, Zni appeared and explained, the system has just updated. These are Fangluo fragments. Xiao Ding immediately asked, what are Fangluo fragments? Zni replied, in Fangluo City, only by killing ghosts of a certain rank can you obtain corresponding Fangluo fragments. And Fangluo fragments are the key to unlocking the Fangluo treasure. Upon learning this information, Xiao Ding exclaimed, so that's it. It seems the bull I killed before wasn't high enough rank to drop Fangluo fragments. I guess I have to kill more creatures to get more Fangluo fragments to open the treasure. Hearing this, Zni simply nodded in agreement, not daring to say anything more. Xiao Ding pondered, the opportunity of the true god realm is the Fangluo treasure, it's just. This game-like world is a bit disgusting. Despite his disgust, Xiao Ding couldn't do anything else. He still had to follow this path. He sighed and said, let's go. Let's see what's in this Fangluo treasure. So Xiao Ding continued his journey alone. The crowded streets were empty, and everyone who saw Xiaoding hid, not daring to come out for fear of causing trouble. The scene shifted to Fangluo Palace. This place was quiet, cold, and desolate. Inside, there was an old ghost with 2 horns and pointed ears. He silently sensed the strange aura that had just entered, and grimaced, muttering, "They've come again." He said loudly to those in Fangluo Palace, "Those who covet this Fangluo treasure, after so many years, their evil hearts still haven't died." Standing below were his powerful subordinates. He asked, "Demon Kings, how should we deal with this?" One with a talisman on his face, looking like a Jiangshi, spoke up, "Palace Master, the one who came this time is a demon, different from the last one. This one is extremely powerful, easily taking the life of the Yishao King." The Palace Master continued, "Yishao King's combat power is equal to yours, and he didn't even have the strength to resist. This demon, I'm afraid, even I am no match for." They looked at each other with difficulty, each fearing the threat from Xiaoding. Sighs mingled, their eyes vacant, no one dared to stand up against this danger. Knowing the danger of the situation, the Palace Master of Fangluo Palace said, "But we, the people of Fangluo City, cannot wait to die." The Jiangshi asked, "Palace Master, then what should we do?" The Palace Master replied decisively, "I will personally go to meet this Xiaoding." This suggestion was immediately opposed. One wearing a hat covering his face stopped him, "No. The Palace Master suppresses Fangluo Palace. If anything unexpected happens, then..." The Palace Master at this time had no other choice. Xiaoding was too strong. If he didn't step forward, it would be difficult for anyone else to help. He said, "Things have come to this point, there's no other way. Everyone, prepare to welcome our guest. If that demon wants to slaughter us all, we can only resist with all our might." On Xiaoding's side at this time, he was still walking alone in the town, the silence was eerily frightening. Suddenly, a voice called out to Xiaoding not far away, "Demon friend, would you like to visit Fangluo Palace?" Xiaoding didn't hesitate before this suggestion. He directly agreed with the unfamiliar voice. A small purple flame appeared to lead the way. Xiaoding also understood that he would have to follow this flame. He just trudged along, following the flame, not knowing where it would lead him. After walking for a while, Xiaoding stopped. In front of him was a dark path between the trees, leading to a bottomless river. The atmosphere here was 100 times more eerie than in town. Not long after arriving, a small boat appeared on the river, slowly moving towards Xiaoding. The boatman was unexpectedly a skeleton ghost. The boat slowly approached Xiaoding and stopped. The skeleton invited Xiaoding, saying, "Please come aboard." Without waiting for a second invitation, Xiaoding jumped onto the strange boat. As soon as he stepped onto the boat, he felt a powerful aura. Xiaoding exclaimed, "This boat is unexpectedly a magical artifact. Interesting." The boat glided at a steady pace on the quiet river. It was unknown how long it would take to reach the destination. After some time drifting on the river, Fangluo Palace finally appeared before his eyes. The boat carrying Xiaoding quickly docked safely. Entering the main hall of Fangluo Palace, the Palace Master and his confidants were already waiting for Xiaoding. Seeing him enter, the Palace Master greeted, "Demon, greetings." Xiaoding replied curtly, "Hello," accompanied by a somewhat smug smile. The Palace Master appeared indignant and questioned Xiaoding, "Why are you all so obsessed with the Fangluo treasure? For this external object, you don't hesitate to come to my Fangluo Palace wave after wave, killing my people, disrupting the peace here." Being suddenly questioned like this left Xiaoding bewildered. This was his first time here, so why did the Palace Master say it was multiple attacks? The Palace Master continued, "Demon, you are stronger than anyone who has ever come here. The Fangluo treasure is no longer of much use to you. Can you spare our Fangluo city this time?" The more he spoke, the less Xiaoding understood, his bewildered expression looked comical. Zni then said to Xiaoding, "Boss, why does it feel like you've become the bad guy?" Xiaoding was stunned for a moment before replying to the palace master, "You said I killed your people." But it was clearly that Yi Xiao who attacked first. The Jiangshi nearby couldn't stand Xiaoding's blaming attitude and cursed, "You bastard." He raised his voice and questioned Xiaoding, "Do you know what the Yi Xiao king went through?" He pointed at Xiaoding's face and cursed vehemently, "The Yi Xiao king's father, wife, and children were all killed by you outsiders." The Yi Xiao king's personality changed from then on. "It was you who destroyed everything for our Fangluo people. We Fangluo people can't wait to drink all your blood and peel off all your skin." The Jiangshi's sudden anger made the palace master's face flush as he shouted, "You la." It turned out the Jiangshi's name was Yulane. As soon as the palace master shouted, he fell silent, not daring to say another word. Hearing Yula's words, Xiaoding called out Zni and asked, "Has your system been upgraded? Tell me what's going on here." Zni replied, "No. I haven't received any information at all." The palace master then continued, "Demon, you are very strong. Perhaps even I am not your opponent. But to protect Fangluo City, I must lead our people in a bloody battle to the end." As soon as he finished speaking, the palace master's hands gathered a dark aura, preparing for battle. At the same time, the people in the main hall also began to transform themselves, seemingly determined to fight to the death with Xiaoding this time. Xiaoding said in a deep voice, "I have no intention of killing all of you. But I want to know, what has happened in your Fangluo city before now?" The palace master gestured to his subordinates, "You all step back first." The palace master wanted to stay alone with Xiaoding, which made his subordinates extremely worried. They gathered together, unwilling to leave. The palace master sternly shouted, "Retreat." After everyone else had left, the palace master sat down with Xiaoding and began to recount, "All of this has to be told from 500,000 years ago. One day, Fangluo City was invaded by uninvited guests. These people called this place the True God Realm, massacring our people and plundering our Fangluo treasure. Relying on the military strength of our Fangluo City, we easily slaughtered most of those invaders, but some escaped, taking the Feng Dao treasure with them. But unexpectedly, since that time, every 100,000 years, a large number of people have come to continuously massacre our Fangluo City. Until now, it has been almost 500,000 years. Our Fangluo City has always adhered to peace, never waged war with anyone." Speaking of this, the palace master was extremely indignant. He angrily said, "But those people always bring disaster to us. The people of Fangluo City have great difficulty reproducing. To give birth to a child, it takes more than 10,000 years. Coupled with the continuous massacres, our Fangluo City has suffered immensely." Xiaoding suddenly pointed out a flaw in the palace master's story. "That's not right. There's clearly a hole in your words. In Fangluo City, the Ghost Kings have extraordinary cultivation. Based on my understanding of those who often come, they simply don't have the ability to massacre Fangluo City." The palace master sighed and replied, "Alas, it's precisely because Fangluo City relies on the strength of our Ghost Kings that we cannot leave our throne in Fangluo City. Once we leave, the entire city will collapse, so those outsiders take advantage of this point to continuously slaughter our Fangluo people from the outside." Xiaoding continued, "So you invited me here. If we can negotiate successfully, then there will be peace. If not, you can also fight to the death with me inside this Fangluo palace, right?" The palace master immediately admitted, "That's right, it's just when I saw you, I knew I was no match for you." Hearing this, Xiaoding became even more disgusted with the system that followed him, so he called out Zni. He said to her, "I'm now more and more convinced that this True God Realm is something you science and technology people created. Right?" Zni was once again frightened by Xiaoding's cold attitude. She stammered in denial, I really don't know." Xiaoding turned and asked the palace master, "Do you know about science and technology?" Yes, they are called systems. As soon as he heard Xiaoding mention it, the palace master's eyes widened in surprise. This surprised attitude made Xiaoding understand. He said, "It seems you don't know. You're very curious, right? Why did these people from outside suddenly come here? Moreover, they all come regularly every 100,000 years." The palace master sighed and replied, "I'm also very curious myself, but no matter how I investigate, I can't find any information in the end." Alas! Xiaoding immediately comforted him, "Don't worry, before I came here, it wasn't for a massacre." Seeing that Xiaoding had no intention of killing, the palace master said happily, "Thank you." Thinking that all of this was caused by some stupid system playing tricks on him, Xiaoding said in a deep voice, "If all of this is orchestrated by science and technology, then how terrifying must their power be? In front of them, we are just puppets being manipulated and played with on a chessboard, ha ha. The Uming path is Fangluo city, then where will the refining god path lead to? Perhaps it's also another world, just a weaker one." Understanding the root of the story, Xiaoding regretted killing the Yishao king. He clasped his hands and bowed in apology to the palace master. "I'm truly sorry for killing one of your ghost kings. I really didn't mean to." The palace master replied, "It's all fate." Xiaoding didn't linger. He bowed and said, "I've learned what I needed to know. Farewell." The palace master also bowed in return and said, "Farewell." After the farewells, Xiaoding disappeared immediately. After Xiaoding left, the palace master suddenly gave a sly smile, he he he. Even more unexpectedly, the laughter was suddenly mimicked, repeatedly echoing he 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 in the Fangluo main hall. Xiaoding, who had just disappeared, reappeared behind the palace master, startling him and causing him to ask in panic, why have you come back?" Xiaoding frowned and replied, "I've thought about it and feel that we should talk again." As expected, a guilty conscience betrays itself. Before Xiaoding could speak, the palace master denied, "Xiaoding, I didn't lie to you." Xiaoding immediately replied, "I didn't say you lied to me." As he spoke, he punched the palace master, who fortunately dodged the blow quickly. The palace master immediately drew his saber. It was clear that he had deceived Xiaoding so smoothly, but he didn't understand why Xiaoding had returned. The palace master swung his saber at Xiaoding, but it basically had no attacking power. Xiaoding easily blocked the descending blade with his bare hands, without even using his aura. With a flick of his wrist, the palace master's saber instantly turned into scrap metal. Xiaoding coldly asked him, "Is that all you've got?" Without waiting for the old man to answer, Xiaoding punched him repeatedly in the stomach and chest. After a few punches, the old man was sent flying tens of meters. Blood spurted from his mouth, his face contorted in pain. Xiaoding didn't want to stop at just a few punches. He jumped and prepared to strike again. Seeing that he was about to be finished, the palace master took out a silver sword. This one looked completely different from the previous saber, looking much more powerful. He gritted his teeth and questioned, "Xiaoding, why do you have to push me like this?" Xiaoding replied, "Because you are not Ren La at all. You are those science and technology people, am I right?" The palace master immediately denied, "I really don't know what this science and technology you speak of means." "What do you mean?" Xiaoding threw his deadly fist, his voice hardening as he said, "I believe you know what I mean." With a thud, Xiaoding punched the palace master. At the same time, the palace master took out dozens of weapons, hoping to use their aura to block Xiaoding. Xiaoding didn't take these weapons seriously. He even said, "Do you have any other weapons? Take them out quickly." Before he could take out any more weapons, the palace master was punched in the dantian by Xiaoding. The critical hit made him grimace in pain. Thinking this was the end, unexpectedly, the palace master disappeared, leaving only a green flame burning around Xiaoding's hand. The sly old man's voice rang out, "Now this is interesting." Xiaoding raised his burning arm and tried to blow out the flames, but to no avail. Before he could figure out how to deal with the flames, they were strangely withdrawn. It turned out to be the palace master. His hand was holding a golden mold, containing the green flame that had just attacked Xiaoding. The old man gloated, "Xiaoding, I really don't know what science and technology is, but this flame is the heart flame of our Fangluo city. As long as Fangluo city exists, the flame will not be extinguished. Now your hands are crippled." As soon as he finished speaking, the space was suddenly enveloped in the green color of the heart flame. Under the palace master's control, it was concentrating on attacking Xiaoding. Watching the streams of heart flame rushing out, the palace master laughed triumphantly, "Xiaoding, you will die by this heart flame." Xiaoding didn't respond, only his hand, burning with the heart flame, clenched into a fist. While the palace master was gloating over Xiaoding's impending doom, Xiaoding unexpectedly delivered a deadly punch infused with the burning heart flame, straight into the old man's side. Xiaoding's hand was still enveloped by the heart flame, which refused to be extinguished. Contrary to the palace master's expectations, Xiaoding was extremely calm and unafraid. He said to the palace master, "This flame is somewhat interesting, but it can't burn me." The old palace master could only grit his teeth in anger. Xiaoding said to him, "I've run out of patience." Xiaoding stopped playing around. Just a second later, the so-called immortal heart flame was easily broken by him. Xiaoding's powerful sword was summoned. His opponent today would probably have his death anniversary today. The appearance of the demon emperor sword changed the situation. The aura within Fangluo Palace became thick with the scent of the demon race. Without a word, Xiaoding slashed at the old man with his sword. The aura spread out like a terrifying wave, unstoppable. The palace master saw that the situation was not good, his terrified expression said it all. He once again took out the heart flame, wanting to use it to devour Xiaoding's attack. Not stopping there, he took out countless other weapons, doing everything he could to resist the powerful opponent in front of him. It was expected that the old man could temporarily avoid this attack with the current aura on his body, but the strain was evident in every muscle of his. The palace master dodged the first attack, each of his 6 arms holding a weapon, yet still struggling to fight. Letting Xiaoding take the initiative to attack would likely result in more harm than good, so he grabbed a spear, wanting to take the initiative this time to catch Xiaoding off guard. Without any fanfare, Xiaoding quietly gripped his sword and said, "It's now, Demon Emperor Sword." The aura of the Demon Emperor Sword suddenly surged, and Xiaoding's eyes became extremely cold. Xiaoding's aura gradually enveloped the entire Fangluo Palace, no longer showing the respect he had when listening to the palace master's tragic story. With a boom, Xiaoding erupted with a terrifying aura, a purple light illuminating the entire Fangluo Palace. The palace master's subordinates were extremely worried. They were about to rush forward to rescue him when, fortunately, Yula the Jiangshi stopped them. At the same time, the palace master also underwent a transformation, his aura suddenly bursting forth with a completely new level of cultivation. As Xiaoding had guessed, behind this palace master was another system controlling his actions. This system was a woman who looked somewhat like Zni, but with a much more arrogant and hateful demeanor. Seeing the palace master's system appear, Xiaoding smirked, knowing he had guessed correctly. Finally, after pushing and pressing, the stubborn system appeared. Xiaoding glanced at Zni, who immediately trembled and said, "Boss, I really don't know." Xiaoding didn't bother with her. He immediately questioned the system beside the palace master. "This true god realm was indeed created by you, right? Tell me, what is your purpose?" The other system didn't answer, only smiled mysteriously, raising her hand to her chest, preparing to cast a spell. The system was activated, and a light enveloped the Fangluo Palace Master's body. A few seconds later, the Palace Master's eyes widened, bloodshot. His whole body suddenly mutated, especially his hands, which seemed to have been replaced, assembled with parts resembling a robot. Sure enough, this Palace Master was an embodiment of a controlling system, his mechanical appearance unmistakable. He said, "Life form, I admit you are very strong, but don't think that you alone can overthrow the authority of our science and technology. After saying that, the system stretched out a hand, bound Xiaoding tightly, and lifted him high. Xiaoding urgently wanted to break free, but he suddenly became worried as his body couldn't move. Looking at the confusion in Xiaoding's eyes, the system began to taunt, "Perhaps you have surpassed level 9 life form, and reached level 10. But before us, you are just lowly ants." It slapped Xiaoding across the face and cursed, "Lowly." The word lowly echoed in Xiaoding's mind, and he didn't even notice the pain from being choked almost to death. The system cursed lowly while slapping and punching Xiaoding in the face. Was this revenge for Xiaoding's punches earlier? After punching and kicking for a while, the system grabbed Xiaoding by the collar, shook him, and prepared a death scythe punch to finish him off, saying, "Lowly life form, disappear." As the punch was about to connect, Xiaoding blocked it with one hand and asked, "Have you had enough?" Not having retaliated once after being punched and kicked for so long, the sudden counterattack, at the last moment stunned the system. Xiaoding twisted the system-controlled palace master's hand and said in a deep voice, "I don't know what this level 10 life form you speak of means, but I know that you are no match for me." Then, bam! A swift kick straight to the system-controlled palace master's dantian sent him falling backward. He fell and couldn't get up. The system, unable to continue controlling him, was forced to manifest once more. As soon as the system escaped from the palace master's body, Xiaoding immediately captured her. One hand was more than enough. Xiaoding squeezed her hand tightly, warning the system of his danger. Seeing her moaning in pain, Xiaoding asked, "I'll ask again, what is your conspiracy?" This system was very stubborn. It refused to reveal its ultimate goal, only replying, "You cannot win against the heavenly official we have begun." Knowing that keeping her wouldn't yield any more information, Xiaoding tightened his grip, crushing the system in his hand. Xiaoding once again asked Zni, "What exactly is the heavenly official?" As before, Zni didn't know the answer, only stood still, feigning a system error to avoid answering. Without an answer, Xiaoding turned to other matters. He looked at the palace master lying on the ground with disgust. He approached him and transmitted an aura to help restore his breathing. As he did so, he called out, "You can't die yet. Wake up for me." While Xiaoding was trying to save the palace master, his subordinates rushed in, shouting, "Demon, release the palace master." Xiaoding coldly shouted, "Don't interfere." The subordinates froze, not daring to move. They seemed to realize that Xiaoding wasn't trying to kill their palace master, so they waited for the outcome. A few minutes later, finally, after Xiaoding's efforts, the palace master gradually woke up. Looking at Xiaoding standing before him, the palace master vaguely guessed who had saved him. He asked Xiaoding in a deep voice, "Demon, did you save me?" Xiaoding replied, "I didn't save you. It's just that you're still alive, and I still have a use for you." Then, Xiaoding began to ask him, "Tell me, what exactly is the system inside you?" The palace master, indebted to Xiaoding, didn't hide anything anymore, telling Xiaoding everything he knew. While Xiaoding was in Fangluo city, the demon disciples were facing considerable trouble. Xiaoding's powerful assistants were gathered at the Demon Emperor Palace, discussing the situation. Black Tiger spoke first. "The Demon Emperor has been gone for almost a year. Why have so many mysterious human experts suddenly appeared during this time?" Black Tiger wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and continued in a dejected tone, "The growth rate of the human race has far exceeded our expectations. What is going on?" Qin Yao gritted her teeth and said firmly to everyone, "No matter what, we must defend the Demon Emperor Palace and wait for the Demon Emperor's return." During Xiaoding's absence from the Demon Emperor clan, the recently conquered territories were almost all retaken, blood staining the land, chaos rampant. A new character appeared. This person, alone, with a single saber, had slain countless demon disciples. He and his companions bombarded everywhere, killing wherever they went. He thought, "This continent is truly weak." He looked at a teammate not far away and exclaimed, "Oh, no, this is an ideal place to easily accumulate contribution points. When we return to the sect, we will definitely be able to exchange for a lot of heavenly and earthly treasures. A shout of kill. These humans continued their slaughter of demon disciples, blood flowing everywhere, corpses piling up. Back to the system world, the place that controls all the actions and events of the world. At this moment, the system displayed that the heavenly official's activation index had reached 50%. The old man said excitedly, "The heavenly official is halfway activated." He. As for Xiao Ding, he had just heard everything from the palace master. The palace master also received information from Xiao Ding. After hearing it, he asked thoughtfully, "According to what you said, our Fengdu city is just a higher-level dungeon in your continent." Yu La was furious, his rapid breathing almost blowing away the talisman on his head. He said angrily, "To be played like this in the palm of their hand, how hateful." The palace master gritted his teeth and said, "But even if we know the truth, what can we do? How can we resist them with our own strength?" Seeing everyone's tension, Xiao Ding said, "Don't blame yourselves for being powerless. Although these science and technology people have many magical powers and tricks, they are not invincible. At least their main bodies don't have any combat power. If we can get close to the main body of that science and technology person, perhaps we can completely destroy them." The palace master became eager and said, "Xiao Ding, if you need anything, our Fangluo city is willing to give our full support." After saying that, the palace master took out a small box and handed it to Xiao Ding. He said, "All of the Fangluo treasure of our Fangluo city is given to you." Xiao Ding didn't hesitate and accepted it immediately, replying, "Then I won't stand on ceremony." Finally, everything was settled, and Xiao Ding didn't stay long. He reminded the palace master, "All right, I should go back now. Ran La, you must be absolutely careful during this time." Palace master Ran La truly admired Xiao Ding now. Before leaving, he even bowed politely and said, "Xiao Ding, I wish you success." In the blink of an eye, Xiao Ding disappeared into the air, about to return to his demon clan. Xiao Ding left, and Jianzhu Ran La sighed, his eyes filled with worry. Soon, Xiao Ding returned to the mysterious door. Just as he arrived, before even stepping through, Xiao Ding felt a sense of unease. The current aura of the Demon Emperor's palace was incredibly weak. Everything was fine while he was away, yet now it had deteriorated. Xiao Ding frowned in displeasure, wondering why the Demon Emperor's palace's aura had weakened so much, and why there were so many powerful auras present. Xiao Ding immediately summoned Tai Ni and said, "Investigate the current status of the Demon Emperor's palace for me." The Demon Emperor's palace's level has dropped to 999, the population is down to 2.2 million, and it's in a dangerous state. Xiao Ding anxiously asked, "What's going on? Wasn't the Demon Emperor's palace level 9,999 before? And what does dangerous mean?" Facing Xiao Ding's questions, Tai Ni stammered, unable to provide any further information. Xiao Ding turned his head and said, "Forget it." He knew asking her further would be pointless. As she knew nothing, Xiao Ding accelerated his return to the demon clan, saying, "I'll see for myself when I get back." Xiao Ding rushed off, ignoring the system notification that the world progress had reached 75%. A large crowd had gathered at the Demon Emperor's palace. They weren't demons, but humans, who had advanced this far surprisingly quickly. Each held swords, standing before the Demon Emperor's palace, asking each other, "Is this the Demon Emperor's palace?" A grunt laughed gleefully, "Looks like the contribution points this time belong to our Kai Yang zone." Their laughter was short-lived, as they saw Xiao Ding returning. The humans pointed and exclaimed, "The Demon Emperor is here." Looking at the rabble of humans suddenly appearing in his territory, Xiao Ding's face darkened. He wondered, what's going on? Why are there so many human experts? Is this the system's doing again? To find out, Xiao Ding quickly landed, blocking the humans at the Demon Emperor's palace gates. Heihu, upon seeing Xiao Ding, excitedly ran out and called, "Demon Emperor, you're finally back. Seeing He Hu and Xing Yao, his close associates, now battered and wounded, Xiao Ding said nothing and directly used his spiritual power to heal them. A moment later, Xiao Ding asked them, what happened? He Hu lowered his head, and Xing Yao said with a choked voice, Your Majesty, it's Xing Yao's incompetence. He Hu then added, Demon Emperor, He Hu is incompetent. Xiao Ding's expression turned serious, his voice deepening, now is not the time to argue. Tell me, what happened? Before any of them could speak, a fearless human pointed his sword at Xiao Ding and shouted, Are you the Demon Emperor here? A fat man beside him approached and reminded, Be careful, the Demon Emperor seems to have regenerative abilities. Unaware of the Demon Emperor's true power, the first man disregarded the advice. Saying arrogantly, just some minor healing ability, what's so scary? We've trained hard for days to challenge this instance. Hearing this, Xiao Ding narrowed his eyes and thought, instance. So that's it. Xiao Ding's demeanor suddenly made the humans break out in a cold sweat. They felt a significant threat from this Demon Emperor. To show the humans what true power was, Xiao Ding unleashed his terrifying Demon Emperor aura. His voice boomed, Science and technology body, have you turned this place into an instance map like Fangluo City? The Demon Emperor's sword was officially summoned, and this time, the humans would have a hard time escaping the demon clan alive. It was unknown how many experts the humans had, but Xiao Ding's simple display of power intimidated many. The humans, however, were not afraid. Upon seeing the Demon Emperor's sword, they became extremely excited. It turned out that the Demon Emperor's sword was a level 100 reward item, something the humans were vying for. The system was certainly good at motivating them. The same fearless man charged first, saying, If I bring this back to the sect, it'll be enough to exchange for high-level martial skills. He charged towards Xiao Ding like an arrow, shouting, If you don't act, the Demon Emperor's sword is mine. Facing this foolish grunt, Xiao Ding merely raised 2 fingers to teach him a lesson in humility. The Demon Emperor's sword immediately pointed directly at the man's face. Sensing the imminent danger, the human trembled, sweat drenching his head, his face pale as a sheet. Xiao Ding had only raised his sword as a threat and hadn't even attacked yet. Even if this entire group charged, they probably wouldn't even touch a hair on his head. The humans looked at each other in panic, saying, We are doomed. This Demon Emperor isn't level 100. Seeing that one person charging wasn't working, the entire group shouted, Let's all go together. With that, they all charged towards Xiao Ding. Xiao Ding slowly raised his sword, his eyes flashing with anger, his lips moving as if reciting something inaudible. Before they could get close, the humans began to collapse, one after another. Xiao Ding's sword had swept through them like a gust of wind, effortlessly. In a blink of an eye, Xiao Ding had dealt with the entire group, his Demon Emperor aura overwhelming the crowd. At that moment, a strange phenomenon appeared in mid-air, like a dimensional gate opening. The gate descended, getting closer to where Xiao Ding and the others stood. Xiao Ding watched silently, ready to fight at any moment. Figures began to emerge from the strange gate. Oddly, they were all women. Upon appearing, they chatted amongst themselves. Kai Yang Zong has been completely wiped out. One who seemed to be their leader added, It seems this instance isn't simple. They quickly landed at the Demon Emperor's palace. A blue-haired woman excitedly said to their leader, That's great. Kai Yang Zong has been wiped out, so this Demon Emperor instance belongs to Shui Yan Zong. The leader glanced at Xiao Ding and cautioned, Don't be careless. The knowledgeable woman said, This Demon Emperor was able to wipe out Kai Yang Zong, so his level must be far beyond 100, perhaps even 120. Her companion praised. Grand Ancestor, you're also a peak expert, who soloed a level 150 instance. She then looked at Xiao Ding and continued dismissively, He's just a small level 120 Demon Emperor, nothing to be afraid of. Xiao Ding's ears itched, hearing their words. He nodded in agreement, well said. As he spoke, Xiao Ding raised his cultivation level, cursing the outsiders, barking well. The Shui Yanzong members charged, shouting, "Die, depraved demon!" The Shui Yanzong ancestor lunged forward with her fist, saying, "Despicable race." Xiao Ding scoffed, "Depraved demon, you say?" He then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, well said." Suddenly, she transformed into multiple clones, surrounding Xiao Ding. The Shui Yanzong ancestor continued to belittle Xiao Ding. "Demon, being able to die under the Liu Yun sword of Shui Yanzong is a death without regrets." Xiao Ding coldly replied, "You're not worthy of dying under the demon emperor's sword." With that, he actually sheathed his sword, seemingly not intending to use it against these chattering women. Xiao Ding's arrogance angered the ancestor. She roared, "You dare speak such arrogant words even at death's door." The clones increased their attack, launching themselves at Xiao Ding like arrows. Seeing their ancestor and sisters attacking in formation, the women behind them widened their eyes and whispered, "This is the Wujian Yingju. It seems Grand Ancestor wants a swift victory." Facing the Shui Yanzong ancestors' relentless assault, Xiao Ding remained calm, silently awaiting the attack. The ancestor said with disdain, "Die, demon. One could only wish these people a complete death." Defeating Xiao Ding was a delusion. Their so-called powerful Wujian Yingju couldn't even penetrate Xiao Ding's defense. Yet they were so proud. This childish technique only made Xiao Ding chuckle silently. The ancestor's eyes widened in astonishment, her heart trembling with fear. "Huh? Does he still have high-level defensive artifacts?" Seeing her technique easily blocked, the Shui Yun ancestor couldn't stay still any longer. She reinforced her power, preparing a new attack, saying in surprise, "I didn't expect you to have high-level artifacts besides the Demon Emperor's sword." Big words. What great prophet was this ancestor talking about? Was she planning to rob Xiao Ding? Seeing her confidently charge, with her sword made one fear for her imminent demise. Indeed, this prepared attack seemed to pack some power. This ancestor wasn't completely weak. Water still surrounded Xiao Ding, but no fear could be seen on his face. Xiao Ding raised his hand, a dense aura emanating from his palm, his eyes locked onto the Shui Yanzong ancestor. With a boom, Xiao Ding downed the Shui Yanzong ancestor with a single move, without any elaborate setup. He was indeed worthy of being the chosen protagonist. The ancestor was surprised by Xiao Ding's counterattack, probably thinking she was the strongest and that no one could counter her previous move. Reality was often harsh. She was injured by Xiao Ding's single palm strike, sent flying hundreds of meters. Seeing their grand senior sister fall, a woman cried out in alarm, "Grand senior sister." The heavily injured Shui Yanzong ancestor stubbornly said, "I'm fine." Inwardly, she trembled, such terrifying power. This demon emperor's level must be over 150, maybe even 180. It seemed she couldn't hide her true abilities any longer. She began gathering energy, preparing to unleash her ultimate technique. The blue orb in her hand suddenly grew larger, radiating energy and rapidly healing her wounds before everyone's eyes. In just a few short minutes, her previous injuries completely vanished, returning her to peak condition. This ability also intrigued Xiao Ding, his eyes fixated on the woman before him. Witnessing this miracle, the women praised their own. "This is the Shui Yan orb, Master's life-saving treasure. With this treasure, Grand Senior Sister can recover instantly from any injury." Xiao Ding chuckled, "Interesting treasure." The ancestor, feeling advantageous, said, "Demon, the Shui Yan orb contains the power of life. As long as it exists, I'm immortal. I advise you to surrender." Xiao Ding, without a word, decisively leaped forward. Swish! While the woman continued chattering, Xiao Ding struck with a slash, testing her immortality. Oh, so immortal meant still bleeding when injured. The ancestor couldn't dodge Xiao Ding's attack and was knocked back, spitting blood. Fortunately, she didn't fall, managing to stay on her black high heels. Her injuries were being healed by her treasure, but Xiao Ding's attack speed terrified her. Xiao Ding wouldn't stop at just one slash. He quickly followed up with several kicks from his 2-meter-long legs. Each kick threatened to break the chattering woman's bones. She couldn't defend, only screaming in panic. After attacking for a while, Xiaoding paused and asked condescendingly, "Immortal, are you? Then I want to see how long you can last." Xiaoding threw her to the ground like a doll. He then lifted her by the neck mercilessly. Although she was a woman, she was no exception to Xiaoding. His grip tightened, her blood vessels bulging as if about to burst. Next year would be this ancestor's death anniversary, if she was lucky enough to have disciples offer her chicken sacrifices. Indeed, the protagonist, even if it was a beauty, wouldn't hesitate to kill. The Shui Yanzong disciples were stunned. They watched their senior sister, their ancestor, being beaten, their faces pale, none daring to intervene. The ancestor, with her last breath, cursed Xiaoding, "Demon, you're too cruel." Xiaoding replied indifferently, "Didn't you call me a demon? I must be cruel to live up to the name." After saying this, Xiaoding finally released his grip. Not to spare her, but to prepare for the real execution. That healing ability suddenly seemed ineffective. The ancestor was incredibly weak, probably unable to even kill an ant. Xiaoding drew the demon emperor's sword and said to the ancestor, "I'm curious, if your body is cut in half, how will you regenerate? Or what will happen?" These words truly frightened the woman. Tears streamed down her face as she stammered, "No, don't." Xiaoding coldly placed the sword against her neck, and she screamed in terror, "Stop." Xiaoding asked indifferently, "Oh, are you scared now?" The ancestor trembled, "I surrender. Don't kill me." Xiaoding, satisfied, sheathed the demon emperor's sword, "That's more like it." He then extended his hand towards the ancestor and said, "Hand it over." Huh? What was he demanding now? Exploiting her? Seeing her confusion, Xiaoding said directly, "The Shuiyan orb. It's mine now." The Shuiyan Zong ancestor was reluctant to give up her treasure, but she had lost to the rogue Xiaoding. Finally, she obediently handed it over. Xiaoding took the treasure, absorbing the first waves of spiritual energy from it. Dissatisfied with its name, Xiaoding decided to rename it, Shuiyan Orb, such an unpleasant name. "From now on, you are the Demon Emperor Orb." Having obtained the treasure, Xiaoding no longer wanted to see these invaders. He shooed them away, "Get lost. Don't ever crawl back here again." Shui Yanzong retreated in droves, fortunate enough not to be completely annihilated like the first group of men. Watching them leave, Xiaoding's heart was filled with worry. This place has been turned into an instance by that damn science and technology body. This will be troublesome. Realizing the importance of cultivation, Xiaoding thought, if my cultivation stagnates, I won't be able to face the next powerful enemy. I must break through and become stronger. Indeed, with Xiaoding, everything seemed easier. The demon clan could enjoy a period of peace. He Hu cheered joyfully, "The demon emperor is mighty." Xiaoding reprimanded seriously, "What's there to be happy about? You were beaten by a group of humans and couldn't even lift your heads. Are you even worthy of protecting our demon clan?" He Hu and Xing Yao immediately deflated. Xiaoding sighed, "Forget it, I can't blame you." The treasure he had just obtained was immediately put to use. He used the Demon Emperor Orb to heal his subordinates, quickly restoring them to their former state. Xiaoding, appearing tired, turned and entered the Demon Emperor's palace, instructing his subordinates, "See me at the Demon Emperor's palace tomorrow. Now, dismiss yourselves." Xiaoding sat alone on his throne. The current situation of the demon clan made him sigh in frustration. At that moment, Tai Ni suddenly appeared, stammering, "Boss." Seeing her hesitation, Xiaoding snapped at her to speak. Tai Ni remained hesitant, unable to form a sentence. If it were me, I would have slapped her a few times. Suddenly, Tai Ni's body began to disintegrate. Xiaoding exclaimed in shock, "Hey! Tai Ni, what's happening to you?" A system announcement rang out, "Heaven's Gate activating, 100%. Tai Ni transformed into small system fragments, her form seemingly vanishing into nothingness. Xiaoding frowned, wondering, what's going on? The system continued to display messages. Heaven's Gate activated, the Demon Lord cultivation system is upgrading. What was this? The system was opening Heaven's Gate and upgrading simultaneously. Was this beneficial or harmful to Xiaoding? Xiaoding didn't understand what this upgrade entailed. Was it him upgrading, or Tai Ni? The system upgrade progressed from 10%, 20%, all the way to 100%. Suddenly, the system announced, detected subordinate intelligent entity escaping control, initiating force destruction mode. Xiaoding began to ponder. The progress bar now reached 100% completion. Detected subordinate intelligent entity escaping control, initiating destruction mode. As the destruction announcement appeared, Tai Ni's cries of pain echoed, making Xiaoding anxious. Tai Ni's form reappeared, but continued to fade. She cried out in fear, "Boss, save me." Xiaoding cursed inwardly, "Damn it, what are those bastards plotting now?" While Xiaoding cursed, Tai Ni was almost completely gone, fearing her complete disappearance. Initially, Xiaoding didn't care, but considering Tai Ni had been with him for so long, he wanted to see what they were up to. So, Xiaoding asked, "Tai Ni, what should I do?" Tai Ni's weak voice replied, Energy. Understanding what he had to do, Xiaoding immediately transferred his energy to Tai Ni. Xiaoding was now serious about saving his little system. He used both hands to transfer 2 streams of energy to Tai Ni. The sudden surge of energy triggered a system warning, detecting high energy levels. Xiaoding prayed silently, Tai Ni, don't die. Feeling it wasn't enough to save Tai Ni, Xiaoding gathered a massive amount of energy. It worked. The system was immediately neutralized, the assimilation process failing. Tai Ni's body gradually solidified. A strange light flashed. When she fully materialized, Tai Ni had completely transformed into a beautiful system girl. Xiaoding looked at her curiously and asked, "Upgrade successful?" The light flashed again. Tai Ni's body shrunk back to its original size. She examined herself and said disappointedly, "Upgrade successful." "No, why hasn't my appearance changed at all?" Xiaoding also sighed, "Is this what you call an upgrade?" Tai Ni faced Xiaoding, wanting to say something but trembling, unable to form a sentence. Xiaoding feigned annoyance, "What are you afraid of? Am I that scary?" Tai Ni suddenly gave a thumbs up, affirming, No. I have only infinite respect for boss." After her flattery, she opened the system and called, "Boss, check your attributes." The system displayed, name, Xiaoding. Level, life. Destiny body, elementary. Xiaoding frowned, scanning the information. "I don't understand any of this." He asked Tai Ni, "What's special about these levels?" Tai Ni began to explain, "A life form, or a population of life forms with souls, can typically break through to a dimensional existence upon reaching a certain level." Tai Ni opened the system. She simulated a vivid universe to explain things more clearly to Xiaoding. First is the first dimension, which is the most basic life dimension, possessing cultivation and technology. A destiny body life form means they've broken through the first dimension and reached the second dimension. Next, the second dimension is a reality that can transcend time barriers to a certain extent. The mention of time barriers piqued Xiaoding's interest. Tai Ni continued, "A rule body life form can break through the second dimension and reach the third dimension. The third dimension can be understood as a dimension controller. A unique level of expert who can freely create life and dimensions." Xiaoding asked, "What about a Quan body life form?" Tai Ni replied, "A Quan body life form is the true ruler of the entire universe, representing the strongest existence." Xiaoding mused, "I thought I was strong enough, but I'm just a drop in the ocean." The levels were explained sufficiently. Xiaoding then curiously asked, "What about your science and technology body?" Tai Ni replied enthusiastically, "After upgrading, I've gained more authority." The highest level of a science and technology body can only transcend the second dimension. So that was it. Xiaoding understood a little. Tai and I suggested, but boss, if you want to contend for control with the intellectual body, you must at least reach the peak of the destiny level. Xiaoding suddenly looked at Tai and I and asked, can I trust you? Tai and I replied firmly, thanks to boss, I'm now a completely independent intellectual body, possessing independent authority. So, boss, please trust me. Tai and I's eyes looked sincere. Xiaoding smiled warmly, his voice softening, if that's the case, don't call me boss anymore. Call me Xiaoding. From now on, we are true partners. What? What did he mean by partners? These words made Tai and I's little heart flutter. How scandalous. At that moment, Xiaoding pricked his finger. He let his blood drip onto the ground, seemingly preparing something special. Where the blood landed, red swirling circles appeared, emitting immense energy. Xiaoding used his finger to control the swirling circles, beginning to merge them together. From one or two circles, many more appeared. It was unclear what Xiaoding intended to do. The answer soon revealed itself. They were appearing. Strange dark figures emerged from the swirling circles, rising from the ground. These were demon generals created from Xiaoding's blood. This continent had been turned into a high-level instance map. These demon generals were essential for Xiaoding, serving as powerful aides in the coming times. All these demon generals would be under Xiaoding's control, now just a step away from completion. Once complete, these aides could operate independently while remaining under Xiaoding's control. The demon generals' forms became clearer, a total of 8 being formed. A few minutes later, the 8 demon generals were finally created. They knelt, respectfully greeting their creator, saying in unison, "We greet the demon emperor." Xiaoding told his demon generals to rise. The demon generals immediately obeyed. Tai and I, looking at the 8 demon generals, exclaimed in surprise, "Ah! Xiaoding, the 8 you created all possess peak life form strength." Xiaoding replied, "This is a secret technique of our demon clan. It consumes a certain amount of lifespan. If it weren't for protecting our world at this time, I wouldn't use it so easily." After saying that, he began to command the 8 demon generals, 8 of you, spread out and defend the 8 directions of the demon clan's territory. Depart immediately. The demon generals were formed from a portion of his lifespan, so they were absolutely loyal to their master. Upon receiving the order, they immediately took action. In the blink of an eye, the 8 demon generals had moved to their respective territories to defend. After assigning the task to the demon generals, Xiaoding mysteriously said to T.N.I., "I'll take you somewhere." T.N.I. curiously asked, "Where? Where are we going?" Xiaoding didn't answer but just smiled faintly. He turned back towards the wall behind his throne. At this moment, he drew a circle in the air with his hand. Suddenly, he blew up the wall inside the demon emperor's palace. As the wall crumbled, it revealed a very large door behind it. Xiaoding pushed the door open, and a cloud of dust flew out, indicating that no one had been there for a very long time. Xiaoding introduced, "This is the demon emperor's secret chamber. Inside, there are quite a few statues placed right in the middle of the room." Xiaoding said, "That's right, this place holds the carved statues of past demon emperors, and a tremendous source of power." Xiaoding's voice suddenly became mysterious. "The demon emperor's secret chamber holds the power of past demon emperors. After each demon emperor dies, their power is sealed here. If a demon emperor wants to accelerate their cultivation, they need to pass the emperor's trial. The so-called emperor's trial is to withstand a combined attack from all previous demon emperors. Therefore, the closer to the end, the harder the trial becomes. My master couldn't endure the emperor's trial." Everything seemed quite reasonable, but Xiaoding sighed and said, "But now, I have no choice but to gamble." Xiaoding stepped inside and bowed respectfully before the statues, saying, "Demon clan disciple, Xiaoding, greets the ancestors." Suddenly, The statue of an ancestor trembled and began to emit a faint yellow energy around it. The remaining statues also began to move one after another, and the energy emitted in the room grew stronger and stronger. A few seconds later, a strange voice echoed from afar within the room, "The Emperor's trial, 10 deaths, no life." Then the voice asked Xiao Ding, "Xiao Ding, are you ready?" Xiao Ding immediately replied, "Begin." Then the first statue of an ancestor began to float in midair. One after another, the subsequent statues also levitated by some invisible force. An energy enveloped Xiao Ding. A circle formed, separating him from normal space. Inside the space created by this power was a completely different, incredibly vast space. Xiao Ding said to himself in surprise, "Such a small place can condense an independent space." At this moment, a shadowy figure of unknown identity appeared on one side of the space. This shadow seemed to be heading towards Xiao Ding. Xiao Ding carefully observed every movement of the shadow. Then, in an instant, a battle erupted. Xiao Ding drew his Demon Emperor sword and slashed, while the shadow released a tremendous surge of energy. Although the identity of the shadow remained unknown, Xiao Ding and it fought intensely, neither yielding an inch. Xiao Ding found it difficult to deal with this shadow. He thought to himself, "Is this the power of a previous Demon Emperor?" Suddenly, the shadow lunged forward. It shattered Xiao Ding's attack, and the terrifying energy hurled him far away. A series of kicks followed. The shadow continuously launched fierce attacks at Xiao Ding, leaving him no chance to retaliate. While attacking, the shadow also demonstrated new techniques to Xiao Ding, as if imparting martial arts to the successor of the Demon Emperor. Surprisingly, this time the shadow not only taught, but also truly attacked Xiao Ding. A tremendous surge of unstoppable power rushed towards him. Xiao Ding stared at this power, stunned. It was the Demon Emperor blade, but clearly, this Demon Emperor blade was very different from Xiao Ding's. It was much, much stronger. The shadow held the approaching Demon Emperor blade, its terrifying aura capable of driving anyone to their death. What would Xiao Ding do next? He was almost no match for this shadow. If he couldn't fight, then evasion was the quickest option. Xiao Ding wasn't foolish enough to confront it directly, instead choosing to dodge the opponent's attacks. The blade slashed left, Xiao Ding dodged right. He also tried to counter with his sword, but it was quickly repelled by the power of the Demon Emperor blade. The blade and sword clashed loudly, but Xiao Ding never gained the upper hand. While dodging repeatedly, Xiao Ding finally got hit by a palm strike, a blow that nearly separated his soul from his body. The shadow swiftly snatched Xiao Ding's sword. But it didn't keep it, throwing it back to Xiao Ding. Xiao Ding firmly grasped the sword in his hand. Seeing the situation turn in his favor, Xiao Ding held the Demon Emperor sword and Demon Emperor blade in both hands and began to fuse them. He shouted, "Fuse!" Immediately, the sword and blade merged into one, emitting a blinding light, signaling the completion of the fusion. The combination of these two weapons was truly formidable. No weapon in this story had ever surpassed it. Xiao Ding held the blade in his hand, now brimming with confidence, looking much more self-assured than before. TNI, looking at Xiao Ding's aura, couldn't help but praise, "So cool." Indeed, with the accompanying accessory, Xiao Ding looked much more imposing. This blade represented his current peak strength. A mysterious beam of light appeared. The shadow that had been fighting with Xiao Ding gradually disappeared, merging into the beam of light, as it dissipated into the air. At this moment, another shadow approached and said, "Xiao Ding, you have passed." After speaking, this figure took out a sparkling gem, and gave it to Xiao Ding. The gem transformed into some sort of unknown secret manual. The shadow spoke in a serious tone, "Xiao Ding, hear my command." Xiao Ding immediately stood solemnly, awaiting the order. The shadow's voice rang out, "The 29th Demon Emperor of the Demon Clan, Xiao Ding, has successfully passed the Emperor's trial." After speaking, the secret manual automatically moved towards Xiao Ding. At this time, the shadow transmitted a surge of Demon Emperor energy to Xiao Ding while saying, "The previous Demon Emperors of the Demon Emperor's Palace acknowledge the ability of the newly appointed Demon Emperor Xiao Ding. We hope you can lead the demon clan to glory. A purple light emanated from within the secret chamber of the Demon Emperor's palace. This light burst outwards, carrying immense energy. This energy surged beyond the Demon Emperor's palace, shooting thousands of feet into the sky before exploding with a loud boom. On Xiao Ding's side, the Emperor's trial was nearing completion. Xiao Ding closed his eyes and fell into a different dimension once more. The place before everyone was called the Inner World Space. The secret manual and the Demon Emperor blade were also floating here. Xiao Ding took bewildered steps, approaching the blade and stroking it with fascination. Suddenly, a voice emanated from the secret manual, calling, Master of the Second Demon Emperor's Codex, Xiao Ding, identity confirmed. Called the second, so Xiao Ding was only the second generation. Xiao Ding couldn't believe his ears and asked himself again, I'm only the second generation. The book suddenly stirred. A pitch-black shadow emerged from within the secret codex. A few seconds later, the shadow revealed its form. It was the first demon emperor, named Fei Lian. He said, Xiao Ding, the second master of the Demon Emperor's Codex. Xiao Ding asked in a daze, Who are you? Fei Lian replied, I am Fei Lian, the first master of the Demon Emperor's Codex. Fei Lian proudly continued, also the creator of the Demon Emperor's Codex, and the very first demon in this world. Xiao Ding exclaimed in astonishment, Huh. If that's the case, then you are the ancestor of our demon clan. Fei Lian chuckled softly and replied, Indeed. The demon bloodline in your body is very pure, almost on par with mine. This is also why you can possess the Demon Emperor's Codex. At this point, Fei Lian sighed, showing some disappointment. How eyes, for tens of thousands of years, only you, kid, have been able to inherit the Demon Emperor's Codex. You have no idea how bored I've been here all alone. Then Fei Lian's tone changed to one of excitement. Come, tell me, what changes have occurred outside in the past few years? Faced with this talkative ancestor, Xiao Ding could only sigh. Finally, he obediently sat down and recounted all the events of the demon clan during the recent period. Time passed by, and Fei Lian listened to Xiao Ding's entire story with great curiosity and seriousness. One would think that upon learning that the demon clan was being controlled by some sort of system, Ancestor Fei Lian would be worried, but he found it amusing and exclaimed. Amazing! The demon clan being bullied so badly, interesting, truly interesting. I like these creatures called humans. Xiao Ding responded with surprise. I don't see anything interesting about it, only endless trouble. Besides, I don't like them. Hearing Xiao Ding's words, Fei Lian patted his shoulder and said sarcastically, Kid, the demon body has endless battle blood. Don't pretend with me. In truth, you're happier than anyone. The demon clan being controlled, yet this ancestor found it amusing. Had being alone here for too long affected his mind. Suddenly, Fei Lian said to Xiao Ding, Take out your Demon Emperor scripture, let me have a look. Xiao Ding obediently took out the Demon Emperor scripture quickly. Fei Lian quickly held Xiao Ding's Demon Emperor scripture in his hands. After flipping through the first few pages, Fei Lian's face darkened. He growled angrily, What kind of toy are you using? You call this the Demon Emperor scripture? What was this attitude? The Demon Emperor scripture had defeated several of Xiao Ding's formidable opponents, so why was it being called a toy? The more Fei Lian looked, the angrier he became. He shouted at Xiao Ding, This Demon Emperor scripture has been completely ruined. It's an eyesore to read, garbage, garbage of garbage. After ranting for a while, Fei Lian finally calmed down, his hand slightly focusing a stream of energy. Fei Lian silently looked at the codex and the blade in the distance, his hand still holding the energy, his thoughts unknown. It turned out Fei Lian intended to give Xiao Ding something better. He said, These 3 scrolls are from the Demon Emperor's Codex, 3 types of cultivation methods. The first is the Demon Emperor Scripture, the second is called Demon Emperor Liberation, and the third is the strongest technique I created, called the demonic path. Fei Lian then disparaged Xiaoding's old Demon Emperor scripture. Your version of the Demon Emperor scripture is just a basic trifle among the 3 cultivation methods. I hate to break it to you, but it's the beginner's technique. What? A beginner's technique? Xiaoding had been practicing it for so long, and it was only for beginners. Fei Lian expressed sympathy, saying, however, you've managed to cultivate to this level using a beginner's technique, which is quite impressive. Your talent is strong. Though not comparable to mine, but you are definitely second only to me. TNI couldn't stand Fei Lian's self-praise and whispered, this guy is so narcissistic. She whispered, but Fei Lian still heard it. He shouted, narcissistic. You little girl, you have no manners. Who are you? TNI jumped and asked Fei Lian, huh? Are you talking to me? Fei Lian responded with disdain, is there any other little girl here? Besides the host Xiaoding, no one should be able to see TNI. She asked in surprise, you can see me. Fei Lian countered, why wouldn't I be able to see you? Xiaoding and TNI looked at each other suspiciously. Xiaoding then explained to Fei Lian, she's not from our world. To be precise, she's not even a living being. This piqued Fei Lian's inquisitive nature. He clapped his hands excitedly, that's amazing. But I don't understand a thing. Fei Lian's voice was filled with excitement and regret. I never imagined this world to be so vast, what a pity. If my lifespan could be longer, I would explore this strange new world with you today. If the first ancestor had lived until now, the world would probably have taken him away to research longevity medicine. Fei Lian put his arm around Xiaoding's shoulder and said emotionally, but, being able to see such an outstanding demon clan disciple like you inherit my demon emperor's codex, I have no regrets. I am now merely a strand of divine consciousness. The salvation of this world ultimately rests on you. Demon Emperor Xiaoding, stay here for a while and diligently cultivate the demon emperor's codex. I'll be here to assist you, supplementing your strength, so you can level up as quickly as possible. Xiaoding replied succinctly, all right. In the following period, Xiaoding remained in the inner world space to cultivate. Under Fei Lian's supervision, Xiaoding's cultivation rapidly soared. At this time, in the system world, a meeting was taking place. This was the first meeting after they activated the heavenly gate. The old man leading the meeting said, everyone, the heavenly gate has been activated. Please seize the time and destroy Xiaoding as soon as possible. While they were discussing, a spot of light suddenly appeared in midair. Upon seeing this spot of light, everyone was startled and immediately bowed their heads in greeting, Lord. It seemed that the person they called Lord was the one in control of the enormous system, the very person Xiaoding most wanted to meet. The Lord appeared and began to ask the group, I heard you've activated the heavenly gate. The old man began to recount the story, Lord, that's how it is. After listening, the Lord coldly hummed. He ordered, expedite the process. After saying that, the Lord vanished into thin air, appearing and disappearing like a gust of wind. The leading old man hurriedly wiped the beads of nervous sweat from his face and sighed, I didn't expect to disturb the Lord. Having received the order to quickly resolve the matter of Xiaoding, the old man began to look for ways to accelerate the plan. He started searching for something in his pocket. He pulled out his communication device. He began to write a message, next level of the Demon Emperor Continent Dungeon, level increased to 200, double dungeon rewards. He was increasing the rewards for the entire human race to put pressure on Xiaoding. Not a bad plan at all. He pressed a button, and the message was immediately sent worldwide. He didn't forget to turn and remind a nearby system, right, close the True God Realm dungeon. Hearing the old man's words, the other person quickly opened their system management, and closed it as requested. On the continent, when the news of the increased rewards arrived, excitement reached a fever pitch. People poured into the streets, laughing like madmen. Someone read the update announcement. It's a level 200 Demon Emperor dungeon this time. They didn't notice they were falling into a deadly trap, only going crazy for the immediate rewards. A young man even confidently declared, "The level 200 Demon Emperor item will definitely be mine." In the hands of these people, each held a golden token. Simultaneously, they all raised their tokens high as if summoning something. Afterwards, a door connecting the continents appeared. As soon as the door opened, these people rushed in like a swarm of bees. Everyone tried to run as fast as they could, hoping not to be left behind. Thus, it didn't take long for the first bounty hunters to step through the gate. Following them, groups of fame-seeking and death-defying individuals emerged one after another. Wherever they went, they slaughtered the demon clan. This group had a much higher cultivation level than many demon clan disciples. After killing a small number, they said disdainfully, "Level 200 Demon Emperor Dungeon, is that all?" But a surprise was coming. The demon generals, Xiaoding's appointed guardians, appeared. A single swing of the hammer, in a demon general's hand instantly dispatched the contemptuous scum. The demon general, seeing the flood of humans, knew that the demon emperor was right. The invasion had begun. First attack. Second attack. A series of attacks by the skilled demon generals continuously killed the humans like flies. However, at the demon emperor's palace, the ignorant young man was unexpectedly transported directly there by the gate. He chuckled to himself, "I didn't expect to come straight to the demon emperor's palace. The heavens are helping me." He looked around but saw no one, just a quiet scene. He wondered, why aren't there any demons? As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoding's guarding demon general appeared. The young man summoned his sword, chuckling softly, "A level 200 demon general. Interesting." This young man was indeed impressive. Regardless of the opponent's strength, he directly swung his sword, displaying a few flourishes before thrusting it at the opponent without hesitation. The demon general caught the young man's sword barehanded, a hearty laugh erupting from its throat. The young man was taken aback. Just a demon general was more than enough to deal with him. The demon general now began its counterattack, its hand tightly gripping the young man's neck, squeezing hard. The young man choked, surprised. How can a demon general be so strong? It seemed he would have to wait for his next life to learn humility, while in this life, he had successfully earned an early death. The demon general finished off the young man with a single move, ready to await the next fearless challenges. Let's return to Xiaoding in the demon emperor's secret chamber. He was focusing on his cultivation, but could sense the human aura approaching the demon clan. He exclaimed, "Why are they here so fast?" Then he reassured himself, "But the 8 demon generals should be able to handle it." Fei Lian, observing Xiaoding's cultivation process, couldn't help but praise, "Such strong talent. In such a short time, you've already mastered the true demon emperor scripture." TNI was also very satisfied with her host. It wasn't in vain that she called Xiaoding boss. After a period, Fei Lian said to Xiaoding, "You've completely mastered the demon emperor scripture." Xiaoding paused, his face showing disbelief. "So the demon emperor scripture I learned before was only 1,000th of it." Fei Lian began to explain the new course, saying, "You've grasped it all. All that's left is to continuously cultivate and improve the level of the current demon emperor scripture. Then we'll start cultivating demon emperor liberation." As he spoke, Fei Lian partially revealed his true form with pointed ears and horns on his head. He said, "This is the most basic form of demonification." Xiaoding began the new training phase, showing immense seriousness in his learning. Fei Lian also paid great attention to training this new generation demon emperor. In an instant, he continued to transform himself once more. This is the first stage of demon emperor liberation. Fei Lian's body was protected by a layer of silver armor, and the horns on his head seemed to have grown a few inches longer. In this state, he was 10 times stronger than in the demonification state. Xiaoding was already envious just looking at it. Next, Fei Lian reminded Xiaoding, "Watch closely, this is the second stage of demon emperor liberation. A circle of light appeared under Fei Lian's feet. The second liberation was much stronger than the first. Xiao Ding silently observed carefully. In this state, Fei Lian's horns were gone, and his aura was much greater. He said to Xiao Ding, "The so-called demonification state is about activating the demon blood within our bodies, enhancing speed and strength in a short period. Demon Emperor liberation, however, is different. Liberation makes the Demon Emperor blood within our bodies boil, combining with the Demon Emperor scripture to reach a completely new level. The first stage can maximize physical strength and our toughness. The second stage can transform the demon blood within us into weapons or armor. It can be said that only the second stage can be considered true Demon Emperor liberation." Fei Lian added, "Demon Emperor liberation also has a third stage." Upon hearing about the third stage, Xiao Ding's eyes widened in astonishment. However, Fei Lian added, "Unfortunately, I haven't figured it out yet." "Hey, why even mention it then, old man? You're leaving my protagonist hanging." Yet, Fei Lian now put on an air of superiority and said, "You haven't even mastered the first stage yet. Whether or not there's a third stage is meaningless to you. You're still—" Before he could finish, a powerful force suddenly swept past, silencing Fei Lian. Fei Lian's hair stood on end as he turned to look at Xiao Ding. The person he had just criticized had already reached the first stage. Xiao Ding could already feel his immense power. Next, the second stage. Xiao Ding intended to instantly achieve the levels that took his ancestor a lifetime to master. He quickly reached the second stage and began to have protective armor on his body. However, the armor only covered his arms, which made Xiao Ding ask in confusion, "Why can your scales cover your entire body, while mine only cover my arms?" Fei Lian felt dejected inwardly. He was thinking, "This kid, what's going on?" Although it's only concentrated on his arms, the power of these arm guards is even stronger than my full-body scales. However, to maintain his image, Fei Lian put on an act and replied, "Ahem, it's your first time. You still have much room for improvement." Xiao Ding nodded, "So that's it. It seems I need to cultivate quickly and strive to be like you, able to cover my entire body in scales." Having mastered one martial art in minutes, Xiao Ding moved on to the next, asking, "And what kind of technique is demonic path?" Fei Lian immediately demonstrated, saying, "Watch closely." An area of the sky lit up. Behind Fei Lian, an army of demon generals appeared, standing in formation with an imposing presence. Fei Lian said, "Demonic path is about forcing all demon power into the strongest technique for your own use. It can be said that the more demons there are, the more powerful demonic path becomes." Xiao Ding exclaimed in surprise and delight, "I never thought such a technique existed." Fei Lian added, "Not only that. Demonic path can not only transform demon power for your own use, but can also grant endless life force. In other words, as long as the demon clan exists, you will be immortal." Xiao Ding immediately questioned, "That doesn't make sense. If demonic path is so powerful, why did you lose your physical body, and can only exist here?" Fei Lian flinched and refused to tell the story, replying, "Let's not talk about the past. In short, as long as you learn demonic path, you will be invincible under the heavens." For a month, Xiao Ding didn't appear, and the demon generals continued to relentlessly block intruders. The situation seemed to be under control. Qing Yao nodded with satisfaction, "Not bad. In just 1 month, we've killed over a dozen intruders." The demon general replied, "Lately, the intruders have been increasing in number and strength. At the Intercontinental Gate, new intruders continued to appear. This time, it was 2 people, one old and one young. The older one said to the younger, 'Disciple, this is the level 200 Demon Emperor's Palace dungeon.' Hearing the cautious tone of the old man beside him, the young man replied with disdain, 'Master, it's just a measly level 200. This guy pointed at Qing Yao and the demon tribe, shouting, I just need to flick my hand to annihilate them all, why do you? The old man immediately interrupted him. Suo Lam, you've been arrogant since childhood, always underestimating your opponents in battle. This is your biggest problem. Although this Demon Emperor's Palace dungeon is only level 200, the Demon Emperor's power within is extremely strong, not to be underestimated. Suo Lam didn't argue further, but in his heart, he thought to himself, the Demon Lord underestimates me too. Fine, I'll take this opportunity to prove myself. Qing Yao and the Demon General looked at each other and said, here we go again. The Demon General stepped forward to confront the two intruders. Walking would be too ordinary, it was more like shooting forward. The Demon General moved with the speed of an arrow. Appearing before the master and disciple, the Demon General sneered, another one here to surrender. Suo Lam didn't even flinch. He just lightly flicked his finger, controlling his sword. Then, crack, before the Demon General could strike, he was sliced into hundreds of pieces. Suo Lam turned to look at his master behind him, wanting to show off. Having dealt with the Demon General, he narrowed his eyes at Qing Yao, who was standing alone. Qing Yao instinctively stepped back, slightly wary of the human before her. Expecting Suo Lam to punch or kick, she was surprised when he simply walked past her into the Demon Emperor's palace without attacking. After a few steps, the Demon General suddenly reappeared, punching to block Suo Lam's path. This time, Suo Lam was knocked back dozens of meters by the Demon General. This reappearance somewhat comforted Qing Yao's soul. The Demon General smirked at Suo Lam, human, don't underestimate me too much. Suo Lam touched his freshly slapped cheek, wondering, am I injured? The slight stinging pain on his cheek made Suo Lam realize he had been hit. He shouted, you dare injure me? Suo Lam's master behind him continued to remind, disciple, underestimating your opponent will lead to losses. Suo Lam yelled in frustration, damn it, damn trashy demon race. Meanwhile, Xiaoding was still focused on cultivating until he was exhausted, panting like a bull, this devil transformation art. It's really difficult. It's been a month. And I've only grasped a few parts. Lian lay sprawled on the side, grinning, kid, if this devil transformation art were that simple, wouldn't I be very weak? Suddenly, Tai Ni urgently called out, Xiaoding, a high-level destiny-grade life form is approaching. Xiaoding immediately became excited. He said, a high-level destiny body. Great, let me test my current cultivation. So Xiaoding temporarily left Lian's place and returned to the demon tribe. Tai Ni followed behind, reminding, Xiaoding, not only is there a destiny-grade life form, but I also detected a law-grade life form. A law-grade has also arrived. Xiaoding's face turned serious. A law-grade could also be powerful, but the male lead just clicked his tongue and said, whatever, let me see how strong this law-grade actually is. Outside the Demon Emperor's palace, the four people were still facing each other, with no conflict yet. Suo Lam faintly sensed Xiaoding's aura. He chuckled to himself, has the Demon Emperor arrived too? Xiaoding appeared, holding his saber, his face cold. Suo Lam smiled with excitement and said, you're here. His master immediately reminded, disciple, the Demon Emperor is very powerful, don't be careless. Suo Lam didn't heed these words, simply replying, yes. Qing Yang saw Xiaoding and called out, Demon Emperor. Xiaoding turned around and gestured, we'll talk later. Suo Lam stood before Xiaoding and asked, are you? Before he could finish his question, Suo Lam was preemptively struck by Xiaoding. Like a fly, Suo Lam was swatted away weakly. He scrambled to his feet with a swollen face, cursing, damn it. Suo Lam glared at Xiaoding, he was clearly furious. Before he could recover, Xiaoding attacked again, seemingly wanting to tear up the entire courtyard of the Demon Emperor's palace. Only then did Xiaoding say with disgust, so much. Suo Lam's master, observing from the side, muttered to himself, it seems this dungeon lives up to its reputation. This Demon Emperor is terrifyingly strong. Looking at the trench Xiaoding had unintentionally created, he suddenly felt worried for Suo Lam's recklessness. He called out, "Disciple, retreat." Suo Lam, with his thirst for victory, refused to retreat. He roared, "No, absolutely not." With that, he took out his magic treasure, a giant golden bell. He controlled the bell with one hand, throwing it towards Xiaoding, wanting to trap the demon emperor. Xiaoding's face remained impassive. He simply raised his hand and slashed with his saber, destroying the bell. In an instant, the bell turned into scrap metal, and Suo Lam was thrown back by the backlash. His master immediately jumped up to catch his disciple. Catching Suo Lam, the old man took over the fight. He said, "Let this old man exchange a few blows with you." As soon as he finished speaking, the master's eyes widened in shock, his jaw dropping. Before he could do anything, Xiaoding had already struck him in the chest. Just an old man, Xiaoding only needed a few moves to bring him down. The old man could only clutch his wound, glaring at Xiaoding, speechless. Xiaoding took the opportunity to taunt, "Tai Ni, not to mention the high-level destiny body, why do I feel the law-grade lifeform is also this weak?" It sounded arrogant, but this time Tai Ni seemed to enjoy this arrogance. The old man, beaten by Xiaoding, refused to stay down. His hands formed seals, and a formation appeared beneath his feet. He was preparing to counterattack. He declared loudly, "Demon Emperor, let me show you this old man's skills." Xiaoding chuckled and replied, "Now this is interesting." This time, the old man seemed to be using his ultimate move. A pale golden light filled the sky, created by his pressure. He said confidently, "This old man's cultivation method specializes in countering all demon races under heaven." Xiaoding said with interest, "Very well." Getting the chance to test his newly learned power, Xiaoding transformed, preparing to fight, his hand gripping his saber tightly. Xiaoding attacked first, swinging his saber powerfully towards the old man. Yet, the formation actually blocked Xiaoding's attack. Our demon emperor was taken aback. But he wouldn't stop there, continuing to slash repeatedly, wanting to destroy the barrier created by the formation. However, this time Xiaoding had met a strong opponent. He couldn't break through and even suffered wounds on his hand. This was dangerous. Xiaoding couldn't maintain his transformed state any longer, and had to revert to his true form. Encountering such a strong opponent for the first time, Xiaoding temporarily didn't know how to deal with the situation. This made the old man very arrogant. He said, "No matter how strong you are, against my cultivation method, you will only meet a tragic end." Xiaoding replied mysteriously, "Not necessarily." With that, Xiaoding shot forward like an arrow. He wanted to test the old man's resilience with his deadly fist. He said, "Try this." The old man scoffed, "Fool." Xiaoding didn't transform, nor did he use his demon emperor saber, using only a single fist. Before the old man's horrified eyes, Xiaoding shattered the formation, the so-called demon countering cultivation method, with one punch. The old man's smug expression vanished, replaced by fear and shock. He had warned his disciple not to underestimate the enemy, but he himself had underestimated the enemy and suffered the same fate. Xiaoding's punch sent him sprawling to the ground. Indeed, never underestimate the chairman, especially when he's the demon emperor. One punch wasn't enough. Xiaoding added a few more as a gift. These blows likely flattened the old man like a cockroach, leaving him unable to stand. The old man's chest was punched with a gaping hole. He lay gasping, weakly muttering, How is this possible?" Xiaoding was pleased, even wagging his index finger. He shook his head in disapproval, "Your physical body is too weak." Having come this far, Xiaoding didn't hesitate to deliver a final blow, sending his opponent to meet his ancestors. Thus, another high-level character fell at Xiaoding's hands. In the distance, Suo Lam stood silently, looking towards Xiaoding. He couldn't believe his eyes, his master had been defeated. Knowing he was no match, he quietly pulled out a token. He was preparing to escape. As soon as the intercontinental portal opened, he intended to flee immediately. Xiaoding wouldn't let him off so easily, sending a palm strike towards Suo Lam. The attack instantly cut Suo Lam in two, ending his journey. Defeating Suo Lam was expected, and the intercontinental portal didn't escape either. It was shattered by a single slash. One would think the portal would disappear after breaking, but it unexpectedly transformed. Swirling energy vortexes appeared, forming an orange sphere above the mountain peak. Xiaoding stepped forward to examine it and asked, Tai Ni, what is this? Tai Ni replied, it seems the connection here and the spatial gate has been destroyed, creating a space-time rift. Xiaoding had an idea. He said, if I enter from here, could I? Tai Ni immediately extinguished his thought, saying, I'm afraid not. The space-time gate has been destroyed, and the inside is filled with chaotic spatial currents. With your current cultivation, it's very difficult to survive and get out. Hearing this, Xiaoding could only sigh in disappointment. But suddenly, he noticed the surrounding aura changing. Opening his eyes, he found himself lost in a strange space. A vast mountain range appeared before Xiaoding. The place was incredibly quiet, even the sound of falling leaves could be heard. Xiaoding and Tai Ni froze, unable to process what they were seeing. Xiaoding's whole body felt bound by an invisible force. He shouted, what's going on? Suddenly, a voice called out from a space-time portal, Xiaoding. Unable to move, Xiaoding asked loudly, who are you? The voice replied, Xiaoding, I am the Heavenly Tao Force. What the hell is Heavenly Tao Force? Even the main character doesn't understand. The voice continued, to be more precise, I am the Heavenly Tao Force of this world. Xiaoding hummed in response. He had long since broken free from the Heavenly Tao Force's restraints, and had his Mahuang Tao ready in his hand. With his blade prepared, Xiaoding slashed powerfully towards the space-time portal where the voice had originated. But after the slash, there was no reaction. Xiaoding stood dumbfounded, waiting, but there was no sign of counterattack. The voice suddenly said urgently, I don't have much time left. I hope you'll remember my next words. A token was thrown out, identical to the ones the human race possessed. The voice said, this is the key to open the space gate. With this, you can directly enter the world of scientific bodies. Xiaoding accepted the token and exclaimed, this is getting more and more interesting. Even the Heavenly Tao has appeared. The Heavenly Tao's voice rang out again, my time is short. Whether what I say is true or not, you will verify later. But I hope you remember everything I'm about to say. This token can only be used once. After opening it, it will immediately transport you to the world of scientific bodies. So before you go there, I hope you can break through to the peak of the fate body rule level. Only then will you have a chance to destroy their world. Before that, you need to go to a place where I spent 90% of the Heavenly Tao Force to create an independent space. Even the scientific bodies cannot interfere there. You must stay in this dimension and quickly increase your cultivation. After saying these words, the Heavenly Tao swirled, and streams of energy continued to be released. The Heavenly Tao then threw out another token, saying, this is the key to open the gate of that world. Xiaoding seemed to believe the Heavenly Tao's words, but he was still worried about his demon race. He said, but if I leave, who will protect my people? The Heavenly Tao replied, I have 10% of the Heavenly Tao Force left, which can temporarily seal this world from external impacts, but it can only last for a year. 1 year seemed shorter than Xiaoding expected, so his face was not very pleased. Noticing Xiaoding's hesitation, the Heavenly Tao emphasized, that's right, you only have 1 year. The Heavenly Tao's voice weakened, I have used up the last 10% of the Heavenly Tao Force. There is one last important thing. With only a few seconds left, the Heavenly Tao cursed, hurriedly saying, damn it, not enough time. Xiaoding, you must remember, the scientific bodies are absolutely untrustworthy. Even the guy next to you. After these parting words, the Heavenly Tao disappeared without a trace. Xiaoding took the token and wondered, are this guy's words true or false? Tai Ni, who hadn't been following the conversation, ran over curiously and asked, "Xiao Ding, what happened?" Xiao Ding replied, "Someone claiming to be the heavenly Tao just appeared and gave me a token. He said that when I reach the peak of the fate body rule level, I should use this token to directly enter the world of the scientific bodies and destroy them all." Hearing the name Heavenly Tao, Tai Ni's face turned ugly. She tried to use the system's data to frantically search for information. After a while, she said helplessly, "I can't find any information about the Heavenly Tao." Xiao Ding waved his hand and said, "Forget it, I'm still far from the fate body rule level." Looking at the two tokens in his hand, Xiao Ding's thoughts were tangled. Back in the inner space, Xiao Ding recounted the entire incident to Patriarch Fai Lian, wanting to ask his opinion. After listening, Fai Lian said with interest, "This is getting more and more interesting. Heavenly Tao Force he. Tai Ni, who had just heard the story when Xiao Ding told Fai Lian, was a little embarrassed and stammered, trying to explain. Seeing this, Xiao Ding comforted her, "Don't worry, I trust you. You're different from those scientific guys." Xiao Ding's voice became serious. "The important thing now is whether the words of the one who claims to be the Heavenly Tao Force are true or false." Tai Ni said hesitantly, "I think it's believable. He's probably not a scientific body, and I can also sense that the connection between here and his dimension has been cut off." Fai Lian also supported, saying, "Xiao Ding, just go for it, it won't matter." Hearing the Patriarch's words, Xiao Ding's confidence was further strengthened, and he decided, "All right, if that's the case, I'll take a gamble." On the system side, the old man was angry about the Heavenly Tao's appearance to Xiao Ding. He slammed the table and shouted, "It's just a dimensional level Heavenly Tao Force. How can it block the Heavenly Gate?" The atmosphere of the meeting was tense, and no one dared to speak. The old man broke the silence and asked, "Just 1 year, in 1 year how much has that Xiao Ding grown?" Someone next to him suggested, "How about asking the Lord to intervene?" The old man immediately dismissed it, replying, "Such a small matter, we absolutely cannot bother the Lord. At this point, we can only think of a way to forcibly break the Heavenly Tao Force." He sighed, "Forced unsealing will cause great damage to our realm." Everyone nodded in agreement. The person who spoke earlier also agreed, "If that's the case, we can't let that Xiao Ding grow any stronger." "I agree." At this moment, the system changed. It's unknown what exactly happened, but the old man nodded and said, "It's starting." The system screen now displayed, "Current unsealing rate, 1%. The scene returned to Xiao Ding, who was now in the Mahuang treasure vault. He seemed to be finished with Fai Lian, and he sighed in relief. Tai Ni asked curiously, "Boss, what kind of world did the Heavenly Tao create?" Xiao Ding took out the token given by the Heavenly Tao and opened the world directly, saying to Tai Ni, "Let's go and see." A pitch-black gate with a chaotic aura quickly opened. Xiao Ding and Tai Ni embarked on an exciting journey. The gate led them to a vast sea, with waves and the fishy smell of the sea. Tai Ni and Xiao Ding went through the gate, and Xiao Ding was stunned by the scene before him. In front of Xiao Ding were 3 shining suns. This was truly terrifying. Xiao Ding exclaimed in astonishment, "This continent has 3 suns. The Thng Kung Kai Tng." Tai Ni, however, said excitedly, "This continent is a level 2 dimension." A level 2 dimension seemed to be very close to Xiao Ding's advancement goal. He was lost in thought. Tai Ni suddenly said, "The original world is only a level 1 dimension, but the Heavenly Tao Force of a level 1 dimension created a level 2 dimension. How strange." Xiao Ding didn't want to speculate. He nudged Tai Ni and said, "Let's go and take a look." So the two began to cross the sea in search of answers. Xiao Ding sped up, shouting, "Thng high NHTTUC, open." The water parted as he passed, a dreamlike scene. After a long journey, they finally saw a landmass. Xiao Ding said excitedly, "Finally, my feet are on solid ground." He took his first steps on the new continent. He passed through a deserted harbor, which seemed quieter than he had imagined. A moment later, Tai Ni pointed ahead and shouted, "Boss, look, there's a town." Xiao Ding replied, "Interesting." As he walked, he thought to himself, "The flowing aura is chaotic. I'm afraid this is not a good place." He pulled Tai Ni along with him, saying, "Let's go. Let's check them out." Tai Ni opened the system to find more information, and she said in surprise, "I can't check the specific information of this continent." She began to analyze the new world. The progress seemed a bit slow. The numbers slowly jumped 1%, 2%. Before the data finished loading, they saw a group of people gathered ahead. These people were all of different races, not ordinary humans. Xiao Ding's appearance immediately attracted their attention. The crowd immediately became chaotic, their voices revolving around Xiao Ding, asking each other, "An outsider? Who is that? Never seen him before. He doesn't look like a demon." Xiao Ding ignored their words and went directly into the town, which was bustling unlike the harbor outside. Xiao Ding guessed, "It seems like a fair here." Suddenly, an old man with a long beard ran up to Xiao Ding, smiling cheerfully and saying, Hey, are you here to participate in the Xianyun sect selection?" Xiao Ding's face remained expressionless after hearing this. The old man continued, "People who come to this island are naturally here for Xianyun. Young brother, I see that you have extraordinary bones, you are destined for greatness." He casually pulled out a book of unknown origin from his pocket. He began his sales pitch professionally. Why not buy a copy of the Xianyun sect encyclopedia? It contains detailed information about the various branches within the Xianyun sect. You can choose a branch to join based on your aptitude. Xiao Ding then realized, so this is an island. It seems there's a large sect on the island, and this fair is for those preparing to become disciples. Seeing Xiao Ding remain silent, the old man continued to ask, "Young man, you look like a human, right?" Xiao Ding shook his head in denial. The old man continued guessing, "Not human. Then are you a demon? Dragon? Beast? Ghost? Or a giant?" But he still didn't receive a nod from Xiao Ding. The old man suddenly remembered, "If it's none of those, then you must be a demon." Xiao Ding finally nodded in agreement. Having received his answer, the old man's sales pitch became even more intense, playing on Xiao Ding's origin. The Xianyun sect has over 100 demon branches, 3 of which are the strongest. How about it? For just 10 gold coins, this Xianyun sect encyclopedia will be yours. Xiao Ding began to waver, and he nodded, "All right." As money and book changed hands, the old man was overjoyed, his voice a pitch higher. "Disciples who are here to join the Xianyun sect, please gather at the Holy Gate." Before they could finish their exchange, a crowd rushed in one direction like a stampede, shouting, "Hurry up, don't anger the immortal Lord. The Xianyun sect's disciple recruitment ceremony is about to begin." Seeing this, Xiao Ding quickly paid for the book and said, "This is interesting, let's follow and see." So Xiao Ding joined the rushing crowd, reading the book as he went. After reading for a while, Xiao Ding realized, the cultivation system in this world is completely different from mine. Here, demons don't cultivate bloodlines and flesh, but have a special cultivation system. I wonder what level I can reach now. Finally, after a frantic run, Xiao Ding arrived at the so-called Xianyun sect. Many people with excited faces were waiting there. As they chatted excitedly, the sound of the Xianyun sect's gate opening interrupted them, and their attention turned to the gate. An elegant figure with cold eyes appeared, and he said to everyone, "Our Xianyun sect is expanding. You can choose the branch you want to join based on your own abilities." Xiao Ding, standing in the distance, could also feel a tremendous pressure emanating from this young man. He thought to himself, "This young man is very powerful." Tai Ni also felt it herself, saying, "This is indeed a level 2 dimension." While the two were lost in thought, another young man, who appeared from behind, noticed them. He ran over and asked, "Brother, are you a demon?" Xiao Ding nodded. For some reason, this person suddenly grabbed Xiao Ding's hand and pulled him away. He pulled Xiaoding along at a breakneck pace, shouting excitedly, "Finally found a demon brother. Then you must join our Wan Mahuang." This guy dragged Xiaoding to register with Wan Mahuang, slamming the table and saying loudly, "Old man, this is my demon disciple, quickly register him." The person in charge of registration replied wearily, "From morning till night, you only find those with low cultivation. Our Wan Mahuang is not a garbage dump." The young man said irritably, "How do you know his cultivation is low? What if he's a master?" The old man in charge of registration didn't even bother to look up. He sighed and asked Xiaoding, forget it, kid, let me ask you, once you join Wan Mahuang, you cannot betray it until death. Any objections?" Xiaoding hesitated and didn't dare to answer immediately. Suddenly, the old man took out a black stone and slammed it on the table, shouting, "Put your hand on this." The young man couldn't stand Xiaoding's delay, so he grabbed Xiaoding's hand and slammed it onto the stone, saying, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up." As Xiaoding's hand hit the stone, a strange sensation coursed through him. Then, the stone suddenly shattered under Xiaoding's touch. The other two people who witnessed the scene were stunned, their eyes wide with shock. The young man picked up the remaining fragments of the stone and questioned Xiaoding, "What did you do?" Xiaoding replied arrogantly, "This thing is too weak, it can't measure my aptitude at all." The registration officer was so angry that he fumed, "This damn thing, it must be because this black brick hasn't been maintained for a long time, so there's a problem. Don't pretend to be a genius here, kid." The young man discussed with the registration officer, "So what do we do? Should we measure again?" The old man replied, "Measure my ass. I can't feel any demonic aura from him at all. He's definitely trash. Joining our Wan Mahuang, he can only be a low-level disciple. But it's better than nothing. Take him away." Xiaoding chuckled to himself, "I've hidden all my demonic aura, how could you possibly see through my true strength?" Xiaoding was quickly admitted to Wan Ma sect and led to Wan Mahuang. On the way, the young man kept introducing, "This place is divided into 4 main mountains, Qianyuan Mahuang, Diyuan Mahuang, Shaoyuan Mahuang, and Fanyuan Mahuang. The highest is Qianyuan Mahuang, only elders can enter. Diyuan Mahuang is for core disciples, Shaoyuan Mahuang is for nurturing disciples, and Fanyuan Mahuang is for the weakest of the demon race." Xiaoding smiled meaningfully and replied, "Interesting, Qianyuan Mahuang is indeed very suitable for me." The young man froze and said, "Are you dreaming? We are in Fanyuan Mahuang." Xiaoding said blankly, as if he was still in the Mahuang palace, "Don't I deserve it?" Hearing Xiaoding call himself Your Majesty, the young man just wanted to slap this new demon to wake him up. At this moment, Tai Ni suddenly appeared and called out, "Boss, can I ask you a favor?" Xiaoding asked Tai Ni, "What?" Tai Ni replied, "Boss, the intermediate mission to enter Fanyuan Mahuang, the reward is a golden yuan pill." Seeing Xiaoding's displeased expression, Tai Ni hurriedly said, "Boss. Boss? Don't you always want to know the secrets of the scientific bodies? The system missions are for me to level up, so I can know more things to tell you." She even guaranteed, "Don't worry, I am absolutely loyal to you, without a second thought." Xiaoding chuckled and replied, "Would you dare?" Xiaoding pondered Tai Ni's words and felt they made sense. So he waved his hand and said to Tai Ni, "Let's go to Shijongshan." They started walking towards Shijongshan, which was located on a high mountain. Clouds and mist shrouded the mountain all year round. Xiaoding was led there by the young man. Upon arrival, they saw several people lying around outside, some playing cards, a scene not at all like a martial arts sect. The crowd looked at Xiaoding and started whispering to each other, "Huh? Another one?" The person next to him shook his head and continued, "Looks even more useless than me, so boring, so boring." The young man, who led the way, pointed to a small room, and said to Xiaoding, "You can stay here for now. After showing Xiao Ding where to stay, the young man hurriedly left, not wanting to linger. This remote place didn't seem very interesting, surrounded only by rocks and clouds. Xiao Ding slept there without caring about the time, yawning lazily on the bed. Tai Ni appeared as soon as he woke up, saying cheerfully, "Congratulations to the host for joining Shizhong Shan." Knowing there was a system reward, Xiao Ding said indifferently to Tai Ni, "Take it and eat it yourself. Level up quickly." Tai Ni was so moved that she almost cried. She took the pill and put it in her mouth, her throat trembling as she said, "Thank you, boss, for the pill. The next mission is to go to the Fanyuan Ma Shan mission board and accept a demon sect mission. The reward for this mission was another creation pill." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ding showed a clear look of disgust. He reluctantly went to the Fanyuan Ma Shan mission board to check, muttering as he walked, "What missions could there be?" The people at Shizhong Shan looked at Xiao Ding and whispered to each other, "Is that the useless guy who just joined the sect yesterday?" A green-haired, long-fanged person replied, "That's him. He just arrived and went to accept a mission, seems quite bold." While still dazed, a shout suddenly rang out, "That's not right. Why did he accept a high-level mission? This kid wants to die." It turned out that Xiao Ding had snatched the mission notice from the mission board, meaning he had accepted a high-level mission that even the veterans here didn't dare to take. The person who had just shouted could only think of Xiao Ding facing the monstrous demons in the mission and couldn't help but laugh. He thought to himself, "Looks like he won't see the sunrise tomorrow." Xiao Ding was still holding the notice and reading it carefully, his eyes scanning every word. After reading the notice, his face became blank. The high-level mission was to collect demon stones in the mountain range. Yet, those people were making such a fuss as if it were a big deal. At this time, a few tall people with heavy knives on their backs walked up to Xiao Ding and exclaimed, "I like this brave kid, not bad." The loudmouth who had shouted earlier saw these people coming and whispered to the person next to him, "Da Daoyang's team is here. They are the #1 fighting force in our Fanyuan Shan." The person next to him reminded, "Keep your voice down, I heard they recently entered Shaoyuan Shan." The leader of Da Daoyang's group was Da Daoyang Da, with two curved horns on his head and legs like those of a gazelle. He looked at Xiao Ding and said, "From now on in Fanyuan Shan, I, Da Daoyang, will protect you." He patted Xiao Ding's shoulder and invited him, "We are also going to collect demon stones, you can come with us." Xiao Ding didn't know any of these people, so he remained silent in response to Da Daoyang Da's invitation, neither agreeing nor refusing. So, the group of four began to move towards Fanyuan Shan. Da Daoyang Da's two subordinates looked around like police dogs, saying, "No problem behind. No problem on the left." A slight movement in a nearby bush suddenly made young Da shout a warning. "Brothers, be careful." A strange object appeared in a bush not far away, revealing small hands behind the large bush. Then, a beast that looked like a rabbit jumped out of the bush. Young Da shouted seriously, "It's a red-eared demon rabbit. Everyone stay put, I'll handle this." It was unknown how dangerous this rabbit was, but young Da jumped forward, showing off his acrobatic skills. Facing the tiny rabbit, he pulled out his huge terrifying knife and shouted, "Gale Wind Dance." He slashed powerfully at the poor rabbit. As the rabbit lay dead before him, young Da raised his chin and said, "Just a small rabbit dares to be impudent in front of me." His two underlings immediately praised him, "Boss, you're so powerful. Big brother is mighty." Young Da winked at Xiao Ding, showing off, "See, kid. This is what a true expert is like. Follow Big Brother Yang and learn diligently, and you can do it too." While the group was still praising themselves for killing a rabbit, a female figure appeared at the peak of Fanyuan Shan. This person was the saintess of Wan Ma Shan. She was covered in injuries, her face full of discomfort, and she was angrily talking to herself. It was hard enough to escape. But the supreme demon beast ran straight ahead. "This thing is extremely dangerous and unpredictable. once it goes berserk, I'm afraid Fan Yuan Ma Shan will be destroyed in an instant. Her anger turned to worry. What should I do? The Ma Shan elders are not at the sect. Relying on myself alone, I'm afraid it will be difficult to resist. Standing there and thinking wasn't a solution, so she decided to return to Ma Shan, saying as she walked, there's no other way. I can only go back to Ma Shan first and warn the disciples to flee. Then I'll see if I can hold it off a little. At this time, Xiaoding was still walking with the 3 low-level demons. He sensed the blood aura of these demons and found that their blood aura was weak. According to the cultivation method here, it seemed like they were pushing themselves too hard. One of the demons with a broken horn found a small stone and immediately called out, "Big brother, I found a demon stone." Xiaoding glanced at the small black stone and wondered, is this a demon stone? Tai Ni appeared and said, "Boss, I have finished analyzing that black stone. Take a look at its properties." The system displayed the information: item, demon stone. Attribute, darkness. Effect, can raise life form by 2 levels. After reading the information, Xiaoding nodded and thought. These properties don't look bad. Since the stone's properties were good, there was no harm in trying. Xiaoding quietly used a small amount of his aura to probe the stone in the other's hands. All the power of the demon stone was silently absorbed by Xiaoding without anyone noticing. The group only saw the stone change color and asked each other in confusion. "Big brother, why did it change color?" After absorbing the demon stone, Xiaoding was a little disappointed because it did have some effect, but it was too weak. To level up his life form, he would need a large quantity of demon stones. Tai Ni said to Xiaoding in confusion, "Strange, dimensions that can upgrade life forms are usually in the hands of powerful beings. Boss, you can easily detect demon stones like this." "Probably because the Heavenly Tao wants it." Xiaoding replied in a low voice, "The Heavenly Tao gave me 1 year, that's enough." The demon stone had been obtained. Tai Ni happily announced, "Congratulations to the host, reward, 1 creation pill, which can enhance the creation body, and the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy." While Tai Ni was rejoicing at completing the mission so easily, the 3 from Da Dao Yang's group were interrogating each other with their knives drawn. Young Da shouted at his underlings. "Why did the color of the demon stone disappear? Did you use an ordinary stone to trick me?" The underling immediately pleaded his innocence, "Boss. I really found a demon stone." Xiaoding was still the same as before. He didn't care about the system reward pill, and said to Tai Ni, "Take it and eat it yourself." Overjoyed, Tai Ni immediately put the creation pill in her mouth. Before she could swallow it, Tai Ni felt a surge of aura rushing towards them. She warned Xiaoding loudly, "Boss. There's danger approaching from afar." At this moment, the system displayed a new mission, temporary mission, high-level mission. Defeat a supreme-level demon beast. Reward, 100 heavenly and earthly spiritual pills. A dense black aura was rushing towards them at an incredible speed. Looking at the darkening sky, Da Dao Yang's group cried out in fear, "What's happening? Don't tell me we've encountered another powerful demon beast." Within the black aura, the shadow of a 2-winged demon beast gradually appeared, round and plump like a mung bean bun. This demon beast had a powerful aura, but its appearance wasn't very intimidating. However, Xiaoding was extremely wary of this demon beast. Although the demon beast's form was small, behind it was a giant Dharma protector manifestation, with an aura that couldn't be trifled with. Xiaoding muttered to himself, "Is this a supreme-level demon beast? It's really not to be underestimated." Tai Ni also reminded him, "Boss, be careful. We are now in a level 2 dimension. The same level, but it's much stronger." Xiaoding replied, "It's all right." His hand had already gathered his aura, ready for the fight with the supreme-level demon beast before him. Just as everyone thought Xiaoding would attack first, a figure leaped forward. It was young Da, who took the initiative again, wanting to kill this demon beast like he killed the rabbit earlier. He said, "Little demon beast, you dare to be impudent in front of me? Die." The two underlings kept cheering, "Big brother, go for it." Just like when he slashed at the rabbit, Yang Da leaped up and slashed at the demon beast's head. He was certain that one slash could take down this small demon beast, and even laughed triumphantly, "Do you know my power now?" The supreme-level demon beast was not so easily killed. Yang Da didn't even leave a scratch on its skin. Only the beast's eyes glowed brightly, its entire body emitting a terrifying aura. Yang Da exclaimed in alarm, "What? How is it unharmed?" Yang Da continued to slash a few more times, but to no avail. His face paled with fear, and his voice trembled. "This strange pressure is..." With a boom, the beast transformed, its pressure increasing so much that Yang Da was pushed back several meters without even being hit. The remaining Dai Yang members froze, watching their leader on the ground, not daring to act rashly. After transforming, the beast's body was like a mountain, obscuring the sunlight. Yang Da scrambled to his feet and stammered, "You don't come over here." One of Yang Da's two subordinates fainted from fear, while the other trembled and yelled, "We are doomed." A supreme beast. Yang Da, his body aching, gritted his teeth and said, "How unlucky to encounter a supreme beast." Angered by Yang Da's group, the beast charged to attack. Xiao Ding stood firm and scoffed, "What ugly thing is this?" The beast extended its giant arm, attempting to grab everyone in its palm. Yang Da and his two subordinates ran in terror, calling out to Xiao Ding, "Not good. Kid, run." As soon as Yang Da finished speaking, the beast's hand slammed down where Xiao Ding was standing, his figure disappearing after the blow. Watching Xiao Ding seemingly killed, Yang Da trembled and said, "Brother, it's not that I didn't protect you, but the opponent is too strong. I'll offer you incense next year." Not letting Yang Da grieve for long, Xiao Ding signaled his return by kicking the beast's arm away with a leap. Xiao Ding stood to the side and said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect your kind of scientific body to exist in this world." The beast roared, shaking the earth as if in warning. Xiao Ding smirked and asked, "What? Too scared to come out?" Suddenly, the beast charged at Xiao Ding from behind. Within its mouth, a massive amount of fire energy was concentrated, ready to be unleashed. Its only target was Xiao Ding, and the flames were quickly released. Xiao Ding swiftly jumped to dodge the attack. Not giving up, the beast tried to incinerate Xiao Ding again. The flames shot towards Xiao Ding again, this time at an even greater speed. Running wasn't an option, so Xiao Ding drew his Mahuang sword, ready to fight. The beast's flames were easily blocked by the sword. The eyes on the Mahuang sword began to open. The magical power of these eyes was about to be unleashed. Watch closely. Boom! The beast's flames were not only blocked, but also reflected back, amplified many times over by the Mahuang sword. Yang Da's group watched in awe, exclaiming, "This is Xiao Ding is unharmed. Is he a monster?" One subordinate said in fear, "How is he so strong? We looked down on him before. Will he retaliate after this?" Yang Da, stunned, stammered, "I didn't treat him badly before, so it should be fine." The beast and Xiao Ding were evenly matched. What would the system do next? After a silence, the system finally emerged from the beast's body and appeared before Xiao Ding. As soon as it appeared, the system yelled, "Xiao Ding, don't be so arrogant. Do you think this is a low-level dimension?" Having forced the system to appear, Xiao Ding chuckled, finally. The system seemed agitated, threatening Xiao Ding, "I'll let you know when you're in hell." After saying this, the system returned to the beast's body. The beast's aura exploded, much stronger than before. The battle was intensifying. Tai En warned, "Boss. They've become incredibly strong." Xiao Ding's system began updating. The Supreme Beast's power was so high that Tai En's system couldn't measure it. Currently, besides Boss, this is the second being whose power I can't measure. Tai En said. Xiao Ding sneered at Tai En, "You're becoming more and more useless. This made Tai En shudder in fear. The beast roared, "Die!" A tremendous force aimed at Xiao Ding, intending to end the fight. Facing this power, Tai En was terrified and could only hope for Xiao Ding's next move. True to his protagonist's status, Xiao Ding single-handedly blocked the beast's attack. Before he could counterattack, the beast suddenly vanished, leaving an empty space. Xiao Ding was caught off guard. Suddenly, Tai En yelled, "Boss, behind you." The system controlling the beast laughed triumphantly, "Aha! That's all you've got." A surprise attack from behind, accompanied by a terrifying aura, signaled impending doom for Xiao Ding. A subordinate exclaimed to young Da, "Big brother, that kid is about to die." Seeing Xiao Ding about to die, the three of them ran, young Da shouting, "Of the 36 stratagems, running is best. Let's get out of here." As they ran, a deafening explosion erupted from Xiao Ding's location. If they hadn't run fast enough, they would have been buried alive. But Xiao Ding wasn't so easily defeated. A shout signaled his counterattack, "Mahuang, unleash." A tremendous power emerged, shattering the beast's attack. Even the system was shocked, exclaiming, "What? How is he still alive? I don't believe it." Xiao Ding would make it believe. That energy was only the beginning. Xiao Ding's figure was still unseen, but his aura alone was almost too much for the beast to handle. When Xiao Ding reappeared, he had transformed, revealing his 11-pack abs. The system controlling the beast asked in horror, "What kind of monster are you?" The system underestimated Xiao Ding, refusing to believe his strength. It tried to incinerate him with flames again. It didn't realize that Xiao Ding's sword was subtly transforming. A simple slash neutralized the attack. The system's persistence was met with Xiao Ding's effortless swings. Breathless, the system finally admitted defeat. "I've roamed for years and never seen anyone so strong." Even Tai En couldn't believe her host's power. The system recalled the day it received the command from the commander system, the old man saying simply, "Eliminate Xiao Ding." He only said to eliminate Xiao Ding, but never expected him to be this powerful. Disappointed by the system's attack, Xiao Ding said, "You disappoint me. I'll give you another chance." The system left the beast and appeared before Xiao Ding. It pleaded tearfully, Master, I was wrong. Ask anything, please spare my life." Xiao Ding was surprised by this cowardly display. He thought he'd have to fight a fierce battle, but the system surrendered quickly. Xiao Ding began interrogating, "Tell me, why do you exist in a continent created by the heavenly Tao?" The system replied, "Master, we are scientific bodies trapped here by the heavenly Tao, unable to escape, so." Sensing hesitation, Xiao Ding warned, "It seems you still want to die." The system quickly explained, "No, no, no. I'm telling the truth." Xiao Ding continued, "If you're imprisoned by the heavenly Tao, why did you want to kill me?" The system answered, "Master, you don't know. Although imprisoned, we have a special communication method, so after you arrived, we received a message from the scientific continent. Many scientific bodies are trapped here by the heavenly Tao, I'm just one of them." Xiao Ding asked in a deep voice, "What about their power?" The system replied, "I am considered strong here, ranked near the 10th. The top 10 are all top beings on the continent." Xiao Ding smirked, "Interesting." His smile made the system tremble, and it begged, "Master, don't kill me." Tai En suddenly appeared, saying, "Boss, after leveling up, I gained a new skill, Master-Slave Mode. Should I use it to brainwash him into obeying you, never to betray?" Intrigued, Xiao Ding immediately agreed. Tai En approached the system, who stared in surprise. Tai En began her brainwashing technique. After a few seconds, the system showed signs of fear. It clutched its head and screamed in pain, its eyes fixated on Tai En's hypnotizing gaze. A few minutes later, the system was under Tai En's control, ready to obey Xiao Ding. The commander system detected danger, and issued a warning. Scientific body's intelligence crystal severely damaged. Danger. Then, notifications of external energy input appeared, ding. Master-slave mode implantation successful. Intelligence crystal restored, master-slave mode activated. The process complete, the system was controlled by Xiao Ding. It knelt, murmuring, "What did you do to me?" Xiao Ding remained silent as Tai En reported, "Boss, he now obeys your commands." Xiao Ding praised Tai En for the first time, "Good. Not bad." Tai En's eyes lit up with joy, or, it was nothing. Xiao Ding interrogated the system for information. "How do you contact the scientific continent?" "Contact them." The system yelled, "No." Tai En scolded, "HMPH, you dare disobey boss's orders." The system was immediately afflicted with pain, rolling on the ground until it finally yielded, "I'll do it. I'll do it. Stop torturing me." Terrified, it obeyed Xiao Ding. It took out a phone-like device and contacted the commander system. The familiar old man appeared on screen. He asked, "Is it done?" The control system hesitated, unable to answer. Xiao Ding snatched the device, his face appearing on the old man's screen. The old man was shocked, staring in disbelief. Xiao Ding said, "I didn't expect the one always opposing me to be such a wrinkled old geezer." The old man roared in anger, "You! Xiao Ding, don't be insolent. You abnormal mutant disrupting world balance. The scientific continent will erase you." Xiao Ding scoffed, "Kill me. Let's see who gets destroyed first." He crushed the device, his face cold and murderous. The old man slammed his fist on the table, trembling with rage, "Damn it." He issued an order, "All scientific bodies on the continent, eliminate him. Eliminate Xiao Ding." The commander system broadcast the order, the command to kill Xiao Ding spreading rapidly. Unaware, Xiao Ding questioned his new subordinate, "You must have a lot of Ma stones, right?" The system answered truthfully, "We have plenty." Delighted, Xiao Ding ordered, "Good, take me to your lair and hand over all the Ma stones." The scene shifted to Wan Ma Mountain. The Holy Maiden ran around, urgently ordering, "Disciples of Wan Ma Mountain, a supreme beast has appeared. Everyone, evacuate immediately." Expecting panic and immediate evacuation, she was met with skeptical looks. Someone said in disbelief, "A supreme beast? They appear once a century. Why would one suddenly appear near our Wan Ma Mountain?" Another expressed worry. Could it be that even the Holy Maiden isn't a match for the supreme beast? Realizing the Holy Maiden might be unable to defeat it, the people of Wan Ma Mountain cried out in fear, "Does this mean we are doomed?" The Holy Maiden was frustrated by their doubts. She announced, "Everyone. The elders and sect master are currently absent. Please evacuate quickly. I'll buy you time." Grasping the severity of the situation, they asked worriedly, "Holy Maiden, what about you?" The Holy Maiden replied, "As the Holy Maiden, I cannot abandon everyone. Even if it means fighting to the death, I'll buy you time." Moved to tears, they cried, "Wah, the Holy Maiden is so good. No, a good demon. Indeed, having such a Holy Maiden is a blessing for our demon race." The Holy Maiden reassured them, "Don't worry. I've informed the elders and sect master. They'll be back soon." After the announcement, the Holy Maiden prepared to return to the mountain to stall the beast while everyone evacuated. Suddenly, a disciple shouted, "Holy Maiden, the beast has been defeated." Stunned, the Holy Maiden asked, "Defeated? How is that possible? It's a supreme beast." The news sparked excited discussions, everyone curious about the victor's identity. Is it true? Who did it? Could they be stronger than the Holy Maiden? To confirm, the Holy Maiden headed towards the mountain, saying, "This can't be ignored. Continue preparing to evacuate. I'll go check." The Holy Maiden flew alone to investigate, as no one else in Wan Ma Mountain was capable of defeating a supreme beast. Arriving, she was met with a surprising sight. Everything was destroyed, leaving only ashes. She carefully surveyed the area and landed, wondering, what happened here? Such overwhelming power, could the supreme beast have been eliminated? She shook her head, dismissing the thought, How could anyone defeat a supreme beast? As far as she knew, no one in Ma Mountain possessed such power. Could it be an outsider? But why would they save Ma Mountain? Lost in thought, she heard boisterous laughter. It was Xiaoding, overjoyed at his loot, ha ha. I didn't expect you to have so many Ma stones. The holy maiden followed the laughter, approaching Xiaoding and the defeated beast. The beast was furious at having its Ma stones taken, but could do nothing, as Xiaoding was now its master. Seeing the beast's frustration, Xiaoding patted its back. Don't worry. Your scientific body boss has switched sides. Follow me from now on. The holy maiden finally spoke. Who are you? Xiaoding noticed her. The holy maiden probed. Are you a fellow Taoist from the Demon Mountain? Suddenly, Yang Die appeared, clinging to the holy maiden's leg. Niece. Niece? Monster. I encountered a monster. Relieved to see the holy maiden, Yang Die finally felt safe after the terrifying encounter. Recalling his subservience to Xiaoding, Yang Die couldn't bear to look up. The holy maiden slapped Yang Die, scolding, Don't you know this place is dangerous? Why are you here? Yang Die, holding his cheek, pointed at Xiaoding. No, no. He is not human. The holy maiden slapped Yang Die again. Nonsense. He's a demon too. Yang Die, tearful and cheek swollen, didn't dare speak further. The holy maiden announced, All right, although I don't know why the supreme beast disappeared, we shouldn't stay here. Let's return to the sect. Looking at Xiaoding, she noticed a cute beast beside him. Noticing her gaze, the beast hid behind Xiaoding. The holy maiden pulled the beast into her arms, cooing, Oh, what a cute beast. Is it your pet? Xiaoding was speechless. Yang Die was horrified, stammering, Niece. It's the supreme beast. The holy maiden examined the beast in her arms. She snapped at Yang Die, Impossible. Such a cute beast can't be the supreme beast. I've seen it before, it's huge. Look how adorable this one is, it's not the same. Ignoring Yang Die, she turned to Xiaoding, Who are you? I've never seen you before. Why don't you bow to the holy maiden? Hearing her tone, Yang Die warned, This is the boss, even stronger than the supreme beast. Niece, don't speak to him like that. He added, Holy maiden, he's a newcomer. It's normal that you don't know him. Dismissive of Xiaoding, the holy maiden said, Oh, let's go back. Who knows if the supreme beast will reappear? It's better to be safe. The supreme beast was no longer a concern for her. Seeing the signal from Ma Mountain, the disciples below seemed relieved. The holy maiden, Xiaoding, and Yang Die's group returned to Ma Mountain. The holy maiden announced, Don't panic, the danger has been eliminated. The crowd cheered, Long live the holy maiden. Oblivious to the true savior. The demons whispered among themselves, Surely, the holy maiden drove away the supreme beast. We owe our lives to her. The holy maiden is beautiful and powerful. Embarrassed, the holy maiden denied the credit, It wasn't me. I didn't slay the supreme beast. The demons exclaimed, Not the holy maiden. Who else in Ma Mountain could defeat the supreme beast? Indeed. The supreme beast is so strong, and the elders are away. If not the holy maiden, then who? The holy maiden wondered, If I knew who it was, I'd definitely invite them to Ma Mountain, but after I arrived, there was no one else besides them. She recalled the unfamiliar face. She looked at Xiaoding expectantly. Xiaoding smiled, about to claim credit, That's right. It was. Before he could finish, the holy maiden asked, You must have seen who did it, right? She didn't believe Xiaoding because she arrived after the fact, but he was already there, so he must have seen the true hero. While they were trying to find the truth, an unusual aura emerged from the mountain behind Ma Mountain. The aura rushed towards them. With a crash, it stopped before them. It was the three-faced sect's holy son, greeting them with a laugh and wave, Ha ha. Holy Maiden of Wan Ma Mountain, long time no see. The Holy Maiden's eyes widened. Holy Son of Three-Faced Sect. Could it be you? Did you defeat the beast? Reminded of the beast, the Holy Son recalled a weak beast he had slain, thinking, could it be that beast I killed on the way? It was quite strong. I didn't expect Wan Ma Mountain to have declined so much that they couldn't even defeat such a beast. The narcissistic Holy Son assumed it was the same beast. Seeing him nod, the Holy Maiden asked in surprise, you really killed it? The Holy Son took the credit, no need to thank me. Ordinary beasts harm our demon race. I acted on behalf of the heavens, no, on behalf of demons. The crowd marveled, so it was the Holy Son of Three-Faced Sect. As expected of a first-grade demon sect. He's definitely much stronger than our Holy Maiden. Someone muttered dejectedly, we small sects can't compare. Tai En and the newly subdued system appeared. Tai En said indignantly, that bastard dares steal boss's credit. Should I teach him a lesson? Xiao Ding replied, no need. I want to see what he's up to. The Holy Son lowered his voice, Holy Maiden, I have something to discuss. His serious tone made the Holy Maiden tense. Looking at the eavesdropping crowd, the Holy Son said, it's not convenient to talk here. The Holy Maiden turned to Xiao Ding and Yang Da. I have matters to discuss. Please excuse us. She and the Holy Son left. They moved to a secluded area. The Holy Son revealed, do you know about the ruins that appeared in the silent desert? Many powerful demons entered but haven't come out. The Holy Maiden gasped, could our sect elders be? The Holy Son nodded, yes. The demon elders are trapped. I came to ask for help. The Holy Maiden immediately replied, don't worry, Holy Son. Wan Ma Mountain will give our full support. She thought, so that's why the elders have been missing. Even with the sect in danger, there's been no response. They are all trapped. She told the Holy Son, give us some time to prepare. We'll depart with Wan Ma Mountain's elites in 3 days. The agreement was made. The scene shifted back to Tenjong Mountain. People were puzzled by Dai Daoyang's respect for Xiao Ding, a newcomer. They wondered, Dai Daoyang is so humble, could that newcomer be very powerful? But they also made up reasons for denial, impossible. If he's really that strong, why is he still in the mortal Fanyuan Marshan? In my opinion, he probably has some family relationship with Da Dao Yang. This thought immediately gained recognition, and one of them said, that's possible. I heard that before Da Dao Yang joined the sect, his family was in complete chaos. The scene then shifted to a desolate desert, where the elders of the demonic race were imprisoned. Their state of mind was not very good. They basically didn't expect to be trapped and still couldn't understand how there could be such a powerful person. One of the elders sighed and said, I hope the younger generation of the demonic race doesn't come here, otherwise the entire demonic race will be annihilated. Not far away, 2 figures were silently observing the imprisoned elders of Wan Marshan. The woman sighed and said, it's been so many years since we last received news from the technological dimension. The man standing next to her asked, what's wrong? The woman replied, the assassination of a demon named Xiao Ding. I heard that the supreme demonic beast of the technological dimension has been subdued by him. Interesting. The man scoffed and said, the supreme demonic beast is such a waste. Losing is normal. Anyway, in our hands, one move is all it takes. The woman nodded in agreement, that's right. Time to play. In a dark place, deep below the abyss, a hidden force said, it seems someone is threatening the technological dimension. Another voice chimed in, Xiao Ding. The invisible force replied, no need to rush. Let those trash take action and probe first. The identity of this force remains unclear. The author takes us to Yunshao Grand Hall, where another system is stationed. There's someone who appears to be the master of Yunshao Grand Hall. He sits on a chair, and beside him, a system asks, shall I lend you a hand? The man chuckled and replied, it's just a demon. Why should we bother? Let's take this opportunity to devour the remaining technological dimension. Then we can break through the heavenly Tao's restrictions. The scene shifts back to Shizhong Mountain. Xiao Ding was still absorbing demonic stones, preparing for his level up. After a long period of absorption, Xiao Ding finally opened his eyes and looked outside. He sighed and said, a life form is truly difficult to level up. So many demonic stones, yet I can't even advance a single tier. Zni comforted him, boss, no need to rush. At your current rate, your life form is almost ready to advance from primary to intermediate level. Suddenly, Yang Da burst through the door and said urgently, Senior, the Saintess has just issued an order. Wan Ma Shan must conduct a trial. Those who pass will receive a reward of 100 demonic stones. Hearing that the reward was 100 demonic stones, Xiao Ding didn't seem particularly excited. Yang Da added, Senior, the demonic stones are a small matter. The bigger issue is that we can be selected by the Saintess to join the rescue team for the Wan Ma Shan elders. We must not refuse this duty. Being chosen for the rescue team made Xiao Ding find this news interesting. At this moment, the system screen displayed a new mission, pass the Saintess's trial within a stick of incense. Reward, first grade divine weapon. Zni quickly said. Boss? Activate the new mission. After accepting the mission, Xiao Ding left his room and headed straight to the trial location. The Saintess was standing there with the narcissistic Saint Sun. The Saint Sun was holding the Shan He Pan, a specially created area for the trial. He threw the Shan He Pan into the air, and a space was formed. The Saintess standing next to him expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Saint Sun, for finding powerful disciples for Wan Ma Shan this time. It all relies on this Shan He Pan. The Saint Sun replied magnanimously, no need. The trials within the Shan He Pan are difficult. Passing 2 trials is considered a genius. Passing all 13 trials, but who in the world can achieve that? The Saintess whispered, the talent of Wan Ma Shan disciples has been declining over the years. Being able to pass 2 trials is enough. I hope you'll pay more attention during the control. Saint Sun. The Saint Sun replied casually, don't worry. I've lowered the Shan He Pan to its lowest level. I think it won't injure the disciples inside. The Saintess breathed a sigh of relief, then I'm relieved. The Shan He Pan quickly formed, creating a lifelike space. Inside the Shan He Pan, the demon crowd of Wan Ma Shan had gathered for the trial. Xiao Ding looked around, realizing that this Shan He Pan contained a vast and profound illusion. The crowd quickly entered the first trial, the path of heart inquiry, but their expressions were strange, everyone trembling like leaves. Yang Da, walking beside Xiao Ding, asked worriedly, I heard that the Shan He Pan is extremely difficult. Boss, how can we pass this? Xiao Ding sighed inwardly, this thing, I can pass it in less than half a stick of incense, but the system mission requires me to wait for a full stick of incense. Sigh. Seeing Yang Da's worry, Xiao Ding told them, just follow me. So the 3 from Da Dao Yang followed behind Xiao Ding, awaiting his next move. Xiao Ding took the first steps into the first trial. As they walked, they covered their noses, trying to minimize inhaling the black smoke of the path of heart inquiry. Although powerful, Xiao Ding was still somewhat affected by this trial. The path of heart inquiry made him recall the time when his loved ones died, when he was left alone, when he faced death. This made him extremely uncomfortable. Of course, as a leader, he couldn't let himself be misled by this trial. A wave of his hand instantly dispelled all the illusions. Yang Da, from behind, looked at Xiao Ding with admiration and said, Senior is truly mighty. Xiao Ding waved for the people behind him to follow closely. Above the Shan He Pan, the Saint Sun and Saintess continued their monitoring. The Saint Sun boasted, it took me a stick of incense to solidify my Dao heart in this first trial back then. It will probably take them several days to pass. Suddenly, the saintess reported, "It seems someone has already passed the first trial." The saint son's face flushed with embarrassment as he exclaimed, "What? Impossible." He checked and saw that Xiaoding's group and Yang Da had already passed the first trial. He quickly covered up, "Lucky. It must be just luck." He said with a slightly annoyed tone, "The second trial is much more difficult than the first. It has a spirit tree guarding it." Once entangled by the tree, the saintess beside him interrupted. "That is the spirit tree, the one up there, the crying trees." The saint's son looked in the direction the saintess pointed and shouted, "Impossible." It was still Xiaoding and his companions, now at the second trial, facing the spirit tree. It was unclear what happened, but the spirit tree was seen crying, "I've been in the Shan He Pan for 100 years, and I've never experienced such humiliation." So after a glance, Xiaoding led his companions easily through the second trial. The saint's son was once again embarrassed, repeatedly denying, "Impossible. Those are 100-year-old spirit trees." To save face, the saint's son started making excuses, maybe they are not feeling well today. Yes, that must be it. Embarrassed twice was enough. The stubborn saint's son decided to ignore how they passed the second trial, but for the third trial, he would unleash the Shan He Pan's restrictions. He didn't believe they could pass so easily again. Thus, ignoring his promise to go easy on the Wan Ma Shan saintess, the saint's son secretly increased the power and difficulty of the following trials. The Shan He Pan immediately changed, and it was expected that things would become more difficult. Even the saintess could feel the powerful pressure emanating from within the Shan He Pan. The people without Xiaoding's guidance were now falling one after another, startled by the sudden increase in power. Xiaoding and his companions were approaching the third trial, the Hellfire Sea. The saint's son's added power was substantial, and the scorching heat of the Hellfire Sea was no joke. But to Xiaoding, it was nothing. He even scoffed, "Such petty tricks." In the blink of an eye, he had reached the fourth trial. The fifth trial was quickly passed as well. Following that, the sixth trial was also swiftly overcome. In no time, Xiaoding arrived at the final trial. Zni even had to stop her master's rapid progress, saying, "Boss, too fast. We still have to wait for half a stick of incense to complete the mission." Yang Da beside him reminded, "Senior, the final trial might be very dangerous." Clearing 12 trials in an instant, the saint's son was so shocked that he coughed up blood. He thought to himself, "Passing trials consecutively, is there something wrong with the Shan He Pan?" The saintess beside him was also wide-eyed in astonishment, "They are about to come out." The saint's son didn't believe it, shouting in denial, "Impossible. The 13th trial is heavenly punishment. No demon has ever passed it." He had already pushed the Shan He Pan's power to its limit. He couldn't believe they could pass so easily. He clearly didn't dare to face reality. In an instant, the aura inside the Shan He Pan changed. After a while, the arrogant saint's son asked the saintess, "So, are they out yet?" The saintess replied, "They haven't come out yet." This answer pleased the saint's son greatly. He laughed triumphantly, "Ha ha ha. I knew it. The 13th trial gathers the essence of heaven and earth. How could they escape so easily?" But then he thought, being able to reach the 13th trial meant they had extraordinary talent. He had acted impulsively earlier. What if they died in the 13th trial? Whatever his thoughts, it would be too embarrassing for a sex saint's son to have his Shan He Pan destroyed. He said to the Wan Ma Shan saintess with feigned satisfaction, "Saintess, since they can't pass the 13th trial, let's release them." Just as he was about to unlock the Shan He Pan, the saintess said, "They seem to be fine." Only then did the saint's son look at his Shan He Pan in shock and yell, "Impossible. They haven't come out after so long. I don't believe they are all right." The scene inside the Shan He Pan was very relaxed. Someone picked an apple and offered it to Xiaoding. The other two, one knelt and massaged his shoulders, saying, "Senior, you must be tired from the journey. Let me give you a massage. Was this a trial or a picnic? Xiao Ding was really hacking the game. After a while, Yang Da said, "Boss. A stick of incense has passed." Hearing this, Xiao Ding immediately stood up, ready to leave the Shan He Pan and end the trial. He walked towards the exit and said to everyone, "Let's go." So all four of them instantly exited the Shan He Pan, concluding their test. Only the Saint Sun still couldn't accept reality, repeatedly shouting, "Impossible! Impossible! I don't believe it! I don't believe it! Believe it or not, it was over." The trial had ended. Xiao Ding led the way, walking in front of the Saint Sun and Saintess with a defiant look. The Saintess whispered, "Saint Sun, didn't you say the Shan He Pan was very difficult to pass?" The Saint Sun quickly made an excuse, "That's because this Saint Sun is not feeling well today," which caused the power controlling the Shan He Pan to suddenly weaken. That's why it happened. The Saintess asked skeptically, "Really?" But she didn't wait for the Saint Sun's answer. She waved to Xiao Ding's group, "Xiao Ding, your performance was excellent. Come with us to the Silent Desert tomorrow." With everything settled, Zni ran over and asked Xiao Ding, "Boss. The mission is complete. What should we do with the reward?" Xiao Ding replied, "Give it to me." Zni followed his order. She blinked, and it was done. So Xiao Ding had another high-quality sword in his hand. The sword in Xiao Ding's hand quickly caught the attention of the Wan Ma Shan Saintess. She asked Xiao Ding with wide eyes, "This is a top-tier weapon. Xiao Ding, where did you get it?" Xiao Ding didn't answer but asked back, "How many demonic stones can I exchange this for?" The Saintess thought she had misheard. Xiao Ding wanted to exchange a top-tier weapon for demonic stones. She was furious on Xiao Ding's behalf, shouting, "Do you know what this is? You want to exchange it for demonic stones?" After a moment, the Saintess regained her composure and calmly advised Xiao Ding, "Although I really want it, I must advise you, this kind of weapon is priceless. No amount of demonic stones can be exchanged for it." Xiao Ding didn't hesitate. He tossed the sword to the Saintess and said just one word, "Exchange." With such a bargain, the Saintess couldn't stop smiling. Looking at Xiao Ding's retreating figure, she called out, "Remember to go to the Silent Desert tomorrow." Xiao Ding returned to his familiar room. He used the demonic stones he just exchanged and began to absorb them, wanting to quickly level up. He seemed very determined to level up, focusing all his attention on the demonic stones. Inside the chaotic space, Xiao Ding's body was almost at the state where it could level up. After a while, he opened his eyes and stepped out of the chaotic space. Just like last time, he sighed in disappointment, muttering to himself, "Still a little short. I didn't think it would be so difficult to raise the destiny physique. It seems I can only look for another opportunity." The moment arrived for the group to rescue the elders in the desert. They mounted demonic beasts and began to move. The world seemed divided into two, one side with Xiao Ding and Yang Da, and the other with ordinary people. On the way, the Saintess reminded them, "This time, in addition to our Wan Ma Shan, there are other demon races as well. Be careful along the way, and don't be reckless." The crowd nodded in agreement. They flew over the vast desert, preparing to rescue the lonely old men in the remote desert. They quickly arrived at the city gate and dismounted their demonic beasts with an air of importance. They were greeted by a group of people coming from within the city, dressed in matching outfits. One after another, the people of Wan Ma Shan greeted the approaching group. "Saintess of Wan Ma Shan, greetings fellow Taoists. Saint Son of San Mianzong, greetings fellow Taoists." The only response to their greetings was a cold snort from a man. The person who stepped out was Luo Ziqian. He looked quite young, but his abs were rather blurry. He showed a clear disdain for the demons in front of him, saying, "Such a small demon sect, and yet you made us wait so long." Yang Da whispered to Xiao Ding, "This person is the demon seed of a first-grade demon sect. Demon seeds are different from saint sons. Demon seeds are strong individuals chosen from within the various Saint Sun Grand Demon sects. Those who mature have the chance to become Demon Dao Heavenly Venerates. Xiao Ding thought to himself, his aptitude is far too inferior. The aura on Luo Ziqian was undeniably unique, as expected of a chosen demon seed. Luo Ziqian began to lead, we are going in to save people, but we can't ignore the spiritual treasures that have appeared in the silent desert. It's fine if we can't obtain them. But we absolutely cannot let those incompetent minor sects benefit. The people behind him listened obediently. Their heavy footsteps carried the mission of rescuing the elders, as they continued to cross the desert. Together, they crossed the barren desert, a place where many had perished, but not a single one trembled. In the quiet forest, the shadows of two people flickered. A woman's voice spoke, "Oh. We searched high and low, and now we find him without any effort." This woman turned out to be a system guide. She was opening her system to search for something. The man beside her asked, "What's wrong?" The woman replied, "This person is Xiao Ding. Let's play with him." Upon hearing Xiao Ding's name, the man's eyes lit up with anticipation. He threw out several orbs, a mixture of white and red, from his sleeve. Upon contact with the ground, these orbs transformed into demon generals, standing in formation, awaiting orders. The man then commanded his demon generals, "Leave no one alive. Kill them all." On Xiao Ding's side, the group, led by Luo Ziqian, was still slowly crossing the desert. Zni appeared and said to Xiao Ding, "Boss. This seems to be an illusion." Xiao Ding replied, "I know." At this moment, a fork appeared in front of everyone. Zni whispered to Xiao Ding, "The right path is the path of life, the left is the path of death." Xiao Ding stepped forward and told the people behind him, "This is the yin-yang illusion. Follow me." However, Luo Ziqian didn't agree with Xiao Ding's leadership, standing still with a cold demeanor. He spoke with a disdainful tone towards Xiao Ding, "The yin-yang illusion. You can see through it." Xiao Ding simply asked, "Don't you believe it?" It was clear that Luo Ziqian had no knowledge of the yin-yang illusion, his face visibly stiffening. But as a respected figure, he wouldn't yield to Xiao Ding. He pointed to the other path and said, "In my opinion, the other path is the path of life." Xiao Ding, too lazy to argue, said, "Then let's split up." Everyone became worried. They still trusted Luo Ziqian more, believing that he was the strongest here. Splitting up meant losing Luo Ziqian's protection, a significant disadvantage. Even the Saintess was worried, walking up to Xiao Ding and scolding, "Xiao Ding, are you crazy? Our Wan Ma Shan won't allow you to act recklessly." Xiao Ding remained silent, not bothering to argue. At this time, Yang Da loyally followed Xiao Ding, saying, "I'll follow Senior Xiao." Yang Da's two brothers also resolutely followed Xiao Ding. The Saintess was so angry that she didn't know what to say. She couldn't understand how Xiao Ding's prestige had become so high. Luo Ziqian sneered and pointed at Xiao Ding, "Ha ha. I didn't expect there to be someone in this world who isn't afraid of death. You people from the 6th and 7th grade sects want to go. I certainly won't stop you." He turned and asked the people behind him, "Do you want to go with him? Or with me?" People unsure of Xiao Ding's strength naturally wanted to follow Luo Ziqian. After all, he was the demon seed of a first-grade sect. This Xiao Ding kid came out of nowhere. Not even a saint's son. Following him was practically courting death. Many hands went up, volunteering to follow Luo Ziqian. They believed that as long as they were on the same team as him, they wouldn't fear any danger. With Luo Ziqian's reputation, these lower-ranked individuals naturally wanted to follow him. However, he didn't care about them at all, even kicking them away, saying, "Since someone proposed splitting up, then those below 5th grade sects, form your own teams." Meaning he wouldn't accept those weaklings following him. The sects below 5th grade were completely dumbfounded. They turned to curse Xiao Ding, "Brat, if you want to die, don't drag us down with you." Someone even cursed more viciously, "Wan Ma Shan is too arrogant. Without Luo Ziqian, don't even think about surviving in this desolate desert. After cursing Xiaoding for a while, they turned to beg Luo Ziqian, we are sincerely willing to accompany you, we have nothing to do with that brat Xiaoding. Luo Ziqian took the opportunity to belittle Xiaoding, replying, small fries, you're not worthy. After saying this, he immediately signaled for his followers to start moving, leaving the lower-ranked sects behind. This infuriated the Wan Ma Shan saintess. She turned and scolded the protagonist, Xiaoding, you've gone too far. Regretting her decision to bring Xiaoding along, she said, I shouldn't have brought you here. Seeing her constantly yelling, Yang Da couldn't stand it and started cursing back, venting for Xiaoding, saintess. I warn you, don't be disrespectful to Senior Xiao. The Da Dao Yang brothers now stood united behind Xiaoding. Yang Da even warned, otherwise. My Da Dao Yang's blade will show no mercy. The Da Dao Yang brothers suddenly protecting Xiaoding like this displeased the saintess. She didn't understand why they were so respectful towards him, even disregarding her, the saintess. Even the San Mian Zong saint's son had to look at Xiaoding with different eyes. Xiaoding's previous performance in the Shanhe Pan, coupled with his current calmness, could it be that he truly had some ability? Xiaoding's actions made the saint's son reconsider, suddenly feeling that he wasn't simple. But if he was so powerful, why would he stay in the small Wan Ma Shan? Thinking about it wouldn't solve anything. Currently, the saint's son was the highest-ranking person here. He also stepped forward to lead everyone, fulfilling his duty. He addressed the crowd, everyone. I believe Xiaoding acted impulsively. Continuing to argue like this won't yield any results. From now on, this saint son of San Mian Zong will escort everyone. The disoriented crowd became excited when they saw the saint son stepping up to assure them, shouting, the saint son of San Mian Zong is truly responsible. We'll rely on you from now on. Saint son of San Mian Zong is mighty. So they set off along the path Xiaoding had pointed out. Xiaoding now just quietly followed behind, not saying a word. Everyone was on high alert, their faces tense. After walking for a while, a strange object emerged from the ground in front of them. This object continuously moved, as if trying to break free from the earth. The group stopped, their vigilance heightened. A few seconds later, the object emerged from the ground. It was a spiritual treasure tree with sparkling spiritual fruits. A fat man in the group shouted, look. Spiritual treasures. Others became eager, one shouting, golden spirit fruits. One for each person. After shouting, he quickly ran forward, wanting to seize the spiritual treasures for himself, his eyes full of eagerness. He was the first, the fastest, reaching the base of the spiritual treasure tree in an instant. He said excitedly, sacred fruits, here I come. Just as he thought the sacred fruits were within his grasp, the claws of some demonic beast suddenly appeared, attacking him. As a result, before he could pick the fruits, he was sliced in half, dying instantly. Everyone went from excitement to fear, asking each other, what just happened? Someone pointed in a direction not far away, screaming, look. Golden sand monster. Looking in the direction he pointed, they saw a huge golden sand monster, gnawing on the body of the man, who had eagerly run towards the spiritual treasure tree. The frightened crowd cried out, why did we encounter this kind of monster? It's too strong. After finishing the man, the monster continued to look at the crowd with hungry eyes. Without further ado, the monster leaped towards the crowd, kicking up a cloud of dust. The monster stood before them, bearing its sharp fangs, clearly famished. These weak cultivators were like offerings to the monster. Everyone scattered, trying to escape, screaming, run. The saintess of Wan Ma Shan was terrified. She was no match for the beast. Turning to the Holy Sun beside her, she said, Holy Sun, I need your help. You defeated the supreme demonic beast before. I believe you can also deal with this golden sand monster. The Holy Sun's face went blank. Supreme demonic beast. He didn't even know what it looked like. He pretended to ponder and asked, Supreme demonic beast. What supreme demonic beast? If he couldn't handle it alone, he'd gather strength. He declared, although I don't know what you're talking about, I believe that as long as we work together, we can definitely defeat this golden sand monster. One of Yang Da's followers stepped forward, clapping and mocking, as expected of the San Miazong Holy Sun. Truly magnificent. The fat man beside him seemed to have great faith in the smooth-talking Holy Sun. Clasping his hands, he said, San Miazong Holy Sun, we are counting on you. After speaking, he waved for everyone to retreat. Don't disturb the San Miazong Holy Sun's battle. Everyone, withdraw. This seemed different from the Holy Sun's plan. He stammered, hey. Actually, I don't go. In less than a second, everyone had retreated, ensuring the Holy Sun wouldn't have to worry about protecting anyone. Now they knew how valuable their lives were. As the monster charged, the Holy Sun cried out, I said protect you, not abandon me. By the time he finished, the monster was upon him. There was no choice but to fight. The Holy Sun had to take a gamble. He formed hand seals and muttered incantations. This time, he used the Han Qian Jin Suo, hoping to bind the monster for easier control. But he missed his first attack. He didn't even know what the monster's skin felt like. He was clearly outmatched. The Holy Sun was all talk. After a few simple blows, the Holy Sun was knocked unconscious, sprawling on the ground. He was about to become lunch. The monster opened its cavernous maw, ready to swallow him whole. At the critical moment, the protagonist appeared like a hero. Xiao Ding's time to shine had arrived. He stood before the monster, ready for a real confrontation. Facing the beast, Xiao Ding chuckled. Dealing with it was as easy as pie. Xiao Ding launched a single attack, and the monster stumbled, dazed. The monster collapsed instantly, unlike the Holy Sun's futile flailing. Xiao Ding faced only one monster, while Luo Ziqian was surrounded by 5. His group panicked, Luo Ziqian, how do we get out? What do we do with so many golden sand monsters? This was beyond Luo Ziqian's expectations. He was also in a state of panic. But he was still more capable than the Holy Sun. He clenched his fists. And with one punch, he took down the nearest monster. The monsters suddenly sensed danger. The next moment, they were scattered, to the astonishment of everyone. A dense mass of energy appeared in the sky, hurtling towards Luo Ziqian's group. This energy blast knocked back all the monsters surrounding them. Such good fortune was definitely unusual. Under the astonished gazes of Luo Ziqian's group, the monsters were defeated in the blink of an eye. What kind of good fortune was this? They looked at each other in confusion. Finally, someone voiced their concern, what's going on? Why did the golden sand monsters suddenly die? A group appeared before them. These were the demonic generals created by the mysterious man, sent to kill Xiao Ding. Luo Ziqian's group worriedly asked, who are these people? One of them replied, I don't know. Could they be holding back the sect's seniors? This frightened many of them. One nodded, that makes sense. A single move to kill so many golden sand monsters, their strength is unfathomable. The demonic generals scanned Luo Ziqian's group for Xiao Ding, but couldn't find him. They assumed he wasn't there and was likely elsewhere. They couldn't fulfill their master's order to kill him. Personally, realizing the demonic generals were looking for Xiao Ding, Luo Ziqian's group was surprised. However, this was a way to escape their current predicament. One stepped forward, Xiao Ding. We also have a grudge against Xiao Ding. If there's nothing else, we'll be going now. But Luo Ziqian's group underestimated the demonic generals. Leaving was not an option. The demonic generals attacked simultaneously, targeting Luo Ziqian's group. They said, killing some small fry isn't bad either. While Luo Ziqian's group was under attack, Xiao Ding was still leisurely dealing with his monster. The monster lunged at Xiao Ding, as if afraid he would escape and it would lose a meal. Xiao Ding chuckled, you're courting death. With a whoosh, Xiao Ding used a single move to bring down the monster. But that wasn't enough. He had to strike it again, for underestimating the protagonist. In an instant, the monster was dead, its roar shaking the desert. The monster lay on the ground, gasping its last breaths, its attack power reduced to 0. Those who had fled, no longer hearing the monster's roar, dared to peek out. The fat man was the first to notice. Seeing the monster on the ground, he yelled, "The golden sand beast is dead." He called to the others, "Everyone, come back. The golden sand beast is dead." At the same time, the Holy Sun was regaining consciousness, after being knocked out by the monster. When he opened his eyes, everyone was staring at him. The Saintess of Wan Mo Shan thought he had defeated the monster. With admiration, she said, "Holy Sun, you are truly magnificent." Another chimed in, "Holy Sun. It's so reassuring to have you here." The Holy Sun scrambled to his feet. The crowd sighed in relief, "The Holy Sun is all right." "That's great." The Saintess was still in awe. She said shyly, "Holy Sun, you were able to kill the golden sand beast. I underestimated you before." The Holy Sun's memory only went as far as being knocked out by the monster. He had no recollection of killing it. Scratching his head, he wondered, "Did I kill the golden sand beast?" He looked at the dead monster, not believing he could have done it. Amusingly, he thought, "Could I have done it while unconscious?" He reconsidered. "That's not right. While I was unconscious, I vaguely saw someone appear before me. That person seemed like..." The figure he was thinking of was Xiao Ding, standing behind him. But he immediately shook his head, "Impossible. Impossible. How could he have such ability? I definitely did it myself." He truly believed he had killed the monster while unconscious. Without further ado, he took the credit, "Right. Who else could have killed the golden sand beast but me?" He declared to everyone, "That's right. It was me." The crowd cheered, "Holy Sun's might." The Holy Sun generously pointed at the spiritual treasure tree, "Everyone. The golden sand beast is dead. Quickly gather the spirit fruits." Everyone rushed to pick the spirit fruits, hoping they would enhance their cultivation. Suddenly, a strong wind swept across the desert. The Saintess shielded her face from the sand. Where did such a strong sandstorm come from? Out of the sandstorm emerged a group of people, the demonic generals searching for Xiao Ding. The fat man sensed trouble again. Seeing the dangerous strangers, he guessed what had happened to Luo Ziqian's group. The demonic generals stepped forward, their menacing aura palpable. The Holy Sun's group immediately recognized them as enemies. Everyone was afraid, but they quickly reassured each other, "Don't panic, we have the Holy Sun." One was so scared he kept calling, "Holy Sun. Holy Sun, we have enemies." The Holy Sun saw the demonic generals, but wasn't afraid. He thought, "These people don't seem like much. They are probably not as strong as the golden sand beast. I even killed the golden sand beast, so why should I be afraid of them?" It was unclear when he had developed this delusion. He confidently stood before the demonic generals and shouted, "Where did you thieves come from? Surrender and die." His confidence reassured those behind him. They cheered, "The Holy Sun is truly mighty. With the San Miezong Holy Sun here, we are safe. Go, Holy Sun." The Holy Sun acted dependable, "Leave it to me." Then he turned back to the demonic generals, "You villains. He wanted to use Han Qian Jin Hua against them again. Today, I'll show you some color." Without a word, a single demonic general flicked his wrist, sending a blast of energy that knocked the useless Holy Sun flat. Before everyone's eyes, the talented Holy Sun became limp and unconscious. The Saintess became tense. The fat man, loyal to the Holy Sun, panicked, "What kind of monster is this? Why is even the Holy Sun no match for him?" The demonic generals finally spotted Xiao Ding among the crowd. They laughed with glee. It was time to carry out their mission to kill Xiao Ding. Having identified their target, they immediately attacked. To everyone's horror, the demonic generals attacked directly, with no one to block their path. Xiao Ding knew they were after him. He smirked, unafraid. The fat man shrieked when he saw Xiao Ding step forward to block the demonic generals. Xiao Ding, what are you doing? Get out of the way. The saintess also warned, you'll die. One even sighed, thinking, poor, incurable fool. Is the opponent too strong? Can he not sense this terrifying pressure? Despite everyone fleeing, Xiao Ding stood there, ready for the enemy's attack. Then, it happened. Xiao Ding faced the demonic generals one-on-one. With the first blow, a massive shockwave erupted across the desert. The saintess of Wan Moshan thought, he's dead. That kid is dead. The fat man shouted, there won't even be scraps left. Everyone, run. One turned back to look at where Xiao Ding had been, his eyes saddened, murmuring, Wan Moshan kid, though you were annoying, I forgive you for dying in our place. May you rest in peace. The energy from the explosion intensified. Everyone screamed, run. But the first shockwave had ended. Why was there a second surge of energy? They realized something was wrong. Xiao Ding wasn't dead. Everyone stopped, turning to look where Xiao Ding had stood. Sure enough, Xiao Ding was still there, completely unharmed. There were no minced remains. The fat man exclaimed, how is this possible? Even the saintess was dumbfounded. She mumbled, he's alive. How is this possible? How did he become so strong? Facing the demonic generals, Xiao Ding calmly sensed the presence of scientific techniques. A demonic general stepped forward, impressed, as expected of someone who caught our master's attention. You have some skill. But let's see what you can do next. The demonic general lunged at Xiao Ding, fist raised, hoping to claim the credit. But Xiao Ding didn't even need to move. The demonic general was repelled by the protective layer of the demonic scripture. He shouted to his comrades, what are you looking at? Help me. The remaining demonic generals looked at each other, signaling to combine their efforts. Without a word, they leaped into the air and attacked. They surrounded Xiao Ding with a thick layer of flames, hot enough to incinerate anyone instantly. Yet Xiao Ding remained unfazed, not even bothering to retaliate. The fat man gaped, is he a monster? Even the saintess wondered, when did Wan Moshan become so strong? The fat man finally understood, now I know why he wasn't afraid of Luo Ziqian. This strength it's probably not far off Luo Ziqian's. As the demonic generals continued their assault, Xiao Ding calmly asked, is that all you've got? He spoke directly to them, bring out the scientist. Hiding won't do you any good. The demonic generals were startled, impossible. No one but our master can detect us. Ordinary attacks were ineffective against Xiao Ding. The demonic general resorted to his ultimate move, brothers, endless hell. The sky turned dark as swirling masses of energy appeared, threatening to consume everything. It was indeed an ultimate move, its pressure considerable. But it wasn't enough to alarm Xiao Ding. The demonic generals combined their power to open endless hell, hoping to trap Xiao Ding forever. As a result, Xiao Ding seemed to vanish, his figure disappearing. The demonic general smirked, he was nothing but that. Everyone watched in horror. Now, only they remained to face the demonic generals. The situation was dire. The satisfied demonic generals dusted off their hands, unexpectedly, we needed to join forces to kill him. Once inside this absolute kill zone, even with immense power, he cannot escape. Xiao Ding's apparent demise worried the saintess. Despite his annoying nature, he was still from Wan Moshan. The fat man was the most afraid, even someone as strong as Xiao Ding wasn't a match for them. What are we going to do? Young Da shouted, impossible. Senior won't lose. I believe in Senior. The demonic generals turned their attention to the remaining group, kill these trash. The saintess's group instinctively retreated. They were no match for the demonic generals. The outcome was clear. But ending things here would be too boring. The so-called endless hell, the absolute kill zone, was being shattered from within, cracking apart. Xiao Ding returned like a god, unscathed. Hell, or whatever it was called, was ultimately broken by Xiao Ding. The protagonists' return surely disappointed the demonic generals. As expected, upon seeing Xiao Ding, they cried out, "What? Impossible!" Yang Da's brothers were overjoyed. They laughed, "Ha ha! I knew senior Xiao Ding would be fine. He's out? He's out? Ha ha! Xiao Ding, kill them." Even their ultimate move couldn't harm Xiao Ding. The demonic generals were dumbfounded. Xiao Ding didn't rush to attack. He swiftly snatched the glowing gem from the forehead of the nearest demonic general. Losing the gem, the demonic general vanished. The others exclaimed, "Who is he?" Before they could get an answer, Xiao Ding snatched the gems from their foreheads in less than a second. Xiao Ding looked at the gems in his hand and smirked. Only a few demonic generals remained. Xiao Ding told them, "Go back and inform your master. I'll be there shortly." The remaining demonic generals fled for their lives. Xiao Ding handed his spoils to Tai Ni, "Analyze this." Tai Ni quickly began analyzing the items on the spot. She told Xiao Ding, "Boss, these are high-grade supplements, extremely beneficial for upgrading life forms." The items seemed quite interesting. Xiao Ding chuckled. Since they were so useful, why not use them immediately? That's what Xiao Ding thought, and he did just that. They were indeed good stuff. The difference compared to using magic stones back in Wan Moshan was significant. After a while, the system announced, upgrading life form, intermediate fate level, and intermediate life form. Tai Ni rushed out, holding a board, "Congratulations, boss, on upgrading your life form." The released demonic general returned to report to the system, and the mysterious man. The system marveled, as expected of someone who could kill the supreme demonic beast of scientific techniques. The system displayed an image of the imprisoned demonic elders. It said, "But even with greater strength, what's the point?" The man suggested, "Do you want to meet him?" The system replied, "No need for such trouble. He'll be here soon enough." Xiao Ding's side was much happier now. Finally, everyone acknowledged his abilities. They exclaimed, "That's amazing. So strong." The useless Holy Son was just getting up after being knocked unconscious. Seeing no demonic generals, he wondered, what happened? Where's the danger? Only some remains of the demonic generals were left on the ground. Looking at the wounds on his hand, the Holy Son fabricated a heroic tale in his mind. Could it have been me who saved everyone? But why don't I remember anything? Am I that strong? That's not right. It was the same with the golden sand beast. I have no memory after I fainted. It's the same this time. Could there be a powerful force within me that I don't know about? One that only awakens when I lose consciousness. I, a 30-year-old, have never seen such self-deception and fantasizing as this Holy Son. Shamelessly, he took credit, announcing, "I didn't know I was so strong. I saved everyone again." One of Yang Da's broken-horned brothers looked at the Holy Son with concern. "Holy Son, are you all right?" The Holy Son asked proudly, "Was the battle just now very fierce?" The broken-horned brother was still confused, unsure what the Holy Son was up to. He replied, "It was really dangerous just now. Fortunately, he glanced at Xiao Ding. The Holy Son interrupted, taking the credit, "All right. Don't admire me. I'm just a legend. For everyone, even death is nothing. As long as everyone is safe." He tried to exude his hidden charm. The broken-horned brother denied, "No. Holy Son, do you have the wrong idea?" The Holy Son, seemingly delusional, continued his act, "Everyone. Don't stop. I'm willing to use my life to save the demonic sect seniors." He drew his sword and shouted dramatically, "Charge with me." It was unclear what he had consumed. Everyone was stunned. They thought, did he hit his head somewhere? Was he damaged in the fight? Forget it. We have senior Xiao Ding. They nodded to each other. Okay, okay. Let's pretend we didn't see anything. Xiao Ding didn't bother interrupting the Holy Sun's fun. He simply called for everyone to move on. They continued across the desert, searching for the imprisoned elders. After a while, they finally found them. Young Da pointed ahead. Senior Xiao Ding, those are our sect elders. The mysterious man appeared. He faced Xiao Ding's group, having long prepared for this. He smirked. We finally meet. Xiao Ding had also been waiting for this moment. He smiled with anticipation. The delusional Holy Sun stepped forward, pointing his sword at the man. We finally meet. I've been waiting for this moment. The man didn't even know who the Holy Sun was, his face blank with confusion. The Holy Sun acted grandly, throwing his sword to the ground. Come on. Let me see your power. He picked up a rock. He smashed the rock against his own head with all his might, shouting, "Come forth." My power. He collapsed, genuinely believing he possessed a hidden power that would emerge when he was unconscious. It was hard to tell if he was foolish or naive. Everyone else was treated to the bizarre spectacle of a venerable Holy Sun. Even the mysterious man wondered, where did this idiot come from? Ignoring the fool, he turned back to Xiao Ding. Faced with so many assassins, you still dare to come to my door. The man was clearly prepared. He smiled darkly. Strange phenomena appeared beneath the sand, small pools forming, their nature unclear. The real battle was about to begin. The system appeared, asking, "Boss, what are your orders?" Xiao Ding commanded the newly subdued system, and the supreme demonic beast to protect the others. The system immediately replied, "Rest assured, boss, mission guaranteed." Satisfied that everything was in order, Xiao Ding leaped towards his opponent. The true adversaries met, both displaying their strength, neither yielding to the other. Those below weren't idle. They faced constant attacks from the demonic generals, everyone straining to fight. The clash between the two leaders was the main event. But describing their fight was difficult, as every blow caused earth-shattering explosions, obscuring the details. While Xiao Ding and his group battled, Luo Ziqian's group was still slowly traversing the desert. Miraculously, they hadn't been killed by the demonic generals, but everyone was injured. One side, thanks to Luo Ziqian, or we would all be dead. Another replied. Even so, we are heavily injured. They thought of the weaker demonic cultivators left behind. One with long hair turned to Luo Ziqian. We are in such a state. Those from Wan Mo Shan are probably bones by now. La Ziqian didn't answer, but he smugly thought to himself, of course, how can those shrimps from Wanmoshan compare to me? One of the blindfolded men thought of Xiao Ding and said with disgust, that kind of person deserves to die. La Ziqian stepped forward and assured the group, don't worry. I will definitely lead everyone and rescue the sect's elder. The long-haired man replied, we were able to pass through such a strong enemy just now, that's what a true leader is. La Ziqian looked into the distance and said softly, those Wanmoshan people are probably dead in the lonely desert by now. Suddenly, the long-haired man pointed to the sky in panic and shouted, wait. That's not right. What is that? A huge energy beam appeared in the sky, even brighter than the sun, flying straight towards La Ziqian's group. A short distance from La Ziqian's group, the energy beam exploded, the deafening sound leaving them stunned and immobile. The smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, allowing everyone to see the situation more clearly. The long-haired man's mouth hung open in astonishment, unable to close. All three were stunned, their eyes fixed on the thick smoke above. La Ziqian also seemed surprised by the sight, wondering, what is going on? It turned out that Xiao Ding, whom they had underestimated and assumed dead in the desert, was now engaged in a fierce battle with another extraordinary expert, causing the explosion and smoke. The long-haired man, afraid he was seeing things, rubbed his eyes and stammered, it seems like Xiao Ding. La Ziqian was astonished, how is that possible? This power, even I feel threatened by it. How can that Wanmoshan kid handle it so naturally? Before he could finish, the blindfolded man pointed in another direction and shouted, brother. Look over there. In the direction he pointed, the people of Wonmoshan were fighting fiercely, the scene chaotic, but not inferior to the ghost generals. Seeing this, the long-haired and blindfolded men exclaimed in surprise, "So strong. Is this really a battle the Wanmazong people can handle?" La Ziqian's face was full of astonishment. He couldn't believe that the people he looked down upon were this strong. The supreme demonic beast that Xiaoding had subdued was also preparing to attack. In an instant, it transformed from a ball-sized demonic beast into a Tyrannosaurus rex. The saintess then realized that the small demonic beast she had held in her arms earlier was the supreme demonic beast. She thought in shock, "No mistake. This is the supreme demonic beast I met outside Wonmoshan. Why is it here? Could it be that this demonic beast was also subdued by Xiaoding?" The more she thought, the more she realized her lack of understanding. She looked at Xiaoding, who was effortlessly fighting, with doubt in her heart. Could it be that the one who defeated the supreme demonic beast at Wonmoshan wasn't the three-faced sect's holy son, but him? Having underestimated Xiaoding so much, she now couldn't accept the truth. But Xiaoding was busy fighting. The other man was no pushover, his blows creating shockwaves that no one within a dozen meters could withstand. He chuckled and said to Xiaoding, "Did you really think I wasn't prepared? The previous move was just the beginning." He began to weave hand seals, seemingly about to unleash a deadly technique. Sure enough, he was well prepared. This time, he unleashed the blood slaughter formation. The moment the formation was activated, immense pressure bore down on Xiaoding. The man said in a deep voice, "I've already set up the formation. Once you enter, you're dead." Xiaoding seemed to be at a disadvantage, injured, breathing heavily, even exhaling black smoke, his face showing pain. The man laughed, his face full of excitement, as he uttered the words "blood slaughter." Suddenly, numerous golden iron chains emerged from the ground. Not just one or two, but many chains with spearheads appeared, binding Xiaoding tightly. Xiaoding's limbs were bound so tightly that it seemed like with just a little more tension, they could be severed at any moment. The man laughed triumphantly, "Ha ha. That's all you've got." Zni, watching the tense situation, felt a chill run down her spine. She worriedly said, "Boss. This is the first time I've seen the boss at a disadvantage. What should we do?" No one noticed the faint smile on Xiaoding's lips. He asked the man in a disappointed tone, "You think you've won?" The man was startled and asked back, "What do you mean?" Xiaoding didn't answer, only shouting, "Break." Immediately, the blood slaughter formation was broken, the chains like paper, causing no harm. The man couldn't believe his eyes, muttering repeatedly, "Impossible. Impossible." Xiaoding calmly stepped out of the formation and walked towards his opponent. This formation was child's play to Xiaoding. He lightly brushed his hands, his face cold and chilling. The small wound on his hand healed completely in less than 2 seconds. Now it was Xiaoding's turn to counterattack. He called out his demon emperor sword. The man gritted his teeth in frustration. He wouldn't let Xiaoding have the upper hand. If Xiaoding had a sword, he would use a higher-level transformation to fight back. His transformation created immense pressure on the surroundings, pushing even Yang Da and the others a considerable distance away. This transformation granted him exceptional speed and attack power. In the blink of an eye, he could appear behind Xiaoding and attack. This time, Xiaoding had forced him to use his strongest form, which he acknowledged. Using his strongest form, the man was determined to kill Xiaoding. He threw a 1,000-pound punch from behind Xiaoding, yelling, "Xiaoding, you must die." His determination was strong, and his punch was no joke. It crashed down, crushing everything beneath. Unfortunately, the blow missed, crushing everything but Xiaoding. He looked around in astonishment, searching for Xiaoding, his eyes filled with surprise. He didn't realize that Xiaoding had long been behind him with the demon emperor sword, ready to attack. Before he could react, Xiaoding calmly slashed at him with a basic sword strike. By the time he realized Xiaoding was behind him, it was too late. One sword strike ended the fight. It was no surprise that the man was seriously injured. Only those who had underestimated Xiao Ding were surprised. The fat man couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of battle is this, so powerful?" The saintess hesitantly asked, "Is it over? Did Xiao Ding win? So what's the point of continuing to fight?" Everyone shouted in unison, "We are safe this time. Senior Xiao Ding is truly mighty." But no one expected the man to still be alive. He lay there, secretly performing a secret technique unnoticed. At this time, the captured elders were gradually being drained of their spiritual power. It was the man absorbing it. All the spiritual power of the Wanmoshan elders transferred to the man, silently healing his fatal wound. It didn't take long for his body to recover, as if nothing had happened. The wounds healed without a trace thanks to the absorbed spiritual power. He stood before Xiao Ding, boasting, "Xiao Ding, I am immortal and indestructible. What can you do to me?" Xiao Ding calmly asked, "Is this formation Dao? Then I'll destroy your formation." Zni appeared beside Xiao Ding and said, "Boss, I'll help you." Zni began analyzing the formation and searching for its core. She quickly found the core's location, but was surprised to find the man himself was the formation. The man confidently replied, "That's right. I am the heaven and earth formation, the core itself. Even if you strike me down, I won't die. I am the immortal golden body." This formation seemed much tougher than the previous blood slaughter formation. Its range and pressure were completely different. Zni worriedly asked Xiao Ding, "Boss, what should we do?" Xiao Ding replied, "Then destroy this heaven and earth." Hearing this, the man scoffed, "You're joking." At this moment, Xiao Ding raised his demon emperor sword and shouted, "Heavens!" Crack! It was still the same mysterious eyes on the sword. As soon as Xiao Ding finished speaking, cracks appeared in the sky. Spiritual energy converged on the demon emperor sword, draining the spiritual energy of everyone nearby. The Wanmoshan saintess was startled as her spiritual energy flowed away. She exclaimed in surprise, "What is this? My spiritual power is disappearing." Others nearby also noticed their spiritual power vanishing. One person pointed at Xiao Ding and called out, "Look." It was Xiao Ding absorbing everyone's spiritual energy. The spiritual energy was converging on the demon emperor sword. Was he really planning to destroy this heaven and earth? The heavens on Xiao Ding's sword continuously absorbed spiritual energy, its aura growing increasingly terrifying. Reaching its peak, Xiao Ding slashed at the man with a rare sword strike, shouting, "Annihilation." This time, the sword strike seemed to be sending the man straight to the afterlife. With its power dozens of times greater than his, there was nowhere to escape. Confident in his immortality, the man now trembled in fear, unable to believe his eyes as he watched Xiao Ding's sword strike. Realizing his predicament, he tried to escape Xiao Ding's attack at the last moment. But he was too slow. With a swoosh, he took Xiao Ding's sword strike from behind. His knees buckled, and he had nothing left to fight with. The man was completely powerless, his lifeless body kneeling on the ground, alone. Xiao Ding stood before him and called out to the control system, "Still want to hide? Come out." Only then did the system emerge from the man's body. She questioned Xiao Ding, "Why? Why could you break the heaven and earth formation?" Zni answered for Xiao Ding, "That's because you don't know the boss's power." Xiao Ding said to the system, "Surrender. Your host is no longer usable." The female system stubbornly replied, "Impossible." Xiao Ding didn't bother persuading her a second time. He smirked and said, "Then die." With that, he reached out and grabbed the female system with his spiritual power. The system, lacking any offensive capabilities, was easily caught by Xiao Ding's small amount of spiritual power. Xiao Ding clenched his fist, holding the miniaturized system, his eyes cold as ice, showing no intention of sparing her. Seeing her impending demise, the system pleaded, "All right. I surrender. I surrender." However, she had other intentions, not true submission. She naively thought, although my host's body is unusable, I can take this opportunity to seize your body. I'm not like that useless science and technology body of yours. With that, while Xiaoding was still stunned, the system jumped into his brain's control system, attempting to carry out her dark scheme. The system went straight into his consciousness, trying to control him. ZNI's system continuously issued notifications. System formation lock initiated. 15%, 100% lock successful. The female system chuckled, "Ant, obey my command." Xiaoding and ZNI froze for a moment. Did this female system really think she could control a powerful host like Xiaoding? Seeing that Xiaoding wasn't fully controlled, the female system smirked. "It seems you want my science and technology body to punish you." Annoyed by her mumbling, Xiaoding reached out and touched his head, wanting to end her monologue. Xiaoding pulled the troublesome female system out of his consciousness. The internal system continuously announced, "Lock failed, host escaped, danger." The female system was terrified. No host had ever escaped her control, yet Xiaoding could. She asked in astonishment, "How is this possible? How did you do it?" Xiaoding didn't answer her question, only replying, "If you don't surrender, then you can only die." The female system panicked and cried out, "What are you going to do? What else but to send her to her doom?" Showing mercy only made one look foolish. It turned out he was the fool. The system disappeared, its host killed. The ghost generals also vanished one by one, the danger eliminated. The captured elders regained their freedom, finally able to dream of a peaceful retirement. Seeing the female system dealt with by Xiaoding, the subdued system sighed in relief, thinking, "That was close. Good thing I didn't resist to the death. The consequences would have been unthinkable." With the danger gone, a figure faintly appeared in mid-air, praising Xiaoding as quite interesting. The fat man seemed to know quite a bit. Upon seeing the figure, he recognized him. "This is the human race's Jian Chenxing, said to have an innate sword body." The scientist beside him added, "That's right. So young yet already commanding the human race." The fat man thought for a moment and continued, "Scary. Isn't he from the human race? Why is he here in an outer realm incarnation? It seems like he's looking for Xiaoding." Xiaoding remained as domineering as ever, not taking anyone seriously. He didn't even care about the so-called Jian Chenxing and said, "Another one who isn't afraid of death." Jian Chenxing held a small sword in his hand and commented on Xiaoding, "To be hunted by the science and technology realm, you must have some skills. But I wonder if you can withstand this attack of mine." With that, Jian Chenxing launched the small sword in his hand towards Xiaoding. The sword was clearly small in Jian Chenxing's hand, but as it flew towards Xiaoding, it grew enormous, its aura terrifying. Those standing nearby were so scared they didn't dare speak, all silently gulping in fear. Xiaoding raised his demon emperor sword to meet the attack, shouting, "Break for me." He truly was the main character, easily facing such terrifying power without changing his expression. Jian Chenxing stroked his chin in amusement, "You have some skill. I look forward to the day you step into the human race's land." With that, Jian Chenxing disappeared. Xiaoding thought, "The people of the science and technology realm really think highly of me." With everything settled, the power-crazed Holy Sun finally woke up, after hitting his head on a rock. He looked around, the scene peaceful, the danger gone. He exclaimed in astonishment, I do all of this?" He stood up, puffing out his chest, and said as if it were true, "Boundless Dharma form, ancestor of the demonic path, child of destiny, could it be me?" The more he spoke, the more delusional he became. After all these years, it turns out my true talent was hidden. Finished with his self-admiration, the Holy Sun ran to the captured elders and shouted, "Elders, I've come to save you." Before he could do anything, a tall, red-haired elder swatted him aside with one hand. The Holy Sun fell, once again unconscious on the sand. The red-haired elder then bowed respectfully to Xiaoding and said, "Fellow Taoist, I am an elder of the three-faced sect. I sincerely invite you to join our sect." The position of Holy Son will surely be yours. As the elder spoke, a hand clapped him on the shoulder and shouted, "Shut up." This person stepped forward and sincerely invited Xiaoding. "I am the sect master of the Five Paths sect. I sincerely invite." Before he could finish, another person interrupted, "All of you, shut up." It was a Wanmoshan elder. He sternly confronted the group, "This is a disciple of our Wanmoshan. How can we let you take him away?" A female elder stepped forward and retorted, "That's not right. Geniuses have the right to choose their sect. Just because they are in your Wanmoshan, doesn't mean they can't leave, does it?" Faced with countless invitations, Xiaoding coldly replied, "Not interested." The Five Paths sect master anxiously asked, "Won't you consider it?" Xiaoding replied, "No need." He then turned to the white-haired elder and asked, "Are you the senior of Wanmoshan?" The elder replied, "It's fine, let's go back." No one had dared to speak to this elder in such a tone for many years. Xiaoding's casual question made him feel a little awkward. Xiaoding and the others then mounted their demonic beasts and returned, ignoring the invitations from the other sects. The most surprised person here was probably La Ziqian. Having looked down on Xiaoding before, seeing him being invited and recruited by various sects made La Ziqian's chest tighten with anger. Watching Xiaoding leave, La Ziqian gritted his teeth and thought, "How is this possible? How can Wanmoshan have such a powerful person? No. I will definitely make sure you die without a burial place. Just you wait." So the rescue mission was complete, and Xiaoding returned to Wanmoshan. As usual, when there was nothing to do, Xiaoding would just stay in his room, unconcerned with the outside world. His main concern at the moment was probably leveling up. Having just returned from the desert, he continued his cultivation. While Xiaoding was focusing, Zni came out, her face full of anticipation. She said to Xiaoding, "Boss, I'm just one mission away from upgrading to V2. If you're not busy, maybe we could do it." Xiaoding coldly replied, "Very busy." Hearing this, Zni tactfully retreated, Oh, then you're busy. I'll take my leave." Xiaoding sighed. He didn't want to be disturbed during his cultivation. At this moment, a bell rang outside. Along with the bell came a loud announcement, "The Wanmoshan sect master has returned. Disciples, come and welcome him." Under the faint moonlight of the night, the Wanmoshan sect master appeared, riding a dragon-shaped demonic beast. As soon as he dismounted, the sect master announced, "I have returned from the Nine Paths demonic heaven. Soon, the entire demonic sect will hold a grand competition to re-establish the demonic sects. Ranks. The Wanmoshan sect master was a tall, thin man with a sharp face. He said to the disciples, "This time, our Wanmoshan must rise again." The Wanma sect leader, leading several high-ranking elders, began to closely observe Xiaoding and the saintess before them. He showed no enthusiasm, instead asking indifferently, "Are these the two with the most potential in our Wanma sect?" A white-haired elder replied, "Yes, especially Xiaoding, young but highly skilled." The sect leader grunted coldly, having little faith in the elder's judgment. He thought to himself, "He doesn't look old, but the great elder has become senile. How can the future of the sect be placed on this young man?" The sect leader glanced at the saintess, assessing her. The saintess isn't bad, but her strength is still far from that of the Wanma sect. Fortunately, I made preparations early on. He raised his hand. "Let me introduce you all to." He lost interest in the two before him and proudly introduced the two figures behind him. "Let me introduce you all to the powerful demon cultivators I've invited." Hearing their identities, the Wanma sect's great elder exclaimed in surprise, "I've heard that Qian Mo Ba Chu has 3 eyes and 8 ears, possessing supreme divine power. Capable of slaying enemies everywhere. He can even fight the sect leaders of 4th and 5th grade demon sects without losing ground. Ma Liu Shou, with his unparalleled cultivation technique as swift as thunder and lightning, can travel across the 6 continents unhindered. Sect leader, how did you manage to find such experts? The sect leader replied, this is a stroke of luck for our Ma sect. Then he added, Saintess, Xiaoding, this time they will assist the two demon lords, strive to raise our Ma sect to a higher level. Qianmo Ba Chu spoke, sect leader, there's no need to bother. Since you've invited us brothers, do you not trust us? Ma Liu Shou also expressed dissatisfaction, frowning. That's right. If you don't trust us, just say it. We can just leave. Seeing their hot tempers, the sect leader turned pale and shook his head, lowering his voice to salvage the situation. You're joking. The sect disciples are here to learn. Don't overthink it. Qianmo Ba Chu sighed. Forget it, we are not unreasonable people. He then turned to the Saintess and Xiaoding. We are going to the challenge. If you hold us back, don't blame us for being unkind. The Saintess blushed with anger at their disdain, but dared not retort. At this time, Tai Ni appeared after a long period of hiding. She had a new mission, to help Qianmo Ba Chu and Ma Liu Shou obtain the sect upgrade. The system reward was the Kai Qian hammer. Tai Ni's appearance displeased Xiaoding. He shot her an annoyed look, making her tremble. Tai Ni trembled, holding back tears. Boss? I am about to reach V2, please understand. Xiaoding remained silent, sighing inwardly. He had tacitly accepted the mission. The Ma sect group then headed to Judaomo Qian, a place with small lands surrounding a large spherical area, exuding a unique aura. Xiaoding followed them and soon encountered other demon cultivators. Seeing the Ma sect leader, they respectfully rushed to greet him. Sect leader Ma Zong, long time no see. Congratulations. Congratulations. Ma sect came well prepared this time. The Ma sect leader was also courteous, clasping his hands and laughing. Ha ha, long time no see, long time no see. Amidst the greetings, a group wearing Mo sect masks appeared, silencing the laughter. Someone in the crowd, looking at the masked figures, said gravely, First grade demon sect, that golden mask is probably their Mahjong. Among all Mahjongs, he ranks first. With extraordinary strength. Another person added, I heard he once single-handedly destroyed a second-grade sect. A familiar cold laugh echoed. It was the foolish Holy Sun. He stepped forward confidently. What's there to be afraid of? Our Sanjian sect's Holy Sun fears no evil cults. Others were startled. The Sanjian sect members panicked, rushing to restrain the Holy Sun, bowing their heads and pulling him away. Holy Sun, please don't say anymore, let's go back. Recalling his delusional behavior since returning from the desolate desert, someone sighed inwardly, the Holy Sun seems to have gone mad, his personality changed. He's been looking for challenges everywhere, claiming to be the destined one of the demon world, possessing endless demon potential. He decided not to let the foolish Holy Sun act recklessly again. Suddenly, the Holy Sun struggled, yelling, Don't stop me, you shameless bunch. Just wait and see how I'll defeat them. The two holding him practically knelt, begging him to stop, looking utterly miserable. The Mo sect leader stepped forward. Everyone. How about we make a bet? Sect leaders, this grand competition offers many sect upgrades. Let's rank our disciples. Whoever ranks higher wins. I'll wager 100,000 demon stones that my Qianjian sect disciple will be number 1. This annual bet, involving powerful disciples, was a way to suppress the resources of other sects, who had no choice but to agree. A sect leader immediately responded. Our sect is willing to wager 20,000 demon stones. Other sects followed suit. A blue-haired sect leader bid, Our sect will wager 15,000 demon stones. A female sect leader added, Our sect offers the 7 treasure demon lotus. Another sect wagered a divine sword. The Ma sect leader gritted his teeth. He had spent a fortune inviting Qian Mo Ba Chu and Di Ma Liu Shou, leaving little surplus. But he couldn't back down. I wager my 1,000-year-old Fei Qian Jiao. The Qian Jian Mo sect leader nodded in satisfaction. All right. The bet is set. Let the competition begin. A female elder, the Ma sect's moderator, announced the first round's rules. The major demon sects will utilize 9 islands, transforming the center into a separate world. Disciples who enter and obtain high-grade demon artifacts, the rarer and more numerous, will win the first round. After her announcement, the separate world began to transform, preparing for the first round. The sects quickly entered. The 3 heads and 6 arms also entered, disdainfully telling Xiaoding and the Saintess, HMPH. Don't cause trouble later. The Saintess separated from Xiaoding. Xiaoding, let's split up. That way, the chances of finding demon artifacts will be higher. Xiaoding went off alone, entering the small world. The Supreme Beast suddenly appeared, anxiously asking, Boss. Need my help? Xiaoding, confused, asked, Help how? The Supreme Beast pointed to its nose. I can smell the location of demon artifacts. It sniffed around, searching. The Supreme Beast then opened a self-drawn map within its mind, showing it to Xiaoding. I've drawn a map in my mind, boss, please take a look. The map appeared with red marks made by the beast. Currently, the demon artifacts I've detected are in these locations, but there are many beasts around, fellow breaths. With a clear path, there was no time to waste. Xiaoding waved his hand. All right. Let's go. Following the map, Xiaoding arrived at a cliff and found the first demon artifact. It was a flower called the 7-colored lotus. The flower hung on a high cliff, with a wide river below, seemingly difficult to reach. But that was for ordinary people. Xiaoding, with his strength, the system, and the Supreme Beast's support, could easily obtain it from where he stood. As he plucked the flower, the river below churned, creating whirlpools that shot water dozens of feet high. A giant snake emerged from the water, flicking its tongue, its red eyes fixed on Xiaoding. It seemed Xiaoding picking the lotus had angered it. The snake opened its mouth wide, its sharp fangs aiming to pierce through his defenses and swallow the intruder. But before it could strike, the Supreme Beast grabbed its neck, preventing it from struggling. The snake in the Supreme Beast's grasp was like a mere insect, pinned to the ground with no chance of resistance. With a roar, the snake became the Supreme Beast's meal, vanishing instantly. The Supreme Beast returned to its small form, hopping onto Xiaoding's shoulder like an obedient pet. The male system appeared, reporting to Xiaoding, Boss. Danger eliminated. Suddenly, there was suspicious movement behind them. 3 figures appeared, looking at Xiaoding with disdain. One sneered, what bad timing. His eyes were fixed on Xiaoding's artifact, greed evident on his face. The brown-haired one said, Consider yourselves unlucky to have run into us 3 brothers. He threatened Xiaoding, hand over what you're holding, and we'll spare your lives. Before Xiaoding could speak, the Supreme Beast jumped off his shoulder. Boss? Leave this to me. The brown-haired man, still unaware of the danger, scoffed, a mere ditch dares to compare itself to the ocean. He drew his sword, slashing at the Supreme Beast. The beast merely shook its body, transforming. Its roar made the brown-haired man drop his sword, his legs trembling. All 3 were terrified, almost paralyzed by the roar. The brown-haired man fell to the ground in fear, a pale yellow liquid staining his pants. He had wet himself. Undeterred by the filth, the Supreme Beast swallowed him whole, chewing with relish. The others became a light snack for the beast, satisfying its appetite. Never forgetting its mission, the beast scanned its system map, informing Xiaoding, Boss. I smell strong demonic energy in the distance. Without hesitation, Xiaoding signaled to move. The sect leaders anxiously awaited the results. The masked old man said confidently, This time, our sect's Mahuang with his great cultivation, is unmatched. The first place will undoubtedly belong to our Qian Jian sect. The Gui Jiuzong sect leader retorted loudly, absurd. Our Gui Jiuzong, with its demonic energy permeating all directions, will be number one, not you. As they argued, someone glanced at the Wan Ma sect leader, mockingly, both of you are first-grade sects. Look at the Wan Ma sect leader, silent since the beginning. Perhaps he's heartbroken over his wager. They burst into laughter, scorning the Wan Ma sect's strength. The scene shifted to the Yun Teng Great Hall. Jian Qianxing observed the competition at Zhu Daomo Qian. He and his system pondered, the demon sect's victory celebration is somewhat interesting. The system drew its long sword, saying to Jian Qianxing, my sword, reaching its peak, fears no demons or evils. Touched by the system's devotion, Jian Qianxing replied coldly, this king knows how to maintain his sword heart. Strength against strength. Not long ago, this plane revealed its origin. With an origin sword, one can shatter the heavens, and the heavenly Tao's power can no longer suppress us. The system retreated, saying, my sword will always be by your side. Jian Qianxing clenched his fist, his voice resolute. But before that, Xiaoding must be buried in this plane. His plans for Xiaoding remained unknown as he teleported elsewhere. Xiaoding had enemies everywhere. Jian Qianxing of the human race seemed determined for their upcoming confrontation. Back to Xiaoding and the remaining two. One had become the supreme beast snack, leaving the other two covered in dirt, too afraid to look up at Xiaoding. The one with the bruised and scratched body said gravely, this is bad. I didn't expect this separate world to have a guardian beast. The other agreed, indeed. Let alone us, even our sect leader would have a hard time against it. Xiaoding was puzzled. Were they talking about his supreme beast? Suddenly, a spark erupted a few steps away. Other demon cultivators were fighting fiercely over a demon artifact. Punches and kicks flew. The weaker ones fell one after another. A two-winged demon cultivator and another in black clothing, seemingly with higher cultivation, quickly defeated the others. The two-winged one sneered, not worth a single blow. The defeated ones belonged to the Qian Jian Mo sect's Mo Zhong, their faces masked, but still showing the aftermath of the fight. Knowing they were outmatched, they fled, not daring to look back. A demon fruit lay before them, but they didn't dare take it. The two defeated by Xiaoding sighed, watching them flee. Even the Qian Jian sect failed. It seems no one can obtain the demon fruit. Xiaoding quietly approached the demon fruit. The two stared at each other. Isn't that someone from Wan Ma sect? Is he going to try as well? Neither believed he could succeed. One asserted, just relying on him. He'll likely fail. The one with the bruised head suddenly exclaimed, wait. Look how he's getting under the tree. Xiaoding had a plan. He said to the supreme beast on his shoulder, fighting them in the air might lead to victory, but it's too much effort. It's better to be swift and decisive. Xiaoding kicked the tree trunk hard. With a single kick, the tree snapped in two. The bruised head yelled in shock, he just broke the tree. To them, Xiaoding's action was truly domineering. Xiaoding bent down, picking up the fallen demon fruit, asking the supreme beast, is this the demon fruit? Just as he thought he had it, someone flew down from the sky, attempting to snatch it. The figure swooped down like a bird, targeting Xiaoding. The supreme beast jumped off Xiaoding's shoulder, preparing for a solo fight. It instantly transformed into its giant form, exhaling a chilling aura. Its transformation drew gasps of awe. Heavens, it's the supreme beast. So powerful. How did this creature appear here? Is that person in front its master? Terrifying. But the black-clad figure with hundreds of holes on his body thought differently. He waved his hand, releasing grotesque insects from his body. With another wave, the insects swarmed towards the supreme beast. Xiaoding shuddered at the sight of the insects, gulping nervously. The supreme beast, without hesitation, breathed fire, incinerating the filthy insects. The male system watched the two flee, gritting its teeth. A bunch of trash, daring to act arrogant before me. Tai Ni, seeing the male system's arrogance, warned, don't be cocky, be careful not to anger the boss. Hearing Tai Ni, the male system toned down its demeanor. All right. With the minor enemies dealt with, Xiaoding asked the supreme beast, where are the other spiritual objects? The male system pointed at the map. Boss, look, there are still some in these locations. Following the marked locations, they collected demon artifacts while completing the system's mission, defeating a giant fish in the deep sea to obtain a demon lotus. Then, they defeated a beast in the abyss to obtain demon grass. Next, they cut through vines in the forest to get a demon fruit. After several victories, Xiaoding had gathered quite a haul. Seeing the amount, he said, it's almost time to head back. As he put the items away, Tai Ni tugged at his hand, pointing ahead. Boss, there's someone ahead. Getting closer, they realized it was the foolish Holy Son. Beside him was a stone, and a fresh wound on his forehead suggested he had hit himself to unleash his hidden power. Laughable. Seeing a familiar face, Xiaoding wondered, what's he doing? Tai Ni was also clueless. I don't know. Rewinding a few hours, the Holy Son had indeed hit himself with a stone, yelling, Holy Son, transform. He still believed in his hidden power, unlockable through unconsciousness. How absurd. Seeing Xiaoding staring, Tai Ni asked, Boss, what should we do? Xiaoding didn't answer, only chuckling softly. He then took out a piece of demon grass he had just obtained. He generously tossed it to the unconscious Holy Son, seemingly encouraging his delusion. Outside, the sect leaders were anxious. The divine demon tree fruit had been unattainable for centuries. They wondered if anyone would be lucky this time. The Qianjian Mo sect leader was confident in his disciple. Even if someone obtains the demon tree fruit, it can only be our Qianjian sect's Mo Zhong. The Gui Jiuzhong sect leader exclaimed, look. Someone's coming out. It was the bruised head defeated by Xiaoding. The Gui Jiuzhong sect leader proudly announced, this is our sect's disciple. Excellent. Excellent. A few more emerged. The bruised head approached his sect leader, reporting, Sect leader, I didn't disappoint. The Wan Ma sect leader, still not seeing his disciples, worried inwardly, I wonder how our disciples are doing. Why haven't they appeared yet? Soon, Xiaoding, the saintess, 3 heads, and 6 arms appeared. Inside, the Holy Son finally woke up, rubbing his aching forehead. He muttered, too much power. There are always after effects. He then noticed a faintly glowing object beside him. It was the demon grass Xiaoding had left. As expected, he attributed it to his own power, laughing maniacally, ha, my heavenly demon power is truly unstoppable. He grabbed the demon grass and rushed towards the exit, panting, oh no. I slept too long. I'm almost out of time. He was among the last to emerge, barely making it in time. The Gui Jiuzhong sect leader announced, time's almost up. Disciples, begin the first round ranking. Everyone stood behind their sect leaders, ready to report their achievements. They lined up, preparing to show off their loot. Bai Chumo sect, obtained 10 third-grade demon artifacts, 5 second-grade demon artifacts. Mo Dao sect, obtained 13 third-grade demon artifacts, 7 second-grade demon artifacts. Zemo sect, obtained 20 third-grade demon artifacts, 10 second-grade demon artifacts. Qianjian Mo sect, obtained 21 third-grade demon artifacts, 13 second-grade demon artifacts, 2 first-grade demon artifacts. Currently, Qianjian Mo sect had the largest haul, making their sect leader beam with pride. The bruised head sighed, they even got 2 first-grade demon artifacts. It seems we've lost to Qianjian Mo sect this time. The Gui Jiuzhong sect leader replied, it can't be helped. They have Mo Zhong participating. It's natural that we can't compare. Wan Ma sect hadn't reported yet. The Gui Jiuzong sect leader sneered, "Sect leader Wan Ma Zong, how much did your disciples obtain?" The Wan Ma sect leader was sweating nervously, praying inwardly, "Damn it. They have so much. I hope our disciples won't make me lose too much face." 3 heads reported first. "I got 3 second-grade demon artifacts, 12 third-grade demon artifacts." The sect leader grunted coldly. He had higher hopes for 6 arms. "And you?" 6 arms replied, "I got 6 second-grade demon artifacts, 8 third-grade demon artifacts." He pondered. Even combined, their most anticipated disciples had only 9 second-grade and 21 third-grade artifacts. Not enough. He turned to the Saintess. "Saintess, how about you?" The Saintess, someone he valued, lowered her head, replying meekly, "Sect leader, I only got 1 second-grade demon artifact and 3 third-grade demon artifacts." Her report drew laughter from the other sects. The Gui Jiuzong sect leader said loudly, "Sect leader Wan Ma Zong, you only have 1 disciple left. This harvest is quite meager." Another mocked, "Indeed. It seems sect leader Wan Ma Shan is about to lose a large sum in this bet." They looked at Xiaoding, laughing and saying, "Your last disciple, his clothes are clean, without a single trace of fighting. Didn't he just hide inside?" Their words made the Wan Ma sect leader too ashamed to look up. This year, despite inviting 3 heads and 6 arms, they were still losing. He sighed, accepting his fate. He walked towards Xiaoding. "Just take out whatever you have." The Gui Jiuzong sect leader taunted, "Forget it. The gap is too big. Does it even make a difference whether you take it out or not?" He froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. The items Xiaoding casually tossed out formed a staggering pile. Everyone was stunned. "Impossible. How can there be so many? No way." The most underestimated one obtained the most. No one could believe their eyes. Xiaoding said nonchalantly, "Roughly over 50 second-grade demon artifacts. As for third-grade, too many to count." The other sects could only gape in astonishment. Their combined harvest might not even match Xiaoding's alone. The Wan Ma sect leader beamed, his eyes crinkling with laughter. "Ha ha, well done. Very well done. Quickly tell me, how did you get all these?" Xiaoding replied jokingly, "Luck. Just picked them up." The Wan Ma sect leader, suppressing his laughter, patted Xiaoding's shoulder. "So many treasures, how could it be mere luck? Even if you were picking them up, you couldn't have gotten so many. Young man, no need to be so modest." "Ha ha." The Qiandian Mo sect leader stepped forward, objecting, "This is impossible. Don't get ahead of yourselves. So what if the quantity is large? Without the divine demon tree fruit, a larger quantity is useless." Everyone suddenly remembered the divine demon tree fruit. They hadn't thought anyone could actually obtain it. Xiaoding slowly took out a glowing spherical object. "Is it this?" "Surprise, old men." The item unattainable for centuries was plucked by an unknown in an instant. Everyone was shocked. The Wan Ma sect leader, shamelessly approaching Xiaoding, said, "This is a supreme treasure for our demon race. Quickly, give it to me. Who would give away such a treasure?" Xiaoding popped it into his mouth, swallowing it before their envious gazes. He smacked his lips. "The taste is indeed not bad." The treasure was gone, just like that. The sect leaders were dumbfounded. The Wan Ma sect leader was the most furious, yelling at Xiaoding, "What are you doing? You just ate it. What a waste." Witnessing the Wan Ma sect's internal conflict, the other sect leaders chuckled mockingly, "Such a demon artifact, a once-in-a-century treasure." Sect leader Wan Ma Shan. "You've gained a fine disciple." The Wan Ma sect leader was about to vomit blood, but he dared not do anything to Xiaoding. He swallowed his anger, maintaining his sect leader image. He announced to his disciples, "Today, We've achieved first place, and the sect can be upgraded once. Consider this mission accomplished. 6 Arms snorted arrogantly. HMPH. Mere luck. If I had such luck, I could have obtained just as many demon artifacts. 3 Heads chimed in, indeed. We simply didn't have the opportunity. A bell rang, signaling the end of the first round. The presiding elder appeared, announcing, in this round of competition, Ma sect is victorious, earning a sect upgrade token. She presented the token to the Ma sect leader. The long-awaited token brought immense joy to his face. Tai Ni appeared beside Xiao Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. She also simultaneously took out the system reward, the 8 trigrams treasure cauldron. Xiao Ding didn't know what to use this cauldron for, so he let Ni keep it for now. Ni obediently accepted her master's order. Next was the second round of the competition, the Myriad Races Grand Tournament. The presiding elder explained the rules. The test is very simple. Compete against each other. The first place winner will receive a sect promotion order, and individually obtain the inheritance of the Myriad Demon's essence. Xiao Ding suddenly called Ni out and asked, "Are there any missions?" "Find a few for me to choose from." Ni quickly replied, "Boss, I'll find some for you right away." The second round of the competition was also quite intense. Young Da was eager to step forward and compete. Seeing this, the Saintess reminded him, "These people are very strong. Absolutely do not be careless." Young Da affirmed loudly, "No matter how strong they are no match for boss Xiao Ding." Xiao Ding, while walking, suddenly turned back and asked the Saintess, "If I win first place, can the Myriad Demon's ancestor inheritance be exchanged for magic stones?" The Saintess was thunderstruck upon hearing this. She began to speak in a serious tone, "That is the inheritance of the Myriad Demon's ancestor. How can it be exchanged for magic stones? You must know, the Myriad Demon's ancestor is the founding heavenly demon of the demon race. If you can obtain his inheritance, it means absolute dominance over the world. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to obtain the inheritance. You must first be acknowledged by the Myriad Demon's ancestor." Hearing that it couldn't be exchanged for magic stones, Xiao Ding lost interest in the competition. He said, "If it can't be exchanged for magic stones, then forget it. I'm not interested. I'm out." After saying that, he tapped the air like a crazy person. He had already chosen his mission for this competition. Mission: persist for the duration of 1 incense stick and lose the match. Reward: supreme grade hidden weapon, silver needle. The presiding elder announced the rules of the competition. The rules are very simple. It's a free-for-all. The last one standing on the arena wins this round. A bell rang, signaling the official start of the competition. Some bloodthirsty individuals shouted, "Let the other sects get a taste of blood." As soon as the shouts began, groups of people rushed at each other, punching and kicking. The Myriad Demon Mountain Sect Master began to view Xiao Ding more favorably. He said hopefully, "Xiao Ding, I hope you can win the next honor for our sect." Xiao Ding remained silent. Seeing the sect master's treatment of Xiao Ding, the 2 individuals with 3 heads and 6 arms were visibly displeased. They said to each other, "This kid only has a bit of strength. Does he really think he can fight against the 2 of us?" 3 heads chuckled mysteriously, "In a moment, let him see what true strength is." After saying that, they also entered the secret realm for the competition. Those who entered the arena automatically separated into 2 sides, each eager to fight. The presiding elder shouted, "Grand tournament, begin." Immediately after, the voice of the foolish Holy Sun rang out, "Juniors, let this Holy Sun show you some color." He hit his head on a rock, preparing to unleash his delusional hidden power. Everyone wondered, is this guy crazy? A few seconds later, regardless of who was crazy, the crowd yelled, "Charge." The real melee began, with punches, kicks, and flying figures constantly rising and falling. Only Xiaoding stood at the edge without moving a muscle. A fearless demon, seeing Xiaoding, thought he was an easy target and sneered inwardly, hee. Let me exploit this huge opening. Myriad demon sect kid, die. He immediately rushed towards Xiaoding, attempting a sneak attack. Xiaoding glanced at him, but didn't show much expression. The low cultivation demon was effortlessly repelled by Xiaoding's demon emperor scripture protective layer. The demon was stunned, thinking, what kind of aura is this? How is this possible? Xiaoding looked at his opponent and taunted, come on, let's fight for the duration of one incense stick. He thought the demon would fight back immediately, but unexpectedly, he knelt down and begged Xiaoding, big brother. I was wrong. I have a child above and an elderly mother below. Please spare me. I surrender. Can I surrender? Xiaoding sneered, surrender. Then you can only die. Choose one. Thus, the demon was forced to fight Xiaoding. This was no different from choosing death. If he was going to die either way, the demon didn't hesitate to choose to continue fighting Xiaoding. He jumped up and yelled, you're bullying me too much. He used all his strength to punch Xiaoding with both fists. He hit him, but his arms were also broken in half. His arms were broken before he could even counterattack. How could he continue fighting? The demon gritted his teeth and said to Xiaoding, I admit defeat. I admit defeat. In the same calm tone, Xiaoding said, either fight now, or die immediately. The demon cried silently and said resentfully, I've seen bullies, but I've never seen a bully like you. The demon closed his eyes and charged again, yelling, I'll risk it all with you. With his arms broken, he switched to attacking with his legs, kicking powerfully. As a result, his legs were also broken. Xiaoding, the stubborn demon, had a body like iron, making the other demon tremble. Having risked it all, the demon continued to shout and attack Xiaoding like a madman. He slashed at Xiaoding with a knife, which immediately broke in two. He used a sword, which melted. Using a mace was also useless. Hitting Xiaoding's head was like a mosquito biting stainless steel. After a while, having exhausted all his weapons, the demon still couldn't injure Xiaoding. He knelt down and pleaded, I give up. Kill me. Xiaoding coldly replied, one incense stick's time is not up yet. What kind of person was this? The demon was driven mad by Xiaoding's provocation. He gathered his last bit of strength and used the dragon binding chains, his ultimate move, against Xiaoding. The dragon binding chains were chains that, at the demon's command, bound Xiaoding's body. The demon then walked in front of Xiaoding and said condescendingly, I admit you are very strong, but you are too careless. I wasn't chosen for nothing. You are bound by my sect's secret technique. No matter what, you cannot escape. It will also devour your power, and continuously transfer it into my body. Next. You are just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Saying this, the demon laughed excitedly, even if you are stronger, you can't do anything to me, ha ha. Xiaoding was bored. While the demon was laughing with his mouth open, he spat into his throat to provoke him. The demon hurriedly coughed and spat, his laughter ceasing abruptly. He'd probably have to brush his teeth a lot when he got home. Facing the seemingly profound technique, Xiaoding said indifferently, continue. Xiaoding's disdain enraged the demon, who activated the absorption mechanism of the dragon binding chains, wanting to transfer Xiaoding's power into his own body. Xiaoding didn't resist, silently letting the demon absorb his power until his belly became round. Surprisingly, the demon couldn't contain Xiaoding's enormous power. His body expanded more and more, about to burst. He cried out in terror, what's going on? What kind of power is this? Stop it! He was clearly absorbing it himself, yet now he was yelling to stop. The power he absorbed was so great that he couldn't contain it anymore, and his knees buckled. The expanding power quickly escaped from the demon's body, leaving him with only a faint trace of life. Xiaoding stood silently in front of him and said, time is almost up. Zni appeared excitedly, congratulations, boss. You successfully persisted for one incense stick in front of a ferocious opponent. One incense stick's time was up. Xiaoding silently looked at his opponent. The demon coughed up blood, his eyes still filled with surprise. I didn't expect there to be such a powerful person here. I'm not unjustly defeated by you. However, Xiaoding didn't accept the victory. He said, you won. I admit defeat. After saying that, Xiaoding voluntarily jumped off the arena, admitting defeat. Only the demon didn't understand how he had won against Xiaoding. He was completely bewildered. Three Heads didn't seem to have much difficulty fighting. He had the upper hand and killed quite a few. The Myriad Demon Mountain Sect Master was pleased, thinking, inviting the three-headed heavenly demon this time was indeed the right decision. His strength cannot be underestimated. But there was another person he had even higher hopes for. It was Xiaoding. He looked around for a while, then suddenly asked in shock, where's Xiaoding? Familiar footsteps sounded behind him. Then Xiaoding's voice rang out, oh. Are there any strong opponents here? The sect master subconsciously replied, of course. After replying, he turned around in shock and saw that Xiaoding had left the arena. He yelled, why are you here? He asked in astonishment, shouldn't you be on the stage? Xiaoding replied, I lost. The sect master was so shocked he almost fainted. He stammered, you lost. How is that possible? Everyone saw your performance in the secret realm. How could your strength be so poor? Could it be just like you said? It was all luck. This free-for-all round was truly terrifying. Many people died, blood flowed, and heads rolled everywhere. The female presiding elder appeared, preparing to announce the end. She stood before everyone and announced, the first round of the free-for-all is over. The sect master was still afraid. He looked at Xiaoding and worriedly thought, if Xiaoding was really just lucky, wouldn't I lose the bet I placed on him? The match ended, and the disciples returned to their respective sects. As soon as Six Arms returned, he said to the sect master with an attitude, HMPH. I told you, relying on luck is useless. To reduce one more level, we still need us. He asked contemptuously, Myriad Demon Mountain Sect Master, do you still think inviting us here was superfluous? The sect master tried to salvage the relationship, replying, this old man was mistaken. I didn't know the strength of the two of you. After saying that, he turned to instruct Xiaoding. Although you made contributions, it was also due to luck. In the future, you must learn more from these two, in order to improve. Zni appeared indignantly and asked, Boss. Do you need me to teach him a lesson? Xiaoding waved his hand and replied, it's just the light of a firefly. The saintess knew Xiaoding's true strength. Seeing the sect master's disdainful tone, she wanted to seek justice, sect master, actually, Xiaoding's strength. The sect master didn't want to listen and waved his hand to interrupt her, all right, say no more. I know you care about Xiaoding, but you can't be reckless. At this time, the presiding elder continued the competition. This time, Myriad Demon Mountain and Heavenly Face sect faced each other. The disciples jumped down to the arena one after another, in high spirits. The elder signaled, first match, Myriad Demon Mountain vs Heavenly Face sect. As soon as it began, Six Arms excitedly jumped out to attack first. The Heavenly Face sect disciple, unexpectedly, defeated Six Arms with a single move. Seeing his second brother fall, Three Heads sorrowfully held him, and cried out in helplessness. Three Heads glared at his opponent with a mix of grief and hatred. In an instant, Three Heads unleashed his first retaliatory strike, waves of energy aimed at the opponent in front of him. Three Heads' power was not to be trifled with, his attack was quite explosive. However, it didn't affect his opponent at all. The Heavenly Face sect disciple, without a scratch, had dozens of energy spheres ready in his palm. With a flick of his wrist, the spheres flew into the air, radiating terrifying energy everywhere. Everyone who witnessed this scene broke out in a cold sweat. Even the Myriad Demon Mountain sect master asked in shock, what kind of immense power is this? Three Heads, now on the arena, had a fate sealed like his second brother. With a bang, Three Heads was also defeated in an instant. The myriad demon mountain people lost. The sect master gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it. Heavenly Face sect is too strong." The presiding elder announced, "First match, Heavenly Face sect wins." At this moment, Zni suddenly appeared and reported to Xiaoding, "Boss. I seem to sense a different aura." Xiaoding also sensed the strange aura, mentally prepared beforehand. He took a deep breath and sensed it. Then he looked at Zni and said, "The stench is coming from you guys." Zni's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, "From us?" She immediately sniffed herself, saying, "There's no smell." Xiaoding chuckled inwardly. Zni's playful appearance was amusing. She said in a sulky voice, "Boss. I'm different from them." The Heavenly Face sect disciple was declared the winner, but the foolish Holy Son still hadn't woken up from his self-destruction. The presiding elder had to call out, "All right, Heavenly Face sect Holy Son, you can come down now." The person who had just defeated Three Heads and Six Arms sneered, "Come down." He went from sneering to laughing loudly, "You ignorant demons, it wasn't easy to gather you all together." These words infuriated the demons present. The Ghost Valley sect master shouted, "Youngster, don't speak so arrogantly." Another person warned, "Little bastard. Don't think that with a bit of strength, you can oppose our sect masters." Facing the threats, the man didn't care and chuckled slightly. He continued to manipulate the energy spheres still floating in the air. The energy seemed to be replenishing, even greater than before. One by one, he detonated the small secret realms. The demon disciples fell and tumbled everywhere. Seeing the situation getting out of hand, the Heavenly Face sect master stepped forward and questioned the man, "What are you trying to do?" The man replied, "You'll find out soon enough." After saying that, the man slowly removed his mask, revealing his true face. Another system appeared beside him. He laughed triumphantly, "Ha ha. That's all you've got." Seeing the man's face, the myriad demon mountain sect master's expression changed. He seemed to recognize the man's identity. While he was still tense, Xiaoding was about to step forward to confront the man. Seeing this, the sect master hurriedly called out, "Where are you going?" Xiaoding lightly jumped towards the man. Standing before him, Xiaoding scoffed, "With that little bit of strength, you dare to show your face." The man snorted coldly, and his system roared at Xiaoding, "Kid. Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me like that?" She quickly realized that Xiaoding also had a system. She looked at Zni and said, "You're a system too. I never thought I'd meet an acquaintance." Xiaoding ignored the system's rambling and asked, "You haven't been in this realm for long, have you?" The system asked back in surprise, "How did you know?" "I was just imprisoned in this heavenly Tao a few days ago. Only by gaining power can I break the rules of this realm." Xiaoding smiled villainously, "No wonder you haven't received my wanted notice." The system became alert and asked, "What wanted notice? What do you mean?" Xiaoding waved his hand and replied, "Nothing." Seeing that they were acquaintances from the same network, the system didn't pay much attention to who Xiaoding was. She said generously, "This system has the power of absorption. I can share some with you later. Consider yourself lucky to have met me." Zni was confused. She asked, "Boss, what should we do?" The system glared, seeing Zni having to humbly ask Xiaoding for instructions, "Why are you so lowly?" She spoke condescendingly to Zni, "Don't forget who we are. We are the masters of these lowly people. You're embarrassing us with your behavior." After saying that, she turned and began to demonstrate her authority over her host to Zni, ordering the man, "Go. Squat down for me." The man was like a machine. He immediately followed the system's orders without question. The system said to Zni smugly, "Let me teach you how to be a system. Follow me." Zni stood before Xiaoding. Just a glance at his expression made her tremble as she explained, "Boss. This has nothing to do with me. I'm loyal to you, without any disrespect. Xiaoding replied coldly, I know. Zni's performance displeased the system. She glared and said, it seems I still need to help you discipline your slave a bit. She then reached out her hand, preparing to do something. Her system formed a giant hand that tried to grab Xiaoding by the neck. However, Xiaoding effortlessly took control of the situation with just one hand. The system panicked, what is this? Xiaoding blocked the system's attack with one finger, his face ice cold, and asked, slave. The system started to panic, her face pale as she stammered, no, I mean. Seeing that she couldn't defend herself, she quickly retreated and controlled her host. The man immediately stood up, and, under the system's control, started to regard Xiaoding as an opponent, kid. Today, I'll show you some color. The Holy Sun's hand gradually gathered a large amount of energy, his face full of confidence. Everyone who saw it was afraid for Xiaoding. 3 heads said to 6 arms, that kid is courting death. The heavenly face sect Holy Sun is so powerful that I'm afraid he'll be annihilated in an instant. The myriad demon mountain sect master worriedly sighed, how is too impulsive. At this moment, the Holy Sun launched his attack, leaping forward. His hand, filled with a large amount of energy, was about to deliver a fatal blow to Xiaoding. Xiaoding calmly struck with one arm, instantly dissipating the man's spiritual power and energy, knocking him off the arena. Everyone watching was taken aback. 3 heads asked in bewilderment, what's going on? 6 arms said in shock, Xiaoding lost in the first round, but just now, he was able to withstand the heavenly face sect Holy Sun's attack. Only the saintess wasn't surprised. She added, this is nothing. The myriad demon mountain sect master finally noticed something strange. He questioned the saintess, do you know something? The saintess replied, Xiaoding's strength is such that even 10 heavenly face sect Holy Suns would be no match for him. The man was knocked down with one move. The controlling system started to panic, kid, I'm just parasitizing a lowly person. Even if you kill him, I can still find another host. Hearing this, Xiaoding chuckled. He seemed to have a new, interesting idea. He reached out his hand, releasing a surge of energy. The energy pulled at his opponent, beginning to extract the system. Xiaoding calmly placed his hand on the Holy Sun's forehead, continuously using energy to pull the system out. Without much effort, Xiaoding held the system in his hand. The system cried out in terror, this is impossible. Xiaoding pulled the system out, and the Holy Sun collapsed like a log. He said to the system in his hand, there are many impossible things. He gave the system a strange smile and said, you like hosts, don't you? Well, today I'll give you a host. Pulling a system out of a host and putting it into a new one was certainly unprecedented. Xiaoding forced the system into the body of the delusional Holy Sun, who had fainted on the arena. The system glared and said, you think you can trap me like this? Xiaoding didn't reply, but looked at Zni and called, your turn. Zni accepted the task and replied, leave it to me, boss. She began to join her hands, focusing on the task. A stream of black and purple energy enveloped the delusional Holy Sun's body. Zni had another chance to show off to Xiaoding. Zni opened the Holy Sun's inner consciousness, allowing Xiaoding to see the bound system inside. The system was still stubborn, demanding, where is this? Zni replied, this is inside your host's body. This chain will link your life to your host's. In other words, if the host dies, you die. The system screamed in horror, what? Impossible. She glared at Zni, how did you do this? Xiaoding replied coldly, you don't need to know that. After saying that, he called Tai Ni, if you're done, let's go outside. Hearing that, Tai Ni quickly waved her hand, opening the way out of the divine consciousness. Xiaoding and Tai Ni became really compatible from this point on. Indeed, the longer they are together, the easier it is to understand each other. The most miserable thing is the system. The system's dimensional side is holding an emergency meeting. Looking at the image of the disabled system, everyone is tense. A man spoke up, breaking the long silence. He said, The power in the Rakshasa's body is growing. The old man at the head of the system now has a dark face. He slams his fist on the table and says in an annoyed voice, "Damn it. He's dead, yet he hasn't disappeared from the world. Could it be true that the wall can escape the system's suppression?" A woman with a bun hairstyle added, "A traitor to the system, just like his daughter." At this time, the old man pondered and asked, "How is the heavenly realm's decryption going?" A hand quickly opened the system to look up the information. The woman replied, "It's 80% decrypted. Soon, we can enter this realm." This woman became hesitant and said, "But, there's one thing I don't know whether to say or not." The old man immediately asked, "What is it?" The woman expressed her doubts. "Xiao Ding's system has been acting very strangely recently. It has grasped many forbidden techniques that it shouldn't be able to. I suspect." The old man continued, "You mean, she might have inherited some secret techniques from her father, the Rakshasa?" The woman nodded and replied, "That's right." The Rakshasa, back then, stood at the peak of the system realm. Even though he's dead, his body didn't disappear like other systems. If she really inherited the Rakshasa's power, plus Xiao Ding being her host. At this point, the old man interrupted, saying, "Enough. As soon as the heavenly path is broken, immediately kill Xiao Ding." The meeting finally ended, everyone's faces looked tense. Back to Xiao Ding's side, everyone finally saw Xiao Ding return after the two systems began manipulating each other. As soon as she appeared, everyone was stunned, looking for the Mahjong of the Qianmian sect. One person even wondered in astonishment, "What's going on? Did Xiao Ding win?" The Qianmian sect master was also surprised, his heart full of fear, thinking, "How did he do that? Mahjong of the Qianmian sect, even we might not be a match for him." Xiao Ding looked at those pale faces and chuckled softly, "It's getting more and more interesting." Tai Ni suddenly called out loud at this moment, "Boss. Something is approaching." At this moment, a group of people appeared in the sky, flying on swords. Leading them was the familiar face of Jian Qianxing. The Gui Jiu sect master was startled and said, "The human race supreme sword saint. Is he here? Is he trying to kill us?" The Wan Marshan master also began to question Jian Qianxing suspiciously. "Human race supreme sword saint, the strongest of the human race. What is the meaning of this?" The Gui Jiu sect master added, "That's right. Our demon race and the human race have never had any grudges." Jian Qianxing replied directly, "It has nothing to do with you." He then pointed at Xiao Ding and said, "This trip, I only want him. Just hand him over, and you can leave." Everyone buzzed, not understanding who Jian Qianxing was looking for. It wasn't until they looked in the direction of Jian Qianxing's hand that someone exclaimed, "The person he's looking for is Xiao Ding." At this moment, the Gui Jiu sect master thought to himself, full of cunning, "Xiao Ding's strength is so great, if he stays in the Wan Ma sect, it will be difficult for Wan Ma Shan to resist in the future. If he offends the sword saint himself, it's a good opportunity to eliminate him." Thinking so, he immediately agreed to hand over Xiao Ding to Jian Qianxing. Immediately, everyone agreed, including the Wan Ma Shan master. The saintess gritted her teeth angrily at the group of people who were afraid of death. She was the first to stand up and object. She said loudly, "No. Xiao Ding just saved us, how can we hand him over?" The Wan Ma Shan master immediately shouted, "Shut up." The saintess ignored the sect master's words and resolutely said, "Sect master, we can't do this." Despite the saintess's objections, the other sect masters proceeded to surround Xiao Ding, wanting to hand him over. Xiao Ding asked the people around him in a cold voice, "Do you really think he'll let you go?" The Qianmian sect master yelled, "Shut up." At this moment, the Gui Jiu sect master stepped forward and reasoned, "Xiao Ding, don't blame us. As a member of the demon race, it's your fault for not knowing how to behave. You even angered the human race sword saint. Don't blame us for being heartless." Even the Wan Ma Shan master chimed in at this time, "That's right. A demon like you. Doing all sorts of evil is truly shameful. Do you want our demon race to die for you alone? The saintess shouted at the shameless group. Xiaoding just saved you. The Wan Mahuang master immediately denied, he was only protecting himself. Seeing how shameless these people were, Xiaoding didn't bother arguing. He didn't need them to tie him up and hand him over. He went directly to Jian Qianxing and said, if that's the case, I'll do as you wish. Seeing Xiaoding obediently go where he needed to go, the Guijiu sect master asked, Supreme Sword Saint, we've given you the person. Can we leave now? Jian Qianxing didn't answer. He quietly signaled his troops to kill the remaining people. With a single beckoning, Jian Qianxing's human disciples rushed out. They slashed and killed any demon they encountered, without a shred of mercy. The man in the hat at this moment naively questioned Jian Qianxing, Sword Saint, what are you doing? We did as you asked. Without a word in reply, Jian Qianxing's hand slightly extended, shooting a beam of light towards the man in the hat. The man in the hat fell down, weak as a mouse. Jian Qianxing sneered, how amusing. Is the demon race's intelligence this low? Only then did the other sect masters realize they had been fooled. While resisting the attacks of their opponents, they yelled towards Jian Qianxing, you can't do this. The Guijiu sect master was beaten to the ground. He was about to die, yet he still shamelessly called out, Xiaoding, save us. Even the Qianmian sect master started apologizing and begging for help, that's right. Xiaoding, we were wrong before to believe the words of the human race. You can't just stand by and watch us die. The Wan Mahuang master also changed his tune and shouted, we are all of the demon race. If you stand by and watch us die, you're no better than pigs or dogs. You can't be so heartless. Xiaoding asked coldly, based on what? One question left those shameless sect masters dumbfounded, not knowing how to respond. They started appealing to sentiment, saying, can you really watch us die? Xiaoding began to negotiate his price, I can save you, but one sect, 1 million magic stones. Hearing the price, everyone was shocked and cried out, what? 1 million magic stones is not a small number. How can you be so heartless? Xiaoding gritted his teeth and questioned them, weren't you heartless when you handed me over? Knowing they were at a disadvantage and had no chance to negotiate, the Qianmian sect master bowed his head and accepted the deal. Only the Wan Mahuang master remained silent. Xiaoding pointed at him and asked, and you? The old man waited for Xiaoding to look at him, then put on a sentimental tone and said, Xiaoding, I know you won't forget your kindness and betray your loyalty. Xiaoding smirked and replied, indeed. Wan Mahuang, 2 million magic stones. The old man heard the news like a bolt from the blue. He said in horror, what? 2 million. Seeing his astonishment, Xiaoding turned and said, if not, then forget it. The old man hurriedly replied, no, no, no. I'll give it. Having received the agreement, Xiaoding didn't hesitate to summon his supreme beast. He said to the beast, go, save them. The beast acknowledged the order, responding with a growl in its throat. The first thing it did was transform. From a tiny beast that fit in the palm of his hand, it now grew 1,000 times larger. With just one stomp, a large number of human disciples were injured, some dead, some crippled. Seeing this, Jian Qianxing frowned and looked at Xiaoding, saying, HMPH. You dare to stand in my way. At this moment, from his sleeve, he launched a sword aimed directly at Xiaoding. As it approached Xiaoding, the sword grew larger, its destructive power immense. Tai Ni cried out in alarm, be careful. Xiaoding was already prepared. He quietly summoned the Mahuang sword, ready to confront Jian Qianxing. Just as the sword reached his back, Xiaoding drew the Mahuang sword at the right moment to block it. The strange eye on Xiaoding's sword flashed, and the power and attack of the Mahuang sword instantly surged. Jian Qianxing's sword weakened, gradually shrinking and losing its fighting power. Thus, in the blink of an eye, Xiaoding broke the attack, and the sword had to return to Jian Qianxing. Jian Qianxing held the small sword in his hand, his eyes full of anger. Unable to slay enemies for me, what use is keeping you? He then crushed the sword in his hand. Xiaoding now stood before his enemy and asked, "Have you probed enough?" Jian Qianxing sneered and replied, "If you want to die, then I shall fulfill your wish." He then took out a large, gold-plated wooden box. Inside this box, he took out 9 swords. It seemed these were treasured swords he held in high regard. Jian Qianxing flicked his wrist. He then continued to sit and control the swords to attack the enemy. Under his control, the sword blades swirled in long arcs, revealing the image of a dancing phoenix, heading towards Xiaoding. The scene of the two powerhouses clashing caused the Gui Jiu sect master to exclaim in astonishment, "This is the Sword Saint's sword box." Inside are 9 supreme divine swords. Each one can cleave the heavens and divide the seas. Xiaoding might not be a match for them. Even the Wan Marshan master was trembling. The leader of the human race isn't just a name. Xiaoding was now completely focused on the battle. He shouted, "Break!" He swung the Mahuang sword, wanting to block the path of the supreme divine swords. But the swords magically returned. A second later, Xiaoding was surrounded by the divine swords on all sides. Immediately afterwards, the divine swords launched a continuous attack, stabbing straight into Xiaoding. Smoke and dust rose, obscuring the view. Jian Qianxing watched silently and then said, "This is the end." But right after that, Qianxing was startled and turned his head. Xiaoding's shadow appeared, surrounded by flames, his power burning fiercely beyond anyone's imagination. Looking closely, it was clear that Xiaoding had transformed. He even had horns on his head. He was in the incredibly powerful Mahuang dissolution state. Jian Qianxing anxiously launched a slash attack. The 9 divine swords once again surrounded Xiaoding. But this time was different. Xiaoding didn't stand still and take the hits. Instead, his hands silently channeled energy and pushed back. Under Xiaoding's influence, the swords began to fall one by one. Jian Qianxing frowned and thought, how can he be so strong? The onlookers below were also surprised. He defended against it. Just how strong is this kid? Xiaoding said in a deep voice, "It's my turn now." After saying that, Xiaoding's whole body exploded with power. With the Mahuang sword in hand, he rushed to attack. Jian Qianxing shouted in a panic, "With sword transformation." He summoned a sword with a golden hilt, looking quite different from the 9 swords from before. With the sword in hand, Jian Qianxing began to display his skills with the drunken moon for this attack. The Mahuang sword and the Wu sword transformation collided, a terrifying aura blasting out in all directions. Anyone within 100 miles without sufficient cultivation could easily be blown away by this aura. Seeing that he could counter Xiaoding's attack, Jian Qianxing chuckled. He continued to increase his power with the extreme path technique. Xiaoding wasn't weak either. He immediately used the second level of Mahuang dissolution to counter his opponent. Jian Qianxing attacked first, throwing an energy sphere towards Xiaoding. Jian Qianxing was very confident. He said to Xiaoding, "This ultimate technique, even I can't fully control it. You can die under this attack, consider yourself lucky." The energy sphere created by Jian Qianxing was very powerful, rushing towards Xiaoding in an instant. But unexpectedly, Xiaoding easily controlled it with his bare hands. Jian Qianxing was extremely surprised when he saw this. He exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Xiaoding asked back, "Is that all you've got?" After saying that, he threw the energy sphere back at his opponent. Jian Qianxing's eyes widened as he watched the thing he created rushing towards him. Then a loud explosion rang out. Everyone there, seeing the explosion from Jian Qianxing's location, anxiously asked, "Did he win?" The sharp-eyed Gui Jiu sect master replied, "No, Xiaoding hasn't won. The Sword Saint is still alive." Indeed, Jian Qianxing was still safe after that dangerous counterattack. Thinking back to the previous attack, he breathed a sigh of relief. The system beside him took credit. "Fortunately, I defended in time, jumping into your body and activating your greatest potential." Otherwise, you wouldn't have survived. Jian Qianxing didn't want to play around anymore. He looked at Xiaoding furiously and shouted, "Xiaoding, I will tear you into 10,000 pieces." He took a gamble and shouted into the air, "Since you're here, why hide? This kid's strength can only be subdued if you and I join forces." Suddenly, thunder and lightning appeared in the sky, bright red bolts flashing and rumbling after Jian Qianxing's words. Then a column of black and red aura appeared. This sword saint system seemed very advanced, everything about him surpassed some of the systems he had encountered. A few seconds later, a formidable face appeared. This system must be very high level to have such an appearance. As soon as he appeared, the system mocked his host, "Sword Saint, you've also met your match." Tai Ni, standing next to Xiaoding, provided information about the newly arrived system. She said, "Boss, this is a high-level system. This realm actually has such an existence." Knowing that this system was a tough opponent, Xiaoding only frowned slightly and replied to Tai Ni, "It's okay." Jian Qianxing urged the system, "What are you waiting for? Kill Xiaoding quickly." The system looked at Xiaoding with a strange smile. He suddenly opened his mouth wide and blew a stream of pale red gas into the air. This gas was extremely eerie. The farther it blew, the wider its range became. Very quickly, Xiaoding was surrounded by it. It was still unknown what the effect of this gas was, as Xiaoding just stood there without reacting. The high-level system licked his lips, as if he had just eaten something delicious. Everyone watched for a long time. Even after the strange gas completely dissipated, they still didn't know what had happened. The man in the hat muttered, "What the hell is this? Did Xiaoding lose?" The saintess worriedly thought, "What should we do? If Xiaoding dies, won't we all die together?" Suddenly, the high-level system grimaced in pain. His whole body suddenly burst with an uncontrollable power from within. Then there was a deafening explosion. Xiaoding, in the third level of Mahuang dissolution, was smirking dashingly. The system exploded, its form having to recondense. When he regained his human form, he roared at Xiaoding with extreme anger and indignation. After roaring for a while, the system began to laugh maniacally. He said, "Xiaoding, I am immortal and indestructible. Even if your strength is monstrous, what can you do to me?" At this moment, outside the interface, the people controlling the system were secretly observing every action on Xiaoding's side. Everyone's faces were full of worry. At the same time, the familiar old man's face reappeared. He announced to everyone, "The system decryption is at 99%. Soon, we can break this realm and kill Xiaoding." A purple-haired woman replied, "We will definitely not fail our mission." The old man nodded with satisfaction and said, "Very good." The old man's shadow disappeared. The group once again focused on observing the inside of the interface. Xiaoding was now slashing the system with sharp sword strikes. It was indeed a high-level system. After several slashes from Xiaoding, it remained unscathed. He said to Xiaoding, "Strength has its limits. When your power runs out, it will be your death." Looking at the scene before them, the demons below became worried. They thought Xiaoding was about to lose this time. While Xiaoding was focused on the high-level system, Jian Qianxing had his small system attack Tai Ni. The system lunged at Tai Ni with a sword while she was completely unguarded. A few seconds later, Tai Ni trembled and called out, "Boss." Xiaoding turned to look and only then realized that Tai Ni had been seriously injured. The culprit was the system following Jian Qianxing. Its sword was still embedded in Tai Ni's body. Tai Ni was exhausted, her body falling freely in mid-air. Her eyes were lifeless, only a faint call could be heard, "B-boss." Just as she thought she was about to disappear, another system image appeared before her eyes. It was tightly bound in a strange space. Xiaoding was now enraged seeing Tai Ni ambushed. He charged at Jian Qianxing with his sword, wanting to avenge Tai Ni, shouting as he charged, "You want to die." Seeing the imminent danger, Jian Qianxing was terrified. He gritted his teeth, holding his sword, and said, I am the sword is me, man and sword united, heaven opens. At this moment, Xiaoding struck, his eyes filled with rage. Jian Qianxing also swung his sword to counter. After a few seconds, his sword began to crack. Without his weapon, Jian Qianxing had no way to escape death. Looking at the Mahuang sword pressing against him, his eyes widened in fear. He muttered, "How is this possible?" Xiaoding pierced Jian Qianxing cleanly, his face cold and emotionless. Back to Tai Ni, she was still trapped in that strange space with the bound system. She curiously approached and asked, "Who are you?" The system closed its eyes, its voice extremely raspy. Tai Ni widened her eyes, trying to listen, but couldn't understand anything. She asked the system again, "What are you saying?" Suddenly, the system opened its eyes, its voice clear, "Wake up. My child." Tai Ni was suddenly enveloped by a powerful force. Her body gradually recovered, being infused with a lot of data and other invisible power. So much being forced in at once made Tai Ni feel suffocated. Meanwhile, outside, Xiaoding was still struggling with the high-level system. A multitude of grotesque faces and black smoke was swarming Xiaoding. The situation wasn't looking good. Xiaoding continuously used the Mahuang sword to dispel those grotesque faces, but it seemed to be taking a lot of effort. The grotesque faces only seemed to become more excited. With each passing minute, the black auras with the grotesque faces multiplied, causing Xiaoding to grit his teeth in tension. At this moment, Tai Ni had overcome the initial difficulty. When she opened her eyes and woke up, she felt a completely different sensation. Suddenly, the system announced, "System level up. Upgrade successful, searching for host. Host found, in danger, commencing assistance." So after meeting that strange system, Tai Ni was officially revived, and even upgraded. While Xiaoding was in danger, Tai Ni appeared like a god, blocking the attack of that high-level system. Xiaoding looked at the familiar yet strange Tai Ni in front of him in disbelief. However, he didn't have time to think, as another attack from the system was launched. Xiaoding struggled greatly with this attack. But Tai Ni started using her new ability. She began devouring the power. Her whole body radiated a gentle light, enveloping the entire space. Then she continuously absorbed the power of that high-level system. Even more surprisingly, she was starting to merge that system into herself. That system was clearly high-level, yet she merged it so easily. The system quickly realized Tai Ni's sudden appearance. It croaked, "What's going on? A small, low-level system can actually stop me." Xiaoding finally had the chance to ask Tai Ni, "Are you all right?" Tai Ni teared up, "Boss, I just had a very scary dream." But a second later, she turned around and smiled brightly, "But I think I've successfully leveled up." Xiaoding was also startled by her sudden change in demeanor, but he quickly regained his composure and nodded, "That's good. This formless and shapeless system is quite troublesome." Seeing this, Tai Ni confidently said, "Boss, don't panic. I didn't awaken for nothing. Watch me." After saying that, she ran straight out to face the formless system. That system didn't hesitate to throw a punch at Tai Ni, despite her being a girl. Yet, Tai Ni easily blocked it with just one hand. Not only that, she directly absorbed all the power from that attack into herself. It was the system's turn to be surprised by Tai Ni's power. How is this possible? But that wasn't the end. The system didn't give up so easily. This time, it displayed even more power than before, many times over. Tai Ni was also ready, raising her hands to fight. A tremendous energy erupted from her palms. This level up made her much stronger than before. All of the system's power was absorbed by Tai Ni without any difficulty. Tai Ni looked back at Xiaoding with a very proud face. But suddenly, Xiaoding's eyes changed, and Tai Ni suddenly became tense. Because at this moment, the people behind the system appeared after years of hiding. The purple-haired woman said in a powerful voice, "Xiaoding, this realm has been broken, see where you can run." As soon as she finished speaking, several people following the purple-haired woman rushed to attack Xiaoding without warning. Seeing this, Xiaoding chuckled, Whoever rushed at him, he swung his sword and sent them flying, shouting loudly. Tai Ni also stepped forward confidently, "Boss. I'm here to help." She once again used her power, starting to absorb the power of the group, drawing it all into her body. The enormous energy from those people was gradually sucked away by Tai Ni. Their entire bodies gradually disappeared. The old man leading the system started receiving critical alerts, warning, science and technology bodies are disappearing. He wondered, what's going on, why are all the dispatched science and technology bodies dead? Could it be that she has awakened? Seeing that things were getting out of control, he thought, it seems I have to invite the Lord. Silently watching the broken heavenly Tao in front of him, Xiaoding said, the heavenly Tao is broken, it seems our new journey is about to begin. Tai Ni stood beside him, firmly affirming, don't worry, boss, I'll go with you. So Xiaoding and Tai Ni successfully saved their realm. What follows will certainly continue, as the mysterious Lord has yet to appear. Please look forward to part 2. And look forward to Xiaoding's new journey in the future.